Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. Thank you for joining us. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you guys popping in and saying hello. And joining us for California versus Monica Sementilli, Day 10. Day 10. So let us see who is with us today.
Your audio's good.
Okay, thanks. Dreama Landry is with us. Just shows to go, yeah. Just shows to go, yeah. Oh, okay, I got you now. Fala, good morning to you. Shirley Roth, therapist you know. How are you doing? Julie, good to see you. Widespread Panic, good morning to you. How's everybody doing today on a Monday? Ken Rosenberg, I see you, Comcast. Yes. Comcast just left. Let's see, Dreama Landry, how are you? Oh, Brad is back with us. Brad is joining us again. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Brad may have some good stories to tell throughout the course of the week. We'll see how much Brad divulges. Let's see. Oh, Krista Limited Edition. Good morning to you. Here to support the channel. Very good. Ooh, down to minus 45 with the wind chill. That's just brutal. Irish Amy, how are you? How was your weekend? Ahisma, hello to Super Ball, wherever you may be roaming or napping. Well, because we had Comcast here, Super Ball is in the bed underneath covers. So she is terrified. I want to do a... they were here from 10:30 to 12:30. He just left. Let's see. Now, my chat does not seem to be working. Chat was disconnected. Unable to chat. Okay. Do we have to redo it, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just bear with me for a moment. Trial hasn't started yet, so just bear with me here while I set our chat up. Let's see.
I know there's so much.
These are all upcoming.
We'll refresh it.
Well, these are all upcoming. I got to go to not upcoming. All right. Just bear with me for a moment, guys. And we'll get our chat sorted out. Okay.
Thank you, Widespread.
What is Widespread saying?
Super Bowl's channel.
Super Bowl's channel. After discovering that Super Bowl has her own channel, I became the crazy cat lady watching cat videos on YouTube for a bit. Hey, Christine, how are you? They're waiting for a witness to arrive. There we go. Let's pull this up. There we go. Widespread Panic. After discovering that Super Bowl has her own channel, I became the crazy cat lady watching cat videos on YouTube for a bit. Hola. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So we're picking up on day 10 for California versus Monica Sementilli. We heard from Mela on day 9. And let's see. And here we are, day 10. They've gone through 17 witnesses, you guys. They kind of... And what was it? Megan Boswell, I think. How many have... It's just so funny to compare trials, you know. 20 witnesses in 3 days, and we're on day 10, and they're at 17 witnesses. Right? It's just funny to compare the different witnesses. So how are you guys doing? How's everybody's weekends, morning going? Hellcat, hello to you. Krista Limited Edition, did you get Comcast to see and resolve your issues? Comcast was here. They did a lot of tests, and we're still in the process of solving it, but we are a step closer. So bring on Austin, just goes to show ya. How long this case is. how long this case is. Maybe another, let's see.
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Maybe another 2 weeks. I think it was going to be about 4 to 5 weeks. So we're into week 3, right? They started January. I think this, yeah, we're into week, I think this is week 3.
I don't know.
One, two, let's see, yeah. Yeah, I think we're into week 3. So I think it's going to go another, I'd say another
Talk about this week.
Another 2 weeks. Oh yeah. Okay. So yes. So let's see. This week we got a busy week. We're going to do Megan Boswell tomorrow. We're gonna do day 4, which was actually Saturday. They were sequestered, so they're gonna do Saturday, or they did Saturday. So we're gonna pick up on that tomorrow morning. Then we're going to continue on with Monica here. And then this trial is actually off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So they're only going to be live in court for the next 2 days. So what we're going to do is we have Maya Kowalski an appeal on Wednesday, which is going to be nuts because Jay Hatch is asking to throw out the verdict
And a new trial.
and ask for a new trial. So that's just insane, you know.
And then Jules is going to be there.
Jules is trying to be there. She's
No,
going to be
she's
there.
going.
Okay, so Jules is going to be there. So we're going to have we're going to show that, and then we'll have a recap with Jules.
It's
Oh, and then therapist you know is going to be on Wednesday.
night.
Yeah, Wednesday night we're going to have our very own therapist you know
Talking about spiritual stuff. Right?
talking about her experiences with spiritual.
Supernatural.
I'm sorry, not supernatural. So therapist you know, that's going to be an interesting one. Wednesday.
And then Widespread brought it to our attention today that
Mm-hmm.
the rose petal murder.
That's right. Yeah, thank you to Widespread. She reminded us that South Carolina versus Hughes, which is the rose petal murder trial, that was a concert pianist is accused of strangling, I think, or stabbing. I'm not sure which. A woman who was worked at a vet. So we got a lot. We got a lot going on this week. We have a lot going on.
Yes. So once that picks up, we're going to be off of Sementilli, and then we're going to pick up on that, the rose petal.
Okay.
Because we're going to be so far behind with Boswell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we will. We'll continue. Okay, so we're going to pick up on rose petal, and we'll be doing what we're doing mornings, and then Sementilli afternoons.
I guess until next week,
Yeah.
until they come back.
Yeah. So yeah, Megan, we're so far behind. We're going to
Pause.
pause that because this rose petal will be on top with rose petal. Mm-hmm.
There's no end to discussing it.
Yes. Crystal Limited Edition. Thought we were saving that topic. No, there will be other times, and you absolutely need to come on soon where we can talk about your experiences too. This is not a one and done. Trust me, we will be having many more, and you are absolutely going to come on. We will do that soon. Irish Amy, sounds like a busy week. I'm excited for keeping us entertained. We love you as well. Yeah, there's a lot, man. There's so much going on in trials in mid-January and now February. I mean, there's so much going on. Stearns has a pre-trial on the 12th, which I don't think, they usually don't stream that, so we're not going to cover that. Yeah, then Van Patten is in March. Well, we're not going to deal with March right now. We're going to just stick with February. We have so much to do in February. All right, and of course, Judge is late. Pussycat, hello to you. Hola, you're 3 leaves short. Yes, therapist, hit the like button. I have to do the same. Let me hit the like button myself. Let's see. So what did we do this weekend? We had Sunday off, which was fun. I did a lot of yard work, which was great. I had to get up on the roof and a bunch of leaves, which is really funny because you would think all the leaves would have fallen in November and December, but for some reason they decided to fall last week. So I was up on the roof cleaning out the gutters, cleaning the roof, sweeping. So I was outside for a good 3 or 4 hours, which was great. I love being outside. It was beautiful. It was like 75, sunny, really, really nice. I actually had shorts on. It was really, really nice. Very nice weekend. But that being said, we were watching, there's like 2 or 3 storms heading across the Midwest this week. So if you guys are like in Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, you're definitely going to get hit with something. And then we're supposed to be 39, 37 next Monday and Tuesday. So it's going to come through. And I know whenever it's that cold here, I know it's cold where you guys are. Anybody north of us is going to be cold. If we're in the 30s, I know you guys are going to be in the 30s. I'm sorry, even lower. Tom Jones, what's new, Pussycat? Yep. Hey, Curviel, how you doing? Ken Rosenberg says, do you have to wear certain things when you go outside in Florida, like those things beekeepers put on? I'm not sure what one wears for alligators. Ticks are a big thing. I actually got a tick when I was tromping around in the forest in the woods, and I came back with a tick. I didn't notice it until the next day. Ticks are a big thing. No, I don't wear anything particular. Actually, I just had shorts on. I was getting some rays of the sun. It was nice. Justice Obsessed, how are you? Good to see you. And Curviel, good to see you. Shirley Roth. Yes, there's at least 2 storms, I think, that were going to affect the Midwest. Nope, Shirley, you're cleaning snow again? Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, it's February, you guys. I expect that. Anything north of, Tennessee it's gonna be snow for sure. Just goes to show you. Just shows to go ya. You got me. Just shows to go ya. Yes, I was getting my vitamin D. Justice Obsessed, you're doing well. Cool. Good. Let's see, what have I got going on here? I can close some of these. All right. And just waiting for trial to start. We've got to do a few things. Trial Junkies United, hello to you. How are you doing? Always good to see you. How was your weekend? I got to send out something here. Yeah, Comcast was here. They were really nice. A gentleman named Larry. He was awesome. He's called the Fixer. And he was here doing tests and diagnostics. And I think we've kind of sorted out. We're still working on it, but I think we're sorting it out. I feel a lot better. Both Aaron and I feel a lot better of where we stand right now. I think we'll still have some issues here and there, but I'm confident that we've slowed down the main issues, but we'll see. All right. Hey, only fan, how are you? Yeah, we're hoping it got sorted out. Time will tell, but it's like one of those things where I won't really know. I mean, time has to go by. I mean, that's just the bottom line. You know, if 6 months from now we're still, I mean, we're in good shape, then I'll be like, yes. All right. All right, that's taken care of. I'm just doing some. Couldn't care less. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Couldn't care less. Great handle. Love it. Ken Rosenberg, I was with Verizon early COVID, and granted it was early on in the story of work from home, but those 4 months were awful. But I was also in school, so it was great. Cool. Hellcat, yep, you're supposed to have snow again Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, I saw there's like 2 or 3 storms rolling across the Midwest there. So anybody, Texas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Kansas, I think everybody's kind of lining up to get something. Thank you, Irish Amy. Yay, so glad you guys are getting somewhere with Comcast. We're with you with or without issues. Well, thank you, Irish Amy. I appreciate that. I'm so glad that we have such a wonderful, wonderful chat that supports us. Therapist, you know, does anyone live somewhere where bears just roam around and you can look outside and see a bear in your yard? Trips me out. I used to live in Woodstock, upstate New York, and there were bears. We would see them. You know, you got to take care of your trash because they would definitely come and they would get into your trash for sure. Therapist, you know, we have deer that do that. I can't imagine bear. Yeah, oh yeah, up in Woodstock, they would just be, I thought deer were like 1 or 2, maybe 3. They were literally herds, like herds. I'm talking like 50 to 70, just hanging out in somebody's lawn. It was just unbelievable. It was just crazy. I never really saw that before. Then when I visited my mom in Ohio, she had a big deer problem. And she was living more, it was unfortunate because it was kind of like, she lived in like an older part of the town, if you will, city, but they were expanding and they were building all this new development. They were developing it, so of course all the animals got pushed out. So they had a huge deer situation there. Yep. Taylor, how are you? I have a dog named Bear. Does that count? Couldn't care less. Well, what time is court? We were hoping it's now. It's scheduled for, sorry, I got Super Bowl fuzz fur up my nose. It was scheduled for 12:30, so we are waiting. Now they have it scheduled for 1. Don't forget that it's a half-hour delay. So whenever they do kick in, it's going to be a half-hour delay. So we're hoping it's going to be any minute. Too many deer? Yeah. So Crystal Limited Edition says that, I'm guessing that's the bear. You guys have bear up there? Just shows to go, yeah, bears bend by bird feeders straight across the ground every spring. Haven't caught one doing it though. Hey, Debbie Blair. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it. Oh, the blue looks good with my eyeballs. It's funny because I have green eyes. Hazel, I guess, but thank you for that. I do like this color blue. You know what? It's really funny. It's like vibrant, but in reality, it's not as vibrant as, I think I have my saturation up or something. But thank you for that, therapist. Appreciate it. Kathy Smith saying hello, coming in. How are you? Let's see. All right. Sorry, I'm just responding to some emails for my other job. All right, back to the YouTubies. What are you guys talking about? What are we up? Let's see. Oh, widespread panic. Anyone else just want the prosecution to put Austin on the stand and close? Yeah. Well, we still have to hear the ME, right? Isn't that general? Usually you hear from the ME. And then also Austin. So those two are going to be absolutely. Those two will be the big ones. Austin for sure. I can't wait to hear from Austin. All right, I got to read this. Irish Amy. She started off as Mishka, and then the nicknames evolved from Misha, Misha Moo, Moo Moo, Squishy Mishy, Squishy Mishy, Squish. Just depends on the day. Our cats must get so confused. You know, I totally agree with you. You know, until you learn their personalities, like, let's see, Polly started out as Bob because we thought she was a bobcat. Then we officially named her Polly. And then because she does like these parkours, like, and she's just like such like a little sprite. So then we started to call her like Legolas, but then he's a male. So then we're thinking, all right, what else? What are some other? Aaron's got to help me out. We had, well, now she's Floof because she has such a floofy tail, so we call her Floof or Floofy. Gosh, what was the one? Because she was like she jumps off trees and walls and stuff. What was her name? Aaron's gonna have to help me out on that one. I forget what we were calling her. Anyway, yeah, and Super Ball. Okay, so she's got Super Ball, pants, pantalones. Yeah, it's funny how. Oh, and let's see, Rafa is Bean. He's a little bean boy because of his little beans. What is it? Flywheel. Yeah. Flywheel. Yeah. So Polly is Flywheel. Capri Law. Hey, have you guys missed anything juicy? With this case, with this trial, power outage in the media room. That was a couple days ago. That's now the official band name for this, where we lost some testimony of the brother-in-law. But Mela, the older sister, there's 3 kids and she's the middle one. So, but she's Fabio's the youngest. She brought in some good stuff. Like, what did she talk about? Fabio's in a temporary crypt. His remains are in a temporary crypt. He doesn't even. You know, Monica didn't even give him a, you know, proper burial, if you will. That Monica's mom does not like Baker. I thought that was pretty interesting, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, Monica said, "I'm sick and tired of people coming into my house. If I wanna F, I can. I'm a big ass girl. I just want people. I just wish people would leave me alone." So she apparently said that. If she wants to go at it with somebody, she's a big ass girl. That was all day 9. So that was some pretty juicy stuff there. Yeah, the mom stuff. And Capri Law, how is your vacation going? Oh, right. Are you still in Aloha? Are you still enjoying that? Hola says, yeah, the mother stuff was interesting. Thought so. Oh, wait, I want to pull up Irish Amy. Sakia is mostly sassy, but also Princess Puss, and Omi is Mistress Ohms. Omi Ohms. Liebchen? Omi looks shell-shocked the one time, or the whole time. So we say she is a retired soldier. Oh, the whole time she looks shell-shocked. Oh, I know. Super Ball's kind of like that. You just look at her wrong, and she's like, you know, she freaks out. Child Junkies United. Funny thing, I have never changed a cat's name. Sky was named for Sky Vodka. I do call her the Russian assassin. She's a great cat, very mysterious. Sits and watches everybody. So it fits. Nice. Yeah, OnlyFan. The fact that Monica's mom knows Baker is insane. Yeah, she was like, because when Baker came over to the house for that memorial, mom was like, keep an eye on him and get him out of here. Let me see, where are my notes? Oh, that's right. Then the neighbor came over, and Monica's mom was there with Mirella, and the neighbor said, "Hey, I've got a DVR or a DVD, a CD, whatever. Come, you know, let's watch it." And Monica's mom said, "Watch that before she gets home." I mean, Monica's mom is looking at Baker with beady eyes. She told him to F off. That's right. There you go, Capri Law. That's pretty juicy. Monica's mother told Baker to F off. And this was at the memorial because he was there. So that's some pretty juicy stuff. Oh, you still here? Just missing you guys? Aw, we miss you too. Fabio's sister-in-law, forgot her name, brought something good. In your opinion, she stated that Monica told her they killed Fabio. They, not someone. That's interesting. Yes. Fabio's sister-in-law. Let's see. Did we hear from his sister-in-law? I don't think we've heard from her sister. His sister. We've heard from her sister. His sister. That was just. And then his brother-in-law. We heard from the brother-in-law, and now he's married to Mirella. I do remember them saying that, widespread panic, though. I do remember somebody saying they killed Fabio. Let me see if I can find that. They. Monica wanted to have a smoke and went out and showed where they killed Fabio. Okay, Monica called saying they killed Fabio. Yes. So that was Mirella. So that was the sister. That was... Oh, I'm sorry. You are right. Monica's sister-in-law. Fabio's sister. So Monica called that very moment when it happened. She called and said they killed Fabio. And then Jessica came on, the daughter came on and said, Daddy's dead. So yeah, that's a good one. Yep, widespread. That was a good moment. Pussycat says, yeah, it's all Baker. She is a user. Agreed. Oh, Capri Law, I wish you could show us pictures. I'm sure it's spectacular. Do you guys scuba dive or snorkel? Yeah, you guys are like, what, 6 hours, right? You're 6 hours behind us, behind East Coast time? What, 2 or 3 behind Pacific? So we're 3 behind California, so I think you're another 2 or 3. Yeah, Brenda Meyer. Big ass girl. That's too funny. I'm a big ass girl. Ola says her mother instincts were correct. Yes, they were. Monica's mom knows bad vibes, for sure. Yes, Fabio's sister, Mela was her name. We heard from her husband, Marco, earlier. I'm pretty sure, because he's the brother-in-law. I'm assuming they're married. Oh my, OnlyFan. What are the odds Mom saw Baker's films before? Oh. No. Kathy Smith, Mama had good instincts. She sure did. Trout Junkies United. Sky is always ready. Last night she jumped off the cat tree to chase down Rogue, which was very rare. Yeah, it's okay, Widespread. No worries. I'm glad you brought it up because I had forgotten about that. Shirley Roth. Why would she say they? Why would she say they? Indeed. Come on, Judge. Let's go, man. Still shows 1 o'clock. Come on, Judge. Oh, I know, Pussycat. How terrible for daughter to find her. Absolutely. Horrific. Oh, Capri Law. Husband snorkels. I just like to look at the ocean. I'm a sissy when it comes to water. It's 8 a.m. Okay, so you're 5 hours. Yeah. I remember I worked at telemarketing. I was selling, what was his name? Jake LaMotta, the boxer, right? His wife had a clothing line. I'm sorry, a makeup line. So I was selling that. I was doing telecommunications for like a hot second. I'm like, this is not for me. I think I did it for like 2 or 3 days. I'm like, no, not for me. So yeah, we would call up all over the country, and one of them was Hawaii. So I remember the time zone. Yeah, I am not a telemarketer. Oh, Nan R, you're with us. Hey there, everyone. Good to see you, Nan R. Thank you for joining us. Fala, good to see you. Quick other trial question because I didn't get to watch. Anyone else get a little blown away by the tinfoil comment? Yes, think it is going to matter. I was hoping to see a photo of him wearing tinfoil because they said, they introduced a photo, and I'm like, oh, please, please, please let that be him wearing tinfoil. But that's a big stretch. I think, therapist, did you just say that? Yeah, I agree with therapist. Valid defense is reaching. I think that's a big reach. Big reach. Hey, Mel Burns. I love this channel. I work in boring call center. We watch trials all day long thanks to Law and Crime. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Therapist says, Capri Law, yeah, a good look at the ocean makes you realize how small you really are in the world. For sure. Absolutely for sure. Shirley Roth says, Irish Amy, it was on about having the case dismissed about bringing something on the screen, but he said other stuff. Come on, Judge. It's after 1. Yeah, this week's weather is not going to be good, you guys. It's going to be stinky, nasty weather in the Midwest. And probably across the Great Lakes. Curvio says, Mel Burns, welcome. Mel Burns. That's funny because there's a Melbourne. When I say Mel Burns, I'm thinking of Melbourne. Welcome. Glad to have you here. I watch LNC as well, but spend more time here now as the community is smaller and kinder and the mods help keep things orderly. That is true. Yes, OnlyFan. Kathy Smith, you'll see Therapist You Know this Wednesday night on Shoot the Shit with me. We have a Wednesday night stream at 8 o'clock. And Therapist You Know is going to be talking about some experiences she has had and has currently continuing to have of supernatural. So it's going to be cool. Mr. Burns is on The Simpsons. Gosh, I'm being a total goof right now. What is Mr. Burns' name? I totally forgot his first name. Donna Ulrich, come to Palm Springs. Cool. Let's see. Shirley Roth says, lawyer talked to the media in the trial. Is that normal? Oh, Boswell. I'm sorry. Boswell's lawyer talked to the media. Oh, wow. Is that normal? I've never really seen it. You're not supposed to, I guess. But I don't know. Fala says, because I can't tag you even after restarting. I've never seen someone with mental issues actually wear a foil hat. Yeah, I think it's pretty low that they went there. But Irish Amy says Montgomery, I think. Oh yes, Montgomery Burns. Yes, you are right. Montgomery Burns. Thank you for that. I should know that. I've been watching Simpsons since they were on what's her name? Tracy Ullman. Before they were The Simpsons. That's not too bad, Brat. 41. Not too bad. And welcome back to Brat. Brat is back from the wilds of his travels, and he has joined us. Charles Montgomery Monty Burns. Yes, I can't believe I forgot that. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Curviel says, Chris also does recaps during the breaks for us in case you missed some stuff due to distractions. Yep. Also a time or two, someone involved in a case has joined us in chat. Absolutely. Trial Junkies United. I think they only use the foil hat when they think someone is trying to read their mind, like the U.S. government or aliens. Well, that's what he said. Well, he was asking his father, have you ever heard of Hunter saying that people are trying to read his thoughts, read his mind, read his thoughts? So, chances are that's the government. Yep. I said your last name perfectly, Ulrich? Sure. No problemo. Sometimes I get screwy with names, and sometimes I can get them. That one, for whatever reason, was well, you know, I think of Lars, right? Lars Ulrich, so. Are you any relationship to Lars? I know that's a stretch. Kathy Smith says, the attorney in Michelle Triconis trial talked to media. Okay. Shirley Roth. I have seen an X-Files. What's Nan R saying? In case anyone was waiting with bated breath, I got my sofa and the old one taken away. Kitty is afraid of the new one as it's motorized. Poor kitty. Aw, poor kitty. And Brett says the trip was great, but it's good to be back. Good to have you back. We saw some pictures of Brat's escapades, and it looked pretty cool. Couldn't care less. Donna Ulrich is my maiden name, but double L's. Yeah, Trial Junkies United. You need a vacation after your vacation. I always felt that. Whenever I would go on vacation, I'm like, I need a vacation after the vacation. All right, this is getting ridiculous. Come on, Judge. Where are you? Let me just make sure they didn't switch something up on us. Oh, now they're saying 115. Ugh. All right, now they're saying 115. All right, I'm going to take a quick comfort break, but I will be back in a second. Hang tight, chat. All right. Well, they're scheduled to start in 2 minutes, so we'll see. Let's see, what did I miss? So, therapist, you know you've worked yourself into a corner of bitterness and resentfulness with this trial, and you're fighting to get out of it. You're okay with the judge. OnlyFan is okay with the judge. State's case is just blatant overkill. Shirley Roth says he is better than Bev. Cohen, I believe his name is, right? Excuse me. Yep, Judge Cohen. Ronald S. Cohen. I wasn't quite sure what to make of him the first day or two, but now that I've seen him interact, I like him. I think he's a pretty cool judge. Just shows to go ya. I agree on the overkill. Irish Amy says, OnlyFan, yeah, I agree he's a good judge. Mostly it's the timings that get me. Yeah, like he'll just like stop in the middle of a testimony. Okay, lunch break. Okay, we're running for the day. Donna Ulrich says, why did this case take so long to go to trial? Because they wanted to, COVID for sure, but they also wanted to try them together. They wanted to try Baker and Monica together. And a lot of prep was going into that. And then Baker, was it last year? I think last year he decided he wanted to cop a plea, no contest. So then that kind of threw them off of that. So then they had to switch gears. So that's one reason. Mel Burns, this judge talks like airline captain. Just shows to go, yeah, Donna, COVID. That definitely pushed a lot of things back. Yeah, OnlyFan, I feel like we're getting backlogged from the pandemic. Well, don't forget that they were going to try them as co-defendants. And then when he took the plea, that probably, screwed that up a little bit too. And when they come on, they're going to come on. So be prepared for that. Actually, I have to be prepared for that. Ken Rosenberg says, at first I thought the abruptness would bother me, but I think you'd get used to it quickly, know the real complaints, though I think he might be too quick to rule on objections sometimes. OnlyFans says, Ken, I actually like that. It shows he's actively working out the questions in his mind. Quite impressive, I feel. Yeah. Irish Amy, was Monica in prison this whole time leading up to the trial? Yep. Sorry if I asked before. I can't remember. Yes, she has been in custody this entire time. Yep. She's been in custody the entire time. Fala, Murdaugh didn't even take this long, it feels like, and it was really about half financial. Yeah. Ola is okay with I actually like the abruptness. You know where you are with him and can schedule breaks. That is true. Oh, Donna, you are from the San Fernando Valley where this crime took place. Yeah, we pulled it up a couple times. We did a virtual tour of the house. Excuse me. We looked at the map, so we're kind of, we're pretty cool with where it is. Actually, how far is it from whatever is considered downtown LA? Does LA actually have a downtown? Donna, how far is it? I'm figuring it was like 20 miles or so. I think it's 20 miles to the airport. I think I looked that up. So depending on traffic, that could be 5 hours. Oh, Donna, how are the fires too? I'm asking a bunch of questions, but how are the fires for you? And Ken says, I don't think I've heard one entirely wrong, meaning the judge's ruling on the objections, but I think it's best to pause for a second anyways. Ken also says, most good judges are processing objections at that speed. Frankly, most lawyers in trial shape are as well, so the speed isn't as impressive to me. Come on, judge. Where's the judge? Still says 1:15. Fun fact, my uncle took a vacation to San Diego, flew back to Atlanta, and his truck had been stolen, oh no, from the airport. Apparently it's an ongoing issue there. Well, that stinks. Sorry to hear that. So Aaron found some stuff on Judge Cohen. Shame on you. Judge calls out family members who abandon survivors as megachurch leader is sentenced for child SA. Oof. The leader of a prominent Christian megachurch was sentenced to 16 years and 18 months in prison Wednesday. This is from June of 2022. After pleading guilty to multiple counts of child SA last week. During the hearing, the defendant and many others were sharply upbraided by the judge. I never cease to be amazed at what people do in the name of religion, Ronald Cohen angrily mused, at how people's lives are ruined in the guise of serving a supreme being. Wow. After years of proclaiming his innocence and pledging to fight the charges against him, Garcia, 53, known to his flock as the apostle of the Church of the Living God, pillar and ground of the truth, the light of the world, which claims over 5 million members, admitted last week to being legally culpable for 2 counts of forcible oral involving minors and 1 count of lewd act upon a child who was 15 at the time. Oof. Cohen says, as to the defendant, I say you are a predator. Wow. So that's Judge Cohen throwing the book at that. Oh, and here's the guy. All right, you know what? While we're waiting, let's watch this. You know, as soon as I start to play this, they're going to show. They're going to come out. Let's watch this.
So I've been a judge for a long time. I'm in my 38th year. And I've never ceased to be amazed at what some people do in the name of religion. and how lives are ruined in the guise of serving a supreme being. As to the Jane Does, at this point, I apologize, my hands are tied. Lawyers do what lawyers do, and at this point my hands are tied. But I further want to tell all the Jane Does that the world has heard you. I promise you that. As to those family members that have abandoned the Jane Does, shame. Shame on you. And as to the defendant, I say, you are a sexual predator. In this case, probation is denied, the reason being as a condition of the case settlement. As to count 7, the violation of Penal Section 287, subdivision C, subdivision 2, subdivision C, defendant sentenced to state prison for the midterm of 8 years, the reason being as a condition of the case settlement. As to count 9, violation of Penal Section 287, subdivision 2, strike that, subdivision C, subdivision 2, subdivision C, defendant's levied a consecutive term of a full term of the midterm 8 years in state prison. The reason for that is as a condition of the case settlement and under Penal Code Section 667.6 subdivision D. As to count 1, a violation of Penal Section 288, subdivision C, subdivision 1, the defendant is levied a consecutive term for the reason of being part of the case settlement. It must be 1/3 the midterm. The midterm is 2 years. 1/3 thereof is 8 months.
Yep, there's Alan Jackson representing this guy. Wow, right? Alan Jackson represented this guy. Oof.
Defendant is levied a term of state prison of 16 years and 8 months. Pursuant to Penal Section 1202.4, subdivision B, defendant is levied a $300 restitution fine. Pursuant to Penal Section 1202.45, defendant is levied a $300 probation revocation fine, which is suspended. A $120 security fee, which is $40 per count. A $90 criminal court assessment, which is $30 per count. He has submitted a tissue sample pursuant to Penal Section 296. Pursuant to Penal Section 1202.4, subsection F, defendant is to pay restitution as to be determined at a hearing August 18, 2022, 8:30 a.m. This department defendant is not ordered to appear, as he has waived his right. He's given the following credits of 1,102 actual days, 165 days conduct credits, and that is pursuant to Penal Section 2933.1. We are done.
Your Honor, did you institute the lifetime sexual registration?
That's been done by the parole board.
Thank you.
Thank
Your Honor,
you.
as to the remaining counts.
People's motion?
Dismissed, Your Honor.
That is granted.
So wow, wasn't expecting to see Jackson there. Holy smokes, where did that come from? I did not. Well, he prosecuted Spectre too, right? He was the prosecutor on the Spectre trial, and yet here he is defending that guy. Wow, that was interesting. Thank you for finding that, Aaron. That was pretty crazy. I was not expecting that at all. This was in 2022, June of 2022. That was June of 2022, and yes, that was Alan Jackson and Debbie Blair. Yeah, so I'm sorry, Donna. He's out there. He did Spectre. What was that guy's name again? His name was. I'm gonna totally butcher this guy's name. It's very, very. Let me try it. Let me see. Nason Joaquin Garcia. Nason Joaquin. Here, this is the guy's name. That's his name. Nason Joaquin Garcia. So that was the guy's name. Yeah, Aaron found that one. And that was just to show Judge Cohen in action. I had no idea that we were going to get a bonus of Jackson. Hey, young black economist, how are you? I was going to say, that looks like Alan Jackson. It most certainly was. OnlyFan, AJ has represented a lot of cases. You think? Yeah? I mean, I don't know. So if you think about it, he's got nothing to lose. Predators are always ostracized. He just puts his price. This guy had like 5 million followers? Yeah, 5 million members worldwide. So go figure. They're still saying at 1:15 they were supposed to be on. Come on, guys. You're killing me here. You're killing me. Yeah, I wonder what the holdup is. I'm thinking, surely, I'm pretty sure if he had 5 million members, he was probably living pretty high in the hog. Therapist, yes, we saw Daryl Brooks. He got attacked, he got beaten up and SA'd. So they moved him. They moved him to Colorado. Young black economist. I'm trying to actually be productive today. Yeah. Nanar, I don't like seeing AJ there, but I know everyone has to be able to get a strong defense. I don't have to like it, though. That is true. Brett says, yes, you know there are cases where the defense attorney hopes the defendant never gets out for the protection of all, but for a conviction to stick, you need a good defense. Yeah, Donna, they've been talking about that, right? The judge has been talking about that all last week, basically, about what's going on in the courtroom and downtown, and maybe a juror is late. Nomad 63, Babs 3652. Oh, wait a minute. That's not right. Here I am looking at something else. Debbie Blair, they say the prison he went to is horrible out in Colorado. Yep. Still saying 1:15. Still saying 1:15 start. Yeah, that was that was sad, Isma. Poor victim sobbing like that. I know. Fala says, someone like AJ is going to make sure it is all done right, nothing to appeal, so they aren't going anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, so they aren't going anywhere. That's true. Then there's that. You do want a good defense lawyer because if it is appealed, you want to make sure that, yeah, even though he knows it's terrible or whatever what this guy did, he wants to make sure, ooh, I got to turn my mic up. He wants to make sure that he doesn't get out through an appeal. Just shows to go, yeah, one would think there would be a level to which one would stoop to, though, defense attorneys. Well, I know, right? But everybody is entitled, even though, I guess, even though you know, like, you know, certain people you just know, like mass murderers, mass shooters or whatever, they just know. I guess they're just trying to, limit the scope, I guess. Ken says, I always say defense attorneys are a necessary consequence of our system. No matter what, there will always be a need and someone to fill it. Yeah. There will always be a need for one. All right, they're still saying 115. Therapist, even the worst of the worst deserves a good defense/attorney so that the best of the best get the same. Yep. Shirley Roth, everyone is entitled to a defense. That is true. Kathy Smith, couldn't agree with you more. Essay is always wrong. That it is. Certainly no justification for it, that's for sure. Yeah, maybe they're waiting for Monica to finish her racquetball game. I don't remember him being this late before. Right? This seems like Jeopardy music. Yeah. He's been late before, but I don't remember it being this late. And when he comes on, he's going to come on like hot. She's passing notes. Widespread panic. She's busy passing notes to Robert. Well, he's in prison and she's in jail, but he could be. He's not going to. When he testifies, he'll be moved to the jail. Yeah, prison. He's in prison. She's in jail. Plea deal. OnlyFan. Plea deal. Jinx. Yes. Young black economist. There's this paper I remember coming across once that discusses the casual relationship between Super Bowl Sunday and people being late or absent for work the next Monday. Especially those that won from the city, right? So Philadelphia, probably nobody went to work today. Young black economist also says, I can't remember the exact estimate. Positive casual relationship, though. Yeah, I would say the whole city of Philadelphia right now is probably a major hangover. Brett says they were playing games with using other people's phone credentials and three-way calling to stay in touch before. That is true. Oh, okay. They're there. Whoop, whoop, whoop. They just kicked in. Come on. Is this not going to kick in for me? Oh, come on.
Creating this chart, did you also perform some calculations to determine the difference between what the defendant would have gotten in a divorce situation versus if her husband died because he was murdered?
I did. That's column F on the far right side. That's delta between, or the difference between a divorce scenario and a death scenario.
Okay. And did you make certain assumptions in this case in these calculations, divorce versus death?
Yes, I did.
And what type of assumptions did you make?
So the first assumption is for the divorce scenario, I assumed that the date of death was also the date of separation. Okay. So anything after that date would be separate property of each of the parties. Secondarily, I assumed that for the death, I assumed that Ms. Sementilli would not be found responsible for Mr. Sementilli's death.
So in other words, if she were to be found not guilty, what she would be able to still inherit.
That's correct.
Or if she had not been caught in the first place.
That's
Sustained.
Okay. Did you make any determinations or any assumptions regarding the home?
yes, I did. So on line 6 through 8, you can see that's the amounts related to the house, and the house was sold, and so in the death scenario we have 337,951 at line 9, and in the divorce scenario we have the 218,350, and that relates to it being 50%, because in a divorce scenario Ms. Sementilli would receive half, whereas in the death scenario she receives 100%. However, I didn't include costs of sale here. I didn't assume that the house was sold. I assumed that she would be bought out of the house. And by doing that, it actually decreases the amount that is on line 27, the bottom line conclusion, because it increases the amount that would have been in the divorce column. So
if you were, in other words, the assumption is that the house would not be sold in a divorce situation, that the defendant would be bought out, and therefore you're saving closing costs.
that's correct. So it gives Ms. Sementilli more funds in the divorce scenario, so the difference is less, which makes the amount on line 27 to be less. So it's an assumption that is in Ms. Sementilli's favor.
Okay. In other words, making the amount, the difference between divorce versus death, a lesser amount.
Correct.
Did you make other assumptions in the defendant's favor that decreased your conclusion or your bottom line number, which we see, as you said, in line 27 of $1.5 million difference?
Yes.
And what were those?
There were certain amounts that we excluded from the death scenario because we didn't have the source documents to show where they came from. For example, there was 2 amounts that came from Procter & Gamble. One was a distribution. The other was an amount that was held in an account that were noted, one in a trust accounting from Mr. Rubin, one in a filing that we know the funds were received, we know the funds were there, but we couldn't identify the source. And so I excluded those from the calculation, and they would have increased line 27. The third was a computer share account that, again, would have increased the amount, but again, I didn't have the source document to show where it comes from. Those 3 together were approximately $120,000.
You mentioned one of them being P&G Distributions. That was per the estate accounting, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of $102,000.
That's right. That was the first one.
A computer share account that was somewhere around $7,700.
Right. It was not a large amount.
Okay. And then P&G stock that was at in a Wells Fargo account.
A Wells Fargo investment account.
Okay. And that was somewhere around $12,500.
Correct. So combined, the 3 were approximately $120,000.
Okay. And all of these were documented in the documentation that you received from the administrators who were appointed by a civil court to handle Fabio Sementilli's estate.
That's correct, but we did not have documentation from Procter & Gamble to identify where they came from or why they were paid. So I couldn't characterize them, and therefore I excluded them from the analysis.
Now, at the time of his death, the victim in this case, Fabio Sementilli, was also receiving various employee benefits that were subject to vesting. What did you do with that?
So for those benefits, to the extent they vest over time, any amount that is earned after date of separation, which again in this case is the same as the date of death, those amounts would have been his separate property. So the longer period we use for the vesting, the more that is separate property.
Okay.
So what we did is assume the shortest possible vesting period. For example, there's one, it's a small amount, it's $4,000, but we assumed that it was 100% vested, so it was all community property. The larger P&G equity award, we assumed only 3 years, so that it was more community property. So again, it was an assumption that was ultimately gave us a conclusion that was more beneficial, gave more funds to Ms. Sementilli in the divorce scenario, thereby reducing the delta and lowering the amount on line 27. There's still a difference, but it is a lower difference than it could have been had we used a more traditional 4 or 5 year vesting period.
Okay. So you made multiple assumptions in order to make the distinction between what the defendant would receive in a divorce versus upon her husband's death due to his murder to her benefit.
Right, but these are assumptions that have to be made when we're doing the analysis because we don't have perfect information. So it's just in order to have an analysis that is the most conservative, we made the assumptions that benefited Ms. Sementilli.
All right. And when we talk about, you mentioned approximately $4,000, the Cody RSUs, that's what we see on line 12, correct?
That's correct.
So you made the assumption that it would all be community property invested at the time of death.
That's correct.
And in terms of the P&G stock options, that's what we see on line 16, correct?
That's correct.
That came to approximately $935,814.
Yes, that's right.
All right. What about Fabio Sementilli's P&G pension? I see that on line 18.
Okay, so again, this is a benefit that upon death vests immediately and still is paid out over a period of time. Ms. Sementilli is given 3 options on how to get it paid out. Each option gives a different amount in total that she could receive. In order to calculate the amount at line 27, I chose the amount that is the lowest possible amount that she would receive. Therefore, the amount that you see at line 18, the $42,682, is, of the 3 options, the least possible amount that could have been there, which creates the lowest amount that falls to line 27.
Okay. Again, so making the difference between divorce versus death a lower amount.
That's correct.
That was assuming a cash payout.
That's right. It's a lump sum payment.
Okay. Now, were you able to make some determinations, again, from the documentation from the estate on the civil side as to any cash at the date of Fabio Sementilli's death?
Yes. From the bank accounts, we could see that the two accounts, or the total of their personal accounts is on line 2 at $53,563, and the total of the LGI consulting accounts is $9,464. And that totals in column A.
So, for instance, how would that work out in divorce versus death? So we can see how this chart works.
So in column C, you can see, or B and C, in column B, you can see that 50%, and C is 50% of the amounts in column A. Right. And then in column D, you see 100%, and again, 100% of the amount in column A. Because in a divorce situation, it's divided by 2 in California from a community property standpoint.
Cash.
That's correct. And from at the time of his death, there were no designations on the account any other way, and the accounts were joint accounts, except for actually the LGI account was in Miss Sementilli's name. So only. At least from the statements, that's how it appears. So those accounts went 100% to her upon death.
Okay.
And even though the account is only in Miss Sementilli's name, even in divorce, she would still only receive half of it, because unless she could somehow trace it to, trace the funds that were in there to a separate property source, which I assumed could not be done since LGI was not formed before marriage.
Okay. And so the difference there between what she would get on divorce versus death, we can see that it's a difference of $31,513, basically 50%.
That's correct.
If we had the situation that we do have in front of us where the victim's dead, she gets the full amount of $63,000.
If she's not found responsible.
Yes, that was an assumption we already talked about that you made at the beginning.
That's correct. I can no longer see the line items, but I have a copy in my binder. Is it okay if I look at that one?
Sure, I just wanted to put it on the screen to make sure that where you can see that I can back out a little bit. There we go. All right, let's talk about the family residence at 5012 Queen Victoria Road. We see that on lines 5 through 8 on your chart. Can you walk us through that?
Yes. So line 5 is just the title. It's just the address. So
Right.
Line 6 is the total amount, and that's the total amount it was sold for. The line 7 is the mortgage at the time of Fabio's death, and then the net cost of sale. So line 9 is the net proceeds. And in fact, I think actually line 7, I could look at my source document, but line 7 is likely the mortgage at the time of the ultimate sale.
Okay. So the home was sold for $1,350,000. Yes?
Yes.
And they owed a mortgage on the house of $913,300.
That's correct.
Plus, there were costs of the sale, as we talked about previously, of $98,750.
749.
Yes. And so, how does it work? If there were to be a divorce, this would be characterized as community property?
That's right.
And so, therefore, each spouse would get 50%.
That's correct. Typically, one spouse buys out the other. It's very common where one spouse stays and then buys out the other, and the other spouse buys a different residence.
And in this particular case, the defendant already received 50%, correct?
That's my understanding of the sales proceeds.
Okay. However, if she were to be found not guilty, then she'll also wind up getting the other half from Fabio's estate. She'll get the full amount, correct?
That's my understanding.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That's her understanding. No explanation.
So ruled.
So on in death, we're talking about an amount of $337,951.
Correct.
And so the difference between what she would get in divorce versus what she would get if Fabio was dead is approximately $119,600.
That's right.
Right. Now let's look down the column starting on line 10 where it says other assets. Let's look at what you have beneath that. Can you walk us through the first one we see on line 11 is a 401k that was being managed through Charles Schwab as of December 31st of 2018.
Yes. So that was the, as it says, Cody 401k. And the amount was $30,492. In a divorce situation, Ms. Sementilli would have received 50%. That's the $15,246. Because Mr. Sementilli passed away, she will receive or would receive $30,492. So the difference is the 50%, $15,246.
Okay. And let's look at the next line, line 12. He had some Cody restricted stock units.
That's correct. Same situation. This is the $4,000 that we talked about earlier. It's $3,995. We assumed that they were 100% vested at the time of either divorce or death. And so 50% would be received if in a divorce situation, 100% is received upon death.
For, again, a difference between the divorce versus death of $1,998, approximately $2,000, right?
Correct.
A $2,000 benefit by Fabio dying.
Right.
Okay. And then there was a car loan, and I see here you saw that was written off, so that came to a net total of 0 on both sides.
That's right.
Okay. And then there was accrued vacation that was paid out, which we heard about last week, of an amount of $5,689, which appears on line 14 of your chart.
Yes.
How does that work?
So accrued vacation is not a divisible asset in divorce. It's usually used by the party unless there's some extraordinary circumstance. So an amount of 50 hours would not have been divided. But in the event of death, the company paid it out just like they would if he had left the company. So that $5,689 is the difference.
Okay. So that was, again, a benefit to the defendant by the death of her husband of $5,689?
That's right.
All right. Let's move down to line 15. You have P&G profit sharing, PST.
Yes.
Tell us what we see here, please.
Again, that's a profit sharing plan that had $43,677 in it, and half of it would have gone to Ms. Sementilli in a divorce situation, or $21,838, whereas in a death scenario, Ms. Sementilli receives $43,677, for the difference being the other 50% of $21,838.
Okay. And again, this was an amount that, just like the vacation, was paid out and transferred to the defendant in March of 2017. So she benefited by almost $22,000 through the death of her husband on this one.
That's correct.
All right. Let's look at the next one, which looks like it's one of the largest numbers, the P&G stock options, which was valued at $935,814. How does that work?
These are the stock options that we talked about a little bit earlier. So part of this is separate property because after separation, the portion that vests is allocated to Mr. Sementilli in a divorce situation. So we did do that time rule calculation, and $140,102 is carved off completely for Mr. Sementilli. But $795,712 is community property. So 50% of that amount is the $397,856 that Ms. Sementilli would receive in a divorce situation. So it's 50% of the $795. Whereas
because it's half of the community property portion?
One half of the community property portion. Whereas upon death, she not only receives 100% of the community property portion, she also receives the $140,000 of his separate property.
So in other words, by his death, she winds up getting the full $935,814.
That's correct. So this one is actually the biggest delta. So it's $537,958 that is the benefit for the Procter & Gamble stock options.
Okay. And then also we heard last week about a P&G ISOP, the International Stock Ownership Plan that we see on line 17.
Yes.
And tell us about those figures based on the documentation you reviewed from the estate.
This one is one where Mr. Sementilli had done a beneficiary designation when he signed up for the program, and he had designated only 40% to go to Ms. Sementilli. So upon his death, that's the portion that she would receive, whereas in a divorce, she would receive 50%. And so this is one where she actually receives more in a divorce situation than she would in a death situation. So it's a negative of $3,988.
Okay.
So.
And then beneath that, you have the P&G pension plan. And you talked earlier on line 18 about there being different choices, whether she took a lump sum or a monthly amount. What was the documentation with respect to his P&G, Fabio's P&G defined benefit plan? Core pension plan.
The core pension plan, we received documentation from the company that outlined a lump sum payment and then two options for payments over time, beginning at different time periods. So beginning in, I could look at the documents if you'd like, but I think beginning in 10 years and beginning in 20 years and going for a certain number of years into the future. And then depending on if you waited the longest period, you actually got it for a longer period of time or a bigger amount, and so it ends up being a larger dollar figure.
Okay.
But we assumed the one that actually came to the lowest dollar figure, and that's receiving it now, a lump sum cash payment of $42,682, and that is 50% at divorce or 100% upon his death.
Okay. So that's a difference of somewhere around $21,000 to her benefit, using the lower number, the more conservative number, once Fabio died. She gets 100% of it.
That's correct.
All right. And then there's a Wella Canadian pension plan on line 19. Tell us about that.
Yes, that's a very small pension plan, $5,000, and again, 50% if there's a divorce and 100% if Mr. Sementilli dies.
Okay. So the benefit to her, again, is the difference is approximately $2,500.
That's right.
Okay. Then we see that he had 2 accounts through Sun Life Financial, one being a registered retirement savings plan and one being a non-registered. Let's start with the one that's registered on line 20. How does that work?
Again, this is another one that when Mr. Sementilli signed up, he designated the beneficiaries. And so for that one, upon his death, Ms. Sementilli was designated to receive 75% of the funds in that account. So she was to receive $11,700 upon his death, whereas in divorce, she would receive 50%, and that is the $7,800.
This is the one that we talked about earlier where Fabio had designated 75% to his wife and 25% to his son Luigi, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this one is a difference again of $3,900 benefit by his death versus going through a divorce.
That's correct.
All right, let's look at line 20. It looks like line 21, the non-registered retirement savings account through Sun Life. Looks like a very small amount.
Yes, it's a very small amount, $134. And again, it's the 50% versus 100%.
And there was no beneficiary designated, so the full amount would then be payable to the defendant on his death.
That's correct.
All right. So if we look at a total of all of the other assets on line 22, from what is in the estate, $1,135,461,000. 50% of all of that in a divorce would be $499,335.
Just to make sure the record's clear, the first number is $1,135,461.
Yes.
And yes, the portion that is divorce is $499,335.
However, upon his death, the benefit to the defendant is $1,105,895, correct?
Yes.
So when we go over to the difference in the far right column, it benefits her by over $600,000. Is that right?
That's correct. $606,560.
Now let's look at the life insurance proceeds on line 24. Tell us about how this gets handled.
We cannot see that.
Thank you.
The life insurance proceeds are only the life insurance proceeds that are payable to Ms. Sementilli. These don't include the life insurance proceeds that were payable to any other party. And obviously in divorce, none of these are payable to Ms. Sementilli because these are all term life policies. If they had been whole life policies that had cash surrender value, that would not be the case, but they did not have whole life policies.
So therefore, it's zero on in a divorce scenario or the full amount on death.
That's correct. And these, I think, primarily related to employment policies.
So in this case, again, we're only looking at the portion of the life insurance that was designated by the victim for his wife. She gets the full 100% of it, which is $720,067.
That's correct.
So the difference is that amount.
That's right, because there's nothing payable upon divorce.
Right. And then on line 25, you have something called post-death separation compensation. What is that?
The company elected to continue to pay Mr. Sementilli for 6 months after He passed, and so that compensation, this is the net that was received after tax, that amounted to $50,271. But in a divorce situation, that would be his separate property. So none of that would be divided with Miss Sementilli.
So the full, again, just like the life insurance, it's either nothing or the full amount of $50,271.
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the salary amount? Gross?
I would have to look. I have he was receiving, I think, $280,000 is what I was using for other calculations.
Okay. That would be his salary plus some other...
Plus the other compensation.
And again, as you mentioned, this is compensation net, so it's post after taxes are removed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then there was also some debt from the credit cards that we see on line 26.
That's right. The parties had credit card debt. So in a dissolution, Ms. Sementilli would have been responsible for half of it. But when Mr. Sementilli passed, she became responsible for all of it.
Okay. So just as in one of the other situations we talked about, I think it was the closing costs on a sale of the property, the entire debt, you subtracted that from the amount that she stood to gain by her husband's death, correct?
That's correct.
From the total that we see over in column F.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so the total difference between, if we look at line 27, the estate being worth $2,262,915 in a divorce situation, she would be looking to inherit approximately $727,000, correct?
She would receive...
Not inherit. She would get, because he hasn't died in a divorce, correct?
That's correct. That's the amount that we could verify.
Okay. And in death, she stands to inherit, assuming she's not found guilty, $2,233,349.
That's correct.
So the difference, again, between what she stands to inherit versus what she would have gotten under a divorce scenario is approximately $1.5 million.
That's correct.
What would happen in a situation, let's say, if the defendant were to remarry in a divorce? What does that do in terms of support?
If she was...
There's no foundation for that, Your Honor.
There is going to be.
I'm all of it.
Would there be some type of support in a divorce scenario?
There would be child support for the 18 months that the one minor child was not 18 or not in high school, and there could possibly be spousal support, very likely at least temporary spousal support.
Okay. And what happens to any type of spousal support if she were to remarry?
It's terminated by law.
Now, were there other amounts that you did not include in your calculations in Exhibit 126?
Well, we've already talked about the 120,000. I didn't account for legal fees or accounting fees related to a divorce. There would at least be legal fees. I didn't account for child support because even though it's paid, it would be paid to Miss Sementilli, it's for the benefit of the minor child, so I assume that that's where those funds would go. And I did not account for a spousal support amount because it's very speculative, or at least partly speculative, as to how much she would receive.
Okay. Did you see documentation that you received regarding the estate, regarding something called Scissor Boy, or an application that Fabio had created, Scissor Boy?
Yes, and I did not include anything related to that. There was a $25,000 settlement payment that was made to Ms. Sementilli related to that. I didn't include that $25,000 in the analysis because I didn't know if it would have been included in the death scenario, increase the 1.5 million, but I didn't include it because I didn't know if in a divorce scenario there was a community asset that would have been divided. So I just didn't want to include something that could unreasonably change the number upward.
So again, being most conservative and knowing that the defendant got the full 25,000 here, you didn't include it at all. So it's almost like it was a freebie. It wasn't included in your calculations.
Yeah, I assumed it's a wash.
Okay. And when we talked about, when you mentioned spousal support and you said it was speculative, is there a difference between temporary support and permanent support?
There is. Temporary support is the amount that's paid pending the actual dissolution, and it's there's a formula. Child support is always by formula in California. Guideline is what it's called. Temporary spousal support is also by guideline. Typically, it doesn't have to be, but like child support has to be, with few exceptions. Spousal support is typically by guideline as well.
Okay. And in most cases, is it the temporary or the permanent support that tends to be higher, or do they tend to be the same?
Temporary support is almost always higher than permanent support. Permanent support is typically at least 15% lower, sometimes higher. Sometimes it's as much as 30% lower, but it depends on. Permanent support is based on a family code 4320 that outlines 14 different factors that the court considers. So there's much that goes into that analysis, and so that's where I said it was too speculative for me to figure out what the court would have decided the actual permanent support would be.
Okay. What are some of those factors, those 14 factors that the courts consider for permanent support?
Age of the parties, health of the parties, ability to work, lifestyle of the parties, whether one party contributed to the education of the other party, California's public policy to that people become self-supporting. The very last one is anything else that the court wants to consider. Whether there's been domestic abuse. Those are the ones that come to me.
Okay. Also, maybe the length of the union, the marriage?
Yeah, the length of the marriage is also a factor.
So in this case, we know it was almost 20 years.
That's right. And whether the one party was home, needs to be home with the children.
So if the children are now becoming adults, that would be taken into account that she doesn't need to be home anymore. She could get a job.
Correct. Whether or not the children need someone at home is a factor.
Okay. And what about, you talked about the age of the parties. The defendant in this case, as you know from the documentation, was 44 years old at the time her husband died, so that would also tend to indicate she could earn money.
I understand she was 44, and my experience is that the court would have likely ordered a vocational examination. That would be typical in these types of cases.
Okay. To see what type of job she could do.
That's correct.
All right. And can you give us an estimate of what temporary spousal support would have looked like in a divorce scenario, obviously, in 2017?
Temporary support is based on the guideline formula takes into account child support and is essentially 40% of the payor's gross income less 50% of the person receiving its income. And I did sort of run the calculations to, I had to run it to get child support, and the temporary support would be approximately $5,800 a month, and then after tax would be $3,985, or essentially $4,000 a month. And the distinction that has to be made is that this was 2017,
Yeah.
so it was still taxable and deductible at the time. It was prior to the change in the support laws, or change in the tax law. So.
And what about, you mentioned child support that would last for approximately 18 months for the minor child.
The child support was $1,642.
So combined after taxes, what would be the amount for child support and spousal support?
Combined is about.
Your Honor, could I, witness let us know what she's looking at this time?
You can do that across.
Thank you.
Approximately $5,650.
Per month.
That's correct.
What is that? Did you calculate what that would come to annually?
Approximately $125,000.
Okay. After taxes?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you estimate how long support would have continued beyond temporary support? I know you said that part becomes speculative.
Right. So here's this is why it's not included in my analysis, because I calculated rough numbers for child support, but this is very much estimates, because all of this is based on an estimated income analysis. So based on just my experience and Ms. Sementilli's age and the fact that she was doing some consulting and that kind of thing, I assumed that she would work, or that she would receive support for another 3 years. So total of 5 years.
Is that typical, 3 to 5 years?
Objection, no foundation.
So rule.
It's not in a marriage of 20 years, but based on her age and just the way things have been over the last 10 years,
Okay.
I would not be surprised if that was.
I'm going to object, would not be surprised, even though it wasn't a question.
That would be irrelevant.
Would that be typical, as I asked?
I'm not object to typical.
given this estate, not a complex estate, this estate.
Given this estate. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would it be unlikely that she would get lifetime support at age 44?
Objection, no foundation.
Speculation sustained.
So if you included what you were talking about in terms of support, child support and spouse support for a period of 3 to 5 years, did you calculate what that amount would approximately come to?
I did.
And what is that amount?
It's approximately $290,000 for the whole period.
And you made that estimate based on what you, based on your experience, would be likely in this scenario.
Yes, I did.
Okay. The 3 to 5 year period, not a lifetime support.
Based on 2 years of temporary support and 3 years of permanent support.
Okay. And if you included that number in your analysis, would that reduce the difference between death versus divorce of $1.5 million?
It would.
By how much?
$300,000.
So in that case, we're talking about a difference of $1.2 million.
That's correct.
And you also said that you didn't include approximately $100,000 worth of deposits in your analysis, correct? The $120,000 that she got up front?
Correct. That was part of our speculation bucket, I'll call it.
Okay. So that would, if you had included it, that would increase the amount to greater than $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ebersbacher, in looking at the exhibit 126 that is up there, I don't see any column that addresses the issue of alimony or spousal support or child support that you just discussed in the last half hour or so. Is that right?
Right.
Now, your task, your assignment, if you will, from the district attorney was to calculate the difference financially for Mrs. Sementilli of divorce versus death. Is that right?
Right.
And you agree that one of the primary factors or items in a divorce is alimony.
That's right.
Why is it not included in your chart?
Well, as we just talked about, there are a lot of factors that are speculative when you're talking about the length and amount of alimony in a dissolution like the Sementillis. And so I calculated it so that Ms. Sementilli could provide the information to the court during my testimony, but I did not include it in this analysis because just like the other amounts that would increase this number, I didn't want to include amounts that were speculative in any component.
Well, but you just gave a figure of $290,000 as being the figure that she would likely have gotten in alimony over the if she had gotten a divorce. Is that right?
And I think I said repeatedly that I think that there are a lot of speculative components to that, but that is my best estimate based on my experience, but it is not. There are a lot of moving parts and there is speculation in those numbers.
Well, the age of Ms. Sementilli at the time of Mrs. Sementilli at the time of her husband's death was, what was her age?
44.
And what was Fabio Sementilli's age?
I believe he was also 44 or 45.
So I would assume under normal actuaries that they were looking at another 30, 35 years of life, hopefully. Obviously, it didn't occur in this case, but we're talking about divorce. Is that right?
Probably.
And don't you take into account that when you're, how long the wife is going to need alimony to maintain her lifestyle as it was during the marriage?
No.
You don't take that into account in your figure?
No.
So you're saying that in your experience, the amount of time that alimony is paid in a marriage like this would be 3 to 5 years?
Based on all the other factors in this case, yes.
Right. And again, those factors are what?
The fact that Ms. Sementilli was 44 years old, in very good health, was a consultant that we only had.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. Was it?
Ask that the witness be able to finish her answer.
Okay.
That the income that we were attributing to her was likely understated because we had not done a complete analysis, that it was possible, based on other facts in the case, that Ms. Sementilli would get remarried within some period of time. Those are some of the factors.
Well, the idea of getting remarried in a divorce is present in every divorce. Is that correct?
I would say no.
Okay. Why not?
Many of the divorces that I work on are very long-term marriages, and the parties are not interested in getting remarried.
All right, we're talking about the ages that you know that the parties were in this case, correct?
Right.
And they've been married for how long?
Just about 20 years.
And does the length of marriage factor into the issue of alimony?
It does.
And how does it?
In California, after 10 years, there's no more presumptive half-life on spousal support.
What does that mean? In layman terms.
It means that if you're married less than 10 years, the court will presumptively, means you will likely get spousal support for half the length of the marriage. So if you're married 8 years, you will receive spousal support for 4 years.
Okay.
If you're married more than 10 years, then you will likely get support for longer than half the length of the marriage.
All right, so if they were married 20 years, half would be 10, so she'd be getting alimony for more than 10 years, correct? Under that formula.
But it's not a formula.
Well, what is it? Is it what the norm has been in California? Is that a way of putting it? What did you just describe on the 10 years or more than 10 years?
Well, it's a presumption, but we also have Gavron warnings that happen in almost every case now. And the younger the person, the more likely that the support is not going to be certainly it's not going to be lifetime, but the idea that it would even be half the length, I think, is unlikely.
Unlikely. This is all speculation on your part, correct?
Exactly why it's not on that sheet.
Well, but the sheet is designed to document the difference financially between death and divorce, right?
That's correct.
And you're saying basically under a divorce, it's all basically speculative. Isn't that right?
No.
Well, Mr. Sementilli was very successful at his job. You understood that, correct?
I did.
And his salary was increasing, correct?
For the period that we looked at, it was increasing.
And the likelihood would be if he continued working there, it would increase again, correct?
It's possible.
That cost respectfully.
Sustain.
If does alimony at all depend on how much money the individual is making at the time?
It depends on how much money both individuals are making.
Well, how much was Mrs. Sementilli making?
The tax returns were reporting approximately, they reported $30,000 the year net the year before, I think 2015, and then $18,000 in 2016.
And that was due to some consulting, correct?
That's correct, but I emphasize reported.
Okay. So, and his reported income was what for the last year before he died?
All in $286,000.
So if you consider that and the length of the marriage, 20 years, isn't there some formula you can use? Since a lot of what you've said is speculation, is there a formula you could use in trying to figure out what the amount of alimony might be per year?
Yes.
What's that formula?
Well, for temporary support, it's the 40% minus 50%. And then for permanent, it's probably 85%. That's the number I used. It's somewhere between 70 and 85%. But for purposes of the $295,000 or $300,000 rounded calculation that I did, it was, I used 85% of the temporary number as the permanent support number.
But the permanent you calculated for 3 to 5 years, is that right?
I calculated it for 3 years to get a total support period of 5 years.
But you understand that alimony remains as long as the parties are alive and the party who's getting the divorce doesn't remarry. Is that right?
Jeff, those facts not in. Also misstates the testimony.
It's a question. I'm sorry.
That is not my understanding.
All right, so how long does alimony typically last in California?
It varies by facts and circumstances. There is no, I can't possibly answer that.
It can be negotiated, correct?
It can be negotiated.
But if the party who's paying the alimony dies, the alimony stops, is that correct?
Yes.
And if the other party who's receiving the alimony remarries, then the alimony stops, is that correct?
That's correct.
But if those two things don't happen, that is, Ms. Sementilli lives for a normal lifetime and Mrs. Sementilli doesn't remarry, alimony could last 10, 20, 30 years, isn't that right?
In this case?
Well, can you tell us in this case, if they had gotten a divorce and he had continued to, his salary increased and she didn't remarry and he stayed alive, can you tell us how much alimony she'd likely receive over the lifetime of the alimony?
I can only tell you that if it lasted 10 years, I would be shocked.
You'd be shocked if there was 10 years of alimony.
Based on the facts and circumstances of this case, but again, that's my speculation based only on my experience.
And if it lasted 10 years, at the figures you're talking about, what would be the total amount of alimony that she would receive?
There would be the $300,000 plus another $275,000.
So you're talking about $600,000.
$600,000 total.
Which would be added on your chart to the divorce column versus the death column, correct?
It would be, well, just to make it easy, it'd be 1.5 minus 600. So the benefit of Mr. Sementilli dying versus divorce would only be $900,000.
So if you took $900,000 from the $1,500,000 that you had here as the difference, that would be reduced to about $600,000, correct?
No, you're doing it backwards. I just did the math for you.
Okay.
The $1,500,000 minus the $300,000 we already calculated, minus another 275,000, so let's just call it 600 to make it easy. That would be 900,000. So the benefit to Miss Sementilli for Mr. Sementilli dying versus the divorce would be approximately, it's $925,000.
Again, based on your calculations involving how much she would receive in alimony.
That's 10 years of alimony.
Okay. And again, none of that, you didn't include any of that in your chart because it was too speculative. Is that right?
Well, those are based, 10 years is, I would say aggressive, but in Ms. Sementilli's favor. So to the extent it's speculative, it is very much very conservative in terms of what would be helpful to Ms. Sementilli.
Did you talk to, you said you talked to Jason Rubin in this case as part of your investigation?
That's correct.
And remind us who Jason Rubin is?
He is the court-appointed trust accountant or trustee.
And because of the death of Mr. Sementilli and the manner of his death, that he was murdered, there was a court-appointed trustee to handle all of the assets of the estate. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Counsel, let me interrupt you. I need to give the jury and the staff a break, but since we started so late, let's try to limit the break to 10 minutes. The evidence implies, see you back here in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, so while they go to their 10-minute break, we can go through what has been discussed already. I'm not sure of this woman's name, this witness, because she came on after, so I have no idea what her name is, but once I do find out, I'll post it. But she basically is giving the divorce versus death benefit estimate. So she talked about cash, the mortgage, the stocks, 401k, the bank accounts. And the sum total, let's see, the total death benefit greater than divorce benefit was 1.5, so 1,506,081. And then they were talking about child and spousal support. She was scheduled to get $56.50, so $5,650 a month, which came to $125,000 per year after taxes. So that's what that is what we were looking at there. Yeah, they were going through the mortgage. They talked about all of his assets with Coty, which was the 401k, the vacation, accrued time, their personal accounts. So they were comparing the estate versus divorce, and then death versus, well, I guess it was, yeah, basically they were just comparing how much money she would have gotten if she, offed Fabio versus how much money she would have gotten if she just divorced him. And so far, deleting him was 1.5 million. Now, some people were questioning, like, how much did she get? She definitely got his salary. She was, so January, and it ended in July, right? That's this. Well, she got arrested in July, I believe, right? Wasn't it July? I'm sorry, June 14th. So she had bought a new car. So she was making, he was making 220,000. So presumably she made about $100,000 in those 6 months. So what was she spending it on? We know she went to Las Vegas. We know she went to Myrtle Beach. We know she bought a new Mustang. She was going out a lot. Her and Baker were going out a lot. She was probably paying for their drinks, that kind of stuff. Let's see what else. Kerviel, guessing he needs to use the loo or saw a juror dozing off. It is pretty dry stuff, for sure. It is definitely dry stuff. Especially now with cross coming in. I don't even have any notes for the cross, to be quite honest. Because, he's talking about, what if she got remarried? I don't know. Julie, and yet she was worried about how she was going to take care of her children. Yeah. She was still making some good money. Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure he was making 225. I'm sorry, 220, I think. He was making 220. So 220,000 divided by 2, because for 6 months, so it's 110,000 divided by 6 months. She was getting 18,000 a month divided by 4 weeks. She was getting $4,500 a week, roughly. And this was before taxes, but she was scheduled. That was all after taxes. Which if she had gotten divorced, she would have made $125,000 after taxes. $5,650 a month. She would have been getting after taxes. And as it was, she was getting $4,800 just from his salary alone. So, nothing to shake a stick at. Absolutely nothing to shake a stick at. Widespread panic. My sweet girl just brought me a soda home without me asking. Aw. I know, Dreamer Landry. Putting me to sleep. It's very dry. I mean, then compared to Megan Boswell, where there's a lot of juicy testimony, this is just slogging through these numbers. I think what it's going to pick up is when when we have Austin testify. I think that's going to be interesting. Yeah, Shirley, $5,000 a month, nothing to shake a stick at, as therapist said. So yeah, I just basically summarized her hour-long testimony. Hour and a half long testimony. Nope, hour long. They've only been at it for an hour. Well, an hour for us. Yeah, I think it'll get interesting once Austin testifies. I think that's what I'm looking forward to. Therapist, the prosecutor's opening sure did foreshadow what was to come. I know. Dreamer Landry, I am ready for some spice. I am too. Well, we're going to, let's see. We're going to pick up, so we're going to show them tomorrow, and then they're off. They're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So we're going to jump over to that rose petal trial, which I think is going to be pretty interesting. Concert pianist, a vet that gets, or somebody who works in a veterinarian's office. And then she's married, she's hooked up with 2 older guys. That's going to be pretty interesting. Ken Rosenberg, hope y'all have your notebooks out because we're having a family law quiz after cross. Curvio, pretty sure the lady on the stand is Marie Ebensbacher. Okay, cool. Let me look her up. If that is who... Let's look her up. Oh, come on here, you. Let us look her up. That is her. God, she looks like Brandy. In some photos, she looks like Brandy. Good one. Good one. And thank you for that, Curvio. Awesome. So I will update that. Oh, come on here. Senior manager, CBiz. Okay. Yes, thank you for that. That helps. Now that she's probably almost done. Right? Now let's see. Yeah, that definitely looks like her. We'll go with that. State witness. State witness 18. Marie Ebersbacher. Ebersbacher? Ebersbacher. We'll go with that. Marie Ebersbacher. Love that last name. Ebersbacher. Okay, Ebersbacher. Forensic consulting. I think OnlyFan, you said she's like some kind of forensic accounting. So you got that part right. So we'll say forensic accounting. Yep. All right. Therapist, you know, oh, and paralysis. Ken, widespread panic. Crap, I didn't take notes. Therapist, you know, laryngitis and paralysis. Father, you've had it on mute. You're screwed. Ken says, we all pass because he doesn't know a thing about family law. Oh, Father, what about Boswell? No, we'll still do Boswell, I think, right? Well, we're so far behind with her. That's the thing. We're so far behind. I want to be watching a trial that's fresh. You know, I don't know. We'll figure that out. I still want to cover Megan for sure. Donna says, has Austin been convicted? Yes, and his sentencing is yet to come because let's see, a third defendant, Christopher Austin, 39, was arrested late last year and pled guilty earlier this month to second degree. Austin agreed to testify in exchange for a 16-year to life state prison term. So depending on, his sentencing is yet to come. So depending on, he has to testify in this trial, and then how he testifies, then they're going to go ahead and sentence him. Oh, day 4 is half dead air. So Saturday was half day air. I didn't know that. Well, tomorrow we're going to pick up. Tomorrow morning we're going to do day 4. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see, Fala. We'll see where it all stands. I know I don't like to stop a trial midway through, but we're so far behind, and I really wanted to do both. I want to do Megan and I want to do the rose petal. You are welcome, Donna. Just shows to go, yeah. Bring Austin. The little scanny window. Oh, you didn't follow. Says, I didn't watch, just looked at the window to see. The little scanny window. And Ola says, Donna, he will be convicted after this trial, I think. That is true. Irish Amy says, imagine if after Austin testifies, they still give him life. Well, that would stink. I don't think they will, though. I think that's the whole point. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I just yawned in your face. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I guess that's the whole point of he's struck a deal, and I guess the state can still do whatever they can do. Nothing is written in stone, I suppose. Frames are pretty good. Yeah, we seem to be doing okay with the old Comcast. Oh, sorry. If I'm not making sense, lots going on at work and in my brain. Yeah, no worries. Not sure why that's happening, but okay. Donna says, do you know how many witnesses the state has scheduled? I do not, because I didn't see any of the pre-trial. So right now we're on 18. I keep saying, I mean, I can't imagine many more, Donna. I mean, we definitely got to hear from Austin. They promised us Austin. We haven't heard from the medical examiner yet. So those two have to still to come. Yeah, everybody seems to be in good shape with the feed, so we're not going to jinx it, but we're thinking we're
Well, Council President, jury, and Officer President, Ms. Eppersbacher, you are still under oath, and you may continue to cross.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Eppersbacher, are you a licensed attorney?
I'm not.
I'm sorry?
I am not.
So you don't practice divorce law, community property law as part of your profession?
I do not.
So how many cases, family law cases, have you been involved in when your job was to calculate figures like you have today, alimony and so forth?
It has to be more than. If it's not 1,000, I'd be really surprised.
And in those cases, all of the parties were represented by counsel, correct?
Almost all of them.
And if there's litigation, you don't do the litigation. The attorney for the divorce or parties getting divorced would handle the litigation, correct?
Argument, yes.
Okay. And all of the factors that you've talked about here would be part of every divorce case if it's litigated and not settled, correct?
The 4320 factors?
Yes.
Yes.
And those factors would be considered if the case settled, which is the primary goal initially in a divorce case. Is that right?
Yes, that's always the goal.
Now, in terms of guidelines, doesn't LA County have its own guidelines regarding divorce and figures and calculations that you've gone through?
No.
You're not aware of any guidelines that LA County has that would be specific to LA County as opposed to some other county in the state?
Are you talking about for child and spousal support amounts?
Yes.
Well, LA County uses Santa Clara County.
Okay, and you've used those calculations as well?
Right, that's the 40-50 calculation, 40% minus 50% calculation that I was talking about for temporary spousal support, and a much more complicated one for child support, and we use computer programs to do those.
And is it true that for a time period there was no taxes on alimony?
Up until 2018, the end of 2017, there was no tax on federal or state alimony. And,
So, I'm sorry.
And then,
I'm sorry, she is.
and then, as of 2018, there is no more. Now it's non-deductible, non-taxable for federal purposes, but still taxable, deductible for California purposes. Just spousal support.
So at the time of Mr. Sementilli's death in January of 2017, child support was, alimony was not taxable. Is that correct?
In 2017, it was taxable, deductible.
Okay. So deductible from your tax returns,
That's correct.
which would increase the amount that you would keep yourself, obviously.
Right. When it's taxable deductible, there's an amount that benefits both parties, actually.
And isn't there a presumption in California or a guideline where if you have been married more than 10 years, your marriage is considered to be a lengthy marriage?
They refer to it as a long-term marriage.
And this marriage was 20 years, correct?
That's correct, about 20 years.
So that would be a factor as well in determining how long the alimony would be and what the amount would be, correct?
Not the amount, well, maybe a little bit to the amount, but the length, yes,
The longer the marriage, the longer the alimony. Is that a fair statement?
it's one of the factors.
Did you consider the 20-year factor here when you talked about spousal support for 3 to 5 years, I believe?
I did.
And you thought that was correct for a 20-year marriage, that 3 to 5 years was the appropriate time to use in figuring out what the benefit of divorce would be for Mrs. Sementilli?
Based on all the factors together, I used 5 total years.
Okay. Now, what about the lifestyle? You mentioned lifestyle. What about the lifestyle of the parties? Does that at all affect, or is that considered in determining the amount of alimony?
It is.
And can you explain briefly how that works?
Typically, we refer to it as the marital standard of living. And if the parties had a very nice lifestyle, and we try to calculate some kind of rough number that or really exact number that represents that lifestyle. And then if one party or the payor, someone paying the support to the other, happens to be able to support both households at that amount, they pay up to that amount. Essentially, it creates a little bit of a ceiling so that if by chance they made some extraordinary amount, they would only pay up to that marital standard of living. In most divorces, the parties can't afford to pay both 2 lifestyles when they separate into 2 homes. But it is a factor if it can be done.
Did you consider that factor at all in this case involving Mr. Sementilli and Mrs. Sementilli?
I did.
And how did you factor that in, if you can tell us?
Well, I considered the fact that I did look at their lifestyle. I understood that Ms. Sementilli was not employed. She wasn't working a full-time job outside the home. I understood that she had a personal trainer, that she was going to this, she had a club membership, that it seemed like she had a very nice lifestyle. So I looked at whether it was appropriate to do a marital standard of living analysis. In other words, look at the total amount that would include their savings, spending, compensation, essentially try to understand their lifestyle. But the amount that came up as support was not high enough that it seemed like it was going to meet the marital standard of living. So,
what about vacations, clothes, cars? Is that included in lifestyle?
Well, it is included in lifestyle, but typically a long-term marriage includes not just what you're spending, which is the vacations, the cars, all those things, but it's everything you save and it's everything you invest, right? So what we do is we look at the total of your tax returns, net of your taxes, and that's your pot of money, right? That's everything you have to spend, and you divide that by 2. So that captures everything. These parties also had credit card debt. Credit card debt, typically courts don't like to say, we're going to also include credit card debt in your marital standard of living. So again, we're back to tax returns. And
so did you consider, did you make any adjustments in your figures that you've talked about today for the lifestyle of the Sementillis in their 20-year marriage?
No, because income has to be the cap, right? You can't ask one party to live in poverty so that the other person can have their full marital standard of living.
Now, what about increases in salary? What if Mr. Sementilli's salary kept increasing year by year from over $200,000? Did you say it was at the time that you of his death? Is that right?
I object, this is cumulative.
I'll allow this part.
That's a total compensation package.
Right. And did you consider how much the alimony might be if his salary continued to increase?
I did not,
Why not?
because I also did not consider what the offset would be if Monica became fully employed.
I see. So her employment, if she became fully employed, which she wasn't, might offset the increase in salary that Mr. Sementilli might obtain through the years beyond the years we're talking about, which is when he was 55. Is that right? In other words, he had many more years, hopefully, of work at the company, and his salary was increasing each year. Did you consider any of that?
Question asked and answered.
Same.
All right. If you would look at, you've got the chart in front of you, Exhibit 120, 126. Thank you. One of the largest figures on that chart appears to be the P&G stock options on line 16, I believe it is. Is that right?
That's right.
And you've got a figure there of $935,000, right?
That's right.
And if in divorce, they would split that up about 50-50, is that right?
They would split up the community property portion 50-50.
Okay, but upon his death without a will, she would get all of it, $935,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, was your calculation, divorce versus death, designed to determine the financial realities that were in place at the time that Mr. Sementilli was murdered?
Yes, it assumes the murder or the death, and then the date of separation is, we assumed, was the same date for purposes of the divorce calculation.
Okay, so you were trying to figure out, was he worth more dead than alive, to put it bluntly. Is that correct?
I was trying to figure out if he was worth more dead than alive to Monica.
On the date of his death, correct?
Not necessarily, because in California we value assets as of the date of trial. So to the extent that assets were increasing or changing value, like the house, for example, or the stock or 401k, as those things are changing in value, and once they are actually divided or sold or whatnot, when that happens, then that value is used.
And that's the divorce scenario you're talking about.
Well, divorce,
Right?
or in some cases, if at death it wasn't sold or provided until after the fact.
Okay, but in divorce, as the value of the home increases, that's considered by the court. The value of stock, his salary, all that could play out during divorce proceedings, correct?
No, well, you're including salary and other things. So salary, no. After separation, your salary is yours. Stock that is vesting is separate property. When I say yours, that's separate property. Stock options that you earn are yours. Stock options that you own, or an investment account that you own, or an asset that you own that is increasing in value that you have nothing to do with, right? You're not doing anything to increase that value. That remains community property, and that is divided at whatever time the dissolution actually occurs. So it could be, for example, I used 2 years for temporary support. It could be 2 years later.
But I'm talking about in this case where Mr. Sementilli was murdered, and he died in 2017, January 23rd. All right, you figured the value of, under the death calculation, the value of those assets that are up on the board. That's Exhibit 126 at the time of his death. Correct?
They're not necessarily at the time of his death, just like the date of separation values are not necessarily on that date.
Well, when you say separation, this isn't the case, obviously, where husband and wife separate and then they decide whether they're going to stay together and so forth and so on and whatever the rules are for that. This is a case where Mrs. Sementilli died, correct? He was murdered.
That's correct.
All right. So on that date, your determination was what was he worth to Mrs. Sementilli on the date of his death versus had they gotten a divorce. Is that a fair statement?
That's not correct.
Why not?
Because this is, my first assumption is that the date of the murder is also the date of separation. The date of separation is the date at which we start dividing. So that's the date when his salary started to become his own. So he received salary for 6 months after that. He receives vesting of his stock. For example, line 16, where you're talking about the largest item, $140,000 of vesting occurred and became his separate property under the divorce scenario because the date of separation is back in January of 2017, but our value and our division that we're doing is after that. So the date of separation is not the date of, let's say, trial. It's not the date that we're actually dividing things.
Okay, but the date of death, assuming that Mrs. Sementilli was not found responsible for this, she would be able to cash in on those stock options on that date, exercise them if she wanted to, correct?
No, she couldn't, because the company's not going to walk in that day with a check. All of these things take time.
Okay, so can you explain what a stock option is then?
A stock option is an equity award.
Okay.
Typically, companies will tell you, I'm going to give you, make it easy, 100 shares of stock in the company you work for, and I'm going to give it to you at $10 a share, but you don't have to pay for it now. And then it's going to vest over, let's say, 4 years. So in a year, the stock is actually at $15. It's good stock. So you're able to buy that stock for the $15, but really you're only paying the $10, but it's within that price, right? So you get $5. You're basically getting the benefit of the $5 per share.
So if the stock goes up, then you make money. If the stock goes down, you would not make any money.
Right. It would be worthless.
Worthless.
But
since they gave it to you, you wouldn't lose anything.
Again, Your Honor, could you just finish her answer?
Did you finish?
there are also equity-aligned cash bonus plans where a company will just issue what they call phantom stock, and they just issue you X number of shares. They're not really shares. They essentially, you receive, those are grants. They just issue you either the actual shares or just an amount that aligns with shares, and you get that value vested over a certain number of years.
All right. What was it in this case?
Stock options.
Okay. So, do you know when the options on line 16 that we're talking about were given to Mr. Sementilli?
I'd have to look at the supporting documents for the date.
Could you do that?
There were 3 tranches issued to Mr. Sementilli in February of 2014, 15, and 16.
Okay, and how long did he have to wait, assuming he wanted to exercise those options? How long would he have to wait before they vested? In other words, assuming the stock went up and he wanted to cash in 2-3 years later, could he do that?
We used a 3-year period, the minimum.
Okay. So in this case, the options that were issued in 2014 would have vested by that calculation in 2017. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in 2017, at the time of his death, those options could have been cashed in, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what the value of those options were? That is what he would have made, what profit he would have made on those options had they been cashed in as of January 2017?
I don't know if we did that calculation.
That would be based on what the stock was on that date, correct?
That's correct.
And the same with the other 2 options that were received in 2015 and 16.
The portion that vested.
The portion that vested. Some of those 2 would vest as well, would have vested by 2017. Is that right?
The portion that was issued and had vested.
Okay. So, assuming upon his death in January or February, March, April, May, into June, if Mrs. Sementilli wanted to cash in those options, she could have done so, correct? At least some of them?
Assuming she could have gotten access to them at that point.
Well, how do you get access to options that have been provided to you by the company you work for?
In the death scenario, I suppose.
No, assuming Mr. Sementilli lived, at some point, was he not informed that he was being provided options of stock in Procter & Gamble?
If you're talking about a divorce scenario, he couldn't act.
I'm not talking about divorce scenario. I'm talking about when the options were issued. You said 2014, 15, and 16. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sementilli was alive during those years, correct?
Are you saying Mr. Sementilli?
Mr. Yes.
So you talk about what Mr. Sementilli would receive?
Yes.
All right.
I'll start with that. Mr. Sementilli would have been informed that he was being given options in 2014, 15, and 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And assuming Mrs. Sementilli knew about those options, upon his death or within the next few months, she could have cashed in some or all of those options, correct?
I'm going to check that with Papa speculation.
If she could access them from the company, I assume she could have.
Okay, and one way of accessing them would have been if the company had informed her, sat down with her, and told her these are all the financial realities of your husband at the time of his death. This is his pension plan, these are the options, this is vacation accrued, so forth. Assuming they provided her with all that information, they could have provided her with knowledge of the options as well, correct? This was now her separate property, right?
I have no idea what the company's obligations were.
Okay, but this became her property according to your calculation under the category of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you put a figure up there of $935,814, correct?
That's correct.
So if Mrs. Sementilli, upon the death of her husband, had cashed into those options because she was aware of them, she would have gotten $935,000 all to herself because There was no will? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Well, do you know the price of Procter & Gamble at the time of January 20th, 2017?
Not off the top of my head.
How did you get to this figure of $935,000?
That is the value as of February 2024.
Okay, and how would you calculate the value as of February 2024? How'd you get to that figure?
The number of shares times the share price.
The share price in 2024.
That's correct.
But do you know the share price in 2017 at the time of Mr. Sementilli's death?
I do not.
Well, wouldn't that be the amount of money that Mrs. Sementilli received at the time of his death if she received those options, whatever the value of the stock was at that time?
The calculation, I understand what you're asking. The amount that she would have, I did not calculate that.
But that is the amount, whatever that amount is the amount that she could have obtained from those options had she exercised them at the time of his death or within a few months of that.
I don't know what the company's obligations were, but I did not calculate that amount.
You don't know that the company's obligations were to pay the amount due of when someone exercised those options based on the price of the stock at the time the option was exercised?
Well, that assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
So, again, when you decided to decide or when you made your calculations on the death versus divorce chart and valued those options, you valued them at the amount of the stock, Procter & Gamble, at the time you valued them in 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was that the time that the estate, which was one of the trustees was Mr. Rubin, is that the time that the estate exercised the options, if you know?
Yes, I believe so.
So they exercised them in 2024, right?
Yes.
And that's where you got that figure of $935,000. Is that right?
Yes.
What if I told you that the value of those options on January 20th, 2017 was $74,730? Would that sound right to you?
I do not know.
But again, that's an easy calculation by multiplying the number of shares that you were given times the price of the stock, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because, again, it assumes facts, not an evidence, based on the fact that the shares were exercised in February 2024.
Well, apparently what everybody is missing, what they wouldn't have stated, and this is on way of sustaining your objection, is we don't know when any option vested at any particular time, and that's why the objection is sustained.
Do you know when the options vested? That is the first time. Vested means the first time you could exercise them, correct?
That's correct. And we assumed that they vested over 3 years. And at the point where Mr. Sementilli passed, they are assumed to vest no matter what. In other words, he can't be fired and he can't quit. So it's only the passage of time that allows them to vest. So 100% of the options will vest. It just will require time.
And would they have vested as of the time of his death? Is that what you're saying?
No, but they will vest. So they have value over the vesting period.
And do you know, you don't know what that exact period was when they vested?
I assumed it was 3 years, which is the shortest possible vesting period.
So some of the shares would have vested by 2017, is that correct?
I'm going to object. Cumulative.
This is not a rule.
According to your formula, some of the shares would have vested by 2017, the ones that were issued in 2014, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know for sure when any of these shares were able to be exercised by Mr. Sementilli or Mrs. Sementilli after his death.
I said I've used a 3-year estimate.
But again, the figure you used on your calculations was not until the estate exercised the options in 2024. Is that right?
And that is cumulative. And with that, we're going to take our lunch and recess. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admonition applies. Not discuss this case either among yourselves or if anyone else in form expressing any opinions of the cause can I submit it to you. Have a good lunch.
All right, and off to lunch they go. It's really funny because I was just talking to Aaron. I'm like, I bet you they're going to go to lunch soon. Aaron said it could be worse. We could be listening to Mr. Victor or John Pryor, who was Chad Daybell's defense attorney. Lunch squeegee. Yes, I am scrambling back. All right, Drunky the Bear, you need a recap. All right, we'll do a recap. Yes, widespread panic. Oh, praise God, that judge gave a pause to this line of questioning. 3 hours, 5 breaks, and lunch already. Yep. Dream Landry, Super Bowl, what do you think about this? She was upstairs because Comcast was here. So she's now downstairs, but she was under the covers in our bed. All right, Drunky the Bear. We have heard from, thank you to Curville finding out, Marie Ebersbachen, Senior Manager Director of CBiz, Forensic Consulting Services. So, in a nutshell, she has reviewed and analyzed the difference of how much it would have cost Monica to delete Fabio versus divorcing him. And at the end of the day, she would have gotten $290,000. Actually, I'm sorry, $125,000 a year in child and spousal support after taxes. She would have gotten $290,000 for 3 to 5 years of support. So the total death benefit greater than the divorce benefit. So to delete Fabio would have been $1.5 million difference. So, but my question is, I have many questions, but one of the questions I have, is that one of the questions I have is that how would Monica know, how much she was going to get if she divorced Fabio? So that's when I don't. I mean, this is an interesting exercise that they're doing, but did Monica really know? Oh, I was going to get, if I have Fabio, deleted, I'm going to make $1.5 million more than if I divorced him. I mean, granted, it's a lot faster. A lot of you guys are talking divorce drags out. It takes time. It could take years and years and years. I get that as well. So she could literally be living on nothing for a year, 2, 3, 4 years, however long it takes for them to get divorced. Just goes to show, surely she would get more if he was unalived. Yes, that's what they're showing. Just shows to go, you had $925,000 difference between divorce. I had $1.5 million. Total death benefit greater than. I thought that's what that was that one thing that they showed at the end. Let me pull it up. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, did I delete it? Doggone it. Shoot, I deleted it. All right, let's pull this up. Where is it? course, I'm not going to be able to take a screenshot of that. Oh, doggone it. Maybe I was reading it, I was just reading the very last line that she had of her analysis. Okay, this. Benefits. Let's do that. All right, where is it? All right, what do you guys, so this is what I was going off of. Total death benefit greater than divorce benefit. So that was like the sum total of everything. So that's what I was going off of. What do you guys think? Was I reading that chart properly? Because that was at the very bottom. Widespread panic. I don't think she thought about which was better for her bottom line. I think she just made the assumption that she'd get it all if he died versus half in a divorce. Yeah, that makes sense. Dream Landry, I just want them to move on to something interesting. I know. Shirley Roth, possibly Fabio trusted her and showed her all the stuff he had. Yes, he did. She says no. She said she didn't know he had life insurance, and yet there was 2 emails of him saying this is what my life insurance is. She's claiming that she never saw, she had no idea he had life insurance, or if he did, you know, what it was. But there were 2 emails that showed that Fabio sent to Monica saying, here's what I've elected, right? These are the benefits that I've selected, elected, whatever, however you want to say it. Drunky the Bear, I don't think she wanted to lose all of his family and have everyone hate her. Sure. Which is interesting because she doesn't talk to his side of the family. Dream Landry, I think she just wanted to be footloose and fancy free. Absolutely. Just shows to go ya. She's playing dumb. Irish Amy, really support you taking notes through this tedious testimony. Oh, you're welcome. My notes are, it's really funny. Some testimony, I've got like everything that's said is noteworthy. This, I've got like 6 lines of notes. pretty meager because they keep saying the same thing. You know, they're basically just saying the same thing over and over and over again. Irish Amy, that's the kind of maths I can understand. They need you to take the stand. What did you say? Oh, OnlyFan. That was his sentence. She's just a swinger. Shirley Roth, he loved and trusted her, told her everything. He did, as would any spouse to the other spouse. Hey, honey, here's what I elected. Guess what? You're the beneficiary. Guess what? I set aside this, and that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Irish Amy, I do not blame you. It's so repetitive. Oh, I know. I'm going to go outside and walk around a little bit. What did he say? They're coming back in an hour? Is that what he said? See you back in an hour? Did anybody hear when they're coming back? I was in the other room. I was trying to coax Super Ball down. Okay, what did he say? Lunch. Discuss this case. Anyone else? Former opinions. How long are they going to be gone for? Lunch. Judge says we're going to take our lunch. 1:30. All right. So it's 4:30 our time. Irish Amy says, OnlyFans said half is not all. Yeah, that's true. Fala, just write money. Just write money and then underneath. Shirley Roth, I feel sad for him and his family. Oh, I know. It's terrible. Recess, thank you, Kerrville, till 1:30. Mel Burns says, yep, 1:30. That's 1:30 Pacific, so it'll be 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Dream of Landry, yep, 3:30 Central. So we basically have an hour. We got an hour off. Okay. All right, guys, I am going to take a little break myself. I'm going to play some music for you guys, but I'm going to take the time off as well, walk around a little bit, and oh, Drunky the Bear, if anyone here ever has any questions about what the California women's prisons are like, I have been in both of them extensively, sorry, not as an inmate or guard. All right, yeah, that'll be interesting. Father says, all right, I got to go watch Kiddo Cheer. Time to go make me self-presentable to public. All right. Oh, all right, Father. Have a good time. Have a good evening. We will see you tomorrow. Have fun. Thank you for joining us as always, Father. You are the best. All right, guys. I'm going to leave you with some music, and we will see you in an hour. Let me play some music here. Play a little music for you. Okay, see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? I'm testing out something new as far as the audio is concerned, so let me know what you guys think of that. We can take this thumbnail off while we wait. Let me know how that audio sounds out there, guys. I like this. That was good, OnlyFan. You can almost call her Monica. That's a good one. Missy Russell asks, how did it go this morning? Or how did this morning go? To which Julie says, oh, is that too loud? Too loud? We're testing out some new audio, so let me know what you guys think. Julie says, yeah, nothing meaty or spicy. Audio is good. All right, audio is good. Sounds good. Much louder for me, which is good. Okay, good. Yeah. Feel free to adjust your personal volume. All right, so I turned the gain up a little bit, and I also fiddled with a setting on the actual mic. So slightly hot, so turn it down a hair. All right, let me try that. Let me turn my gain down a hair. I'll go back to where I was. All right. Yes, I do. All right, how about that? Not too loud for you. All right, not too loud. Well, we don't want to have it clipping, meaning we don't want to have it, distorted. It's still a little hot. All right. Let me turn this down a bit. All right, let's try that. All right, I turned it down a little bit, and I see my levels are doing pretty good. If I talk normal like this, I think I should be all right. Julie, turn it down, silly. Okay. Julie says, changing my earbuds so my neighbors will not be happy for a bit. Just so, it sounds okay now. Okay, cool. Yep, looks good. Just so's to go. Yeah. Poll, how late will court be? All right. Everybody cool with that audio? I think I'm looking pretty good. My levels are right where they need to be. Okay, sounds good. Looks good. Cool. All right, we got 25 people watching. Coming back in. Getting ready for continuing cross of Miss Ebersbacher. I like just saying her name, Ebersbacher. I hope I got that right. Marie Ebersbacher. We'll go with Ebersbacher. All right, cross. Cross continues. We continue on with cross once they come back. Okay. How was everybody's lunch? How was lunch? Lunch? Got that. I actually laid out in the sun for a little bit. I got myself some vitamin D. It's really, really nice, you guys. I don't want to like rub it in for those that are not happy with the weather, but right now it's 77 degrees.
Hello, this is Comcast Xfinity. Your 50% discount on your monthly bill is set to be discontinued today, and your next bill will reflect the full price. Call back at the number displayed on your caller ID now to prevent...
That's always sus. All right, so basically what we've heard so far from Marie is she's the senior managing director at CBIZ, Forensic Consulting Services, and she has been analyzing divorce versus deletion benefit estimate. And what all that means is they were comparing what it would cost Monica to divorce Fabio versus what it would cost Monica to have him deleted. Hello, this is, yes. Oh, it's 74, 77. Nice, Julie. Yeah, Comcast Infinity called and says that I'm going to get 50% off, but I don't think that's true. I think that's spam. It even came across as potential spam. I shall delete it. It's always sus. Right? That's sus. Okay. Enough of that nonsense. Phil says, I'm so over spring, bring on summer. It's 40 degrees where you are, therapist. Chilly. Minus 10 to 12 just shows to go ya. Yeah. Those are some wicked temps. I never understood the whole concept of Groundhog Day. They wake this poor rodent up out of a sound sleep. I know I wouldn't be happy if I got woken up like that. Oh, I get you now. It was minus 10, now it's 12. That's a pretty big swing, 22 degrees. That's definitely a big swing. Therapist, you know you love the cold. I like the fact that we now have seasons where we've moved to. It's great. I mean, such as it is, seasons for where we are. Oh, now it's 3 degrees? Or 3? What's the 3 for? Widespread panic? 3 degrees where you are? Is it that cold? 40 is pretty chilly for you guys, right? I mean, that's kind of chilly, I would think. Just shows to go, yeah, we do keep better in the cold. All right, seems like Super Bowl is not going to be joining me down here, so I can actually close this. Okay, there. Okay, let me close that up. That's a little bit better. That was not better though. Here, I can open that up. Let's see. Trying to sort out my. Okay, how's that? That's not too bad. I could even move this over. Okay. All right. Don't wake the Kraken. She was afraid of Comcast. She came down for some food. We gave her some lunch. She was afraid of the tech guy. Poor little Super Bowl. Oh, Zippers. Yeah, that's right. We were talking about nicknames. Her nickname is Zippers, or Zips, because she zips around. Just so's to go ya. I can't do heat. Becomes an ugly mess. I know, Irish Amy. She was, poor Super Bowl. She was not happy. Well, when people come over, she's not happy. So she went underneath our covers in our bed. But she came down for some lunch. She just had some lunch, an hour ago or so when we broke. We gave her a little bit of lunch, which she ate. Dippity Bix, the dippity box, pants, zips, zippity bips. These are all silly names that we have for our kitty. Yeah, she sometimes you just look at her and she like freaks out. She's just one of those cats. Literally the scaredy cat came from her. Therapist, Miss Antisocial. She really is. Yet she loves us, but when anybody ever comes over, a worker, whatever, she's not happy. That's why whenever we have visitors, which we've had a few times, I've had some of my family come, and she is not happy. Dippity Bix, yes, Dippity Bix. Irish Amy, such cute nicknames. Yeah, they just kind of name themselves, based on their personalities. It is cute. We did the same with dogs. We had like 20 nicknames for our dogs. Iggy and Sagan. We had so many nicknames for them. Julie, she's a princess, sleeps till 1, comes home at 4 a.m. Yep. Hey, Hellcat. How are you? I thought you were here earlier, right? But you're back, I guess. Cool. Just shows Dagoya, worker, gardener, pool boy. All right. Aaron says it took her a month to name Iggy. Widespread panic. Simba is symbolicious. That's a good one. Therapist, pickle equals fat dog. Widespread panic. Cocoa is Cocoa Puffs. That's a good one. Therapist, fatso. Pepper is peppermint stick boy. Is symbolicious. Dream of Landry, it's 70 degrees. That's nice. And the Big Easy. Let's see. Widespread panic is cat nicknames. Hellcat says briefly. All right, you were briefly here and now you're back. Widespread panic, Mr. is Twisted Mister. Those are all good ones. Julie says, my Russian blue Burmese was named Troubles. That's a good one. I like that. Troubles. Julie says, my ginger was named Tigger. Yeah, I had a, that's funny. I had a, he was white underneath and kind of black, gray on top, but he had like, he looked like a ginger, but he was black instead of ginger. So his name was Tiger. Luna equals tick. Nanar says, hey again. Oh, I had to lay down and listen for the last half of the earlier part of the stream, but I'm back and hopefully can sit up through the rest. We hope so too. And welcome back. Irish Amy, my brother says Sassy is fat, but I won't tolerate body shaming, so she is the plus size princess puss. Plus size princess puss. That's funny. That's cute. Julie says only Tiggers can bounce, and she was into parkour. It's so funny, like how cats do that. We follow this one channel, Luna the Pantera. She's this beautiful, gorgeous black panther out of in Russia, and we've been following her for maybe like 4 years now. I think 3 or 4 years, and yeah, she like jumps off of trees. The owners have a they used to live in town, but now they've moved out of town, so it's a really nice open spot. And I just love the way she just runs and she just jumps off a tree branches, and Polly does that. It's the coolest thing when they do that. All right, 4:39. I have a feeling they are going to be back. Well, remember, he's on a half-hour delay, so we have time. Oh, excuse me. I'm just dragging right now. Oh, just shows to go. Yeah, I've seen that channel too. Yeah, Luna the Pantera with the dog. Oh gosh, what's the dog's name now? Vish. Let's see. Oh my God, I'm drawing a complete blank on the dog's name. Widespread panic. Oh, and Bilbo is Bilbo Solo, and Pippin is pepperoni pizza. You have a Bilbo and a Pippin. That's great. Yes, Dream of Landry. They're always late. They really are always late. Venza, yes, thank you, Aaron. Venza. Venza and yes, Venza. Just shows to go. Your Panthers are my favorite big cat. They are so cool. Bunny the talking dog. No, Venza. Yeah, check them out. Luna the Pantera. I think she's got like 1 million subscribers or something. She's used to doing big cats, right? So, Luna the Pantera. 4.5 million. 4.51. Luna and Venza. Yeah, it's a channel worth supporting. She's pretty cool. And her husband are pretty cool. And she does these slow-mos where Luna will pounce on Venza. It's worth, if you want to get away from trials, we do that. We just we watch them a lot. So let's see. I thought it would tell me when. November 22nd, 2020 is when she started that channel. It's a nice distraction from trials if you guys need to get away from it. Capri Law, I'm getting a little jelly not having a cat. All I have is the coolest Shih Tzu named Ron, a Law Dog Burgundy, who we call Berg. That's nice. Just shows to go. Yeah, The Jungle Book, my favorite as a child. That's a good one. Of course, I love that Louis Prima. That Louis Prima song is awesome. Obviously not from the book, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, when we had our 2 Jack Russells, they would have been a hit. Oh, here comes Super Bowl. You gonna come up, kiddo? She's sniffing it out, making sure that Comcast is officially gone. Maybe she'll come and get some sun if I entice her. Let me see. All right, kiddo, come and get some sun if you want. Come and get some love. Come and get some sun love. All right, that should work. Widespread Panic says, my daughter shows me videos of a woman who taught her cat to talk by using buttons. Ooh. I think I may have seen something that's sort of similar to that. Capri Law. Julie, you could try you could make sourdough starter. That's kind of like having a pet but harder. Ola agrees. The Jungle Book is the best. Oh yeah, here's Aaron posted. There's Luna's website or YouTube channel. Nanar says, I've seen videos of dogs doing that with a pad thing on the floor. I don't know how real it is. Oh, Bunny the dog used those buttons too? Interesting. Yeah, I think I've seen something similar to that. Have you guys ever had your cats paint, like put paint on their paws, or dogs put paint on their paws and have them go and walk around? Ola says, I have a sock that goes missing, so that's kind of like having a cat. Yeah, with our two dogs, Iggy, they were both Jack Russells, and Iggy, well, one I think was more of a rat, but he would always steal our underwear and socks. Socks and underwear. You know, if you jump in the shower and you take your underwear off or whatever, and I'd come out of the shower and Iggy would have it it's squirreled away in his kennel. He was so cute. Oh, cool. Julie, you've made French bread. No starter needed, but splashing water inside an oven. That's an adventure, I'm sure. Super Ball. Come here. Come here, kiddo. Come on. Come here. Oh, she's sniffing the ground where Mr. Comcast was. She's still not sure. She doesn't see him, but she smells him. It's so funny. He was here, what, 5 hours ago? He left at 12:30. So he left 4 hours ago, and she's still sniffing where he was sitting and where his feet were. She's sniffing the chair where he was. It's amazing how long the scent sticks around. Julie says, I do miss cats. I have had a few. Last rehome tried to chew my face off, and I had to rehome her. Aw. Capri Law says, I've failed at my starter twice now. I'm failing at these millennial trends. That's one thing we didn't try was the sourdough. We do with this other No Knead bread by Alexandra. No Knead bread is the best. It is so good. It's a 3-seed bread. I know I've talked about it before. It is fantastic. Just shows to go, yeah. One of our dogs always brings us a shoe offering when we return home from anywhere. Widespread panic. You've got two Maine Coons. I've got kitty tumbleweeds floating around no matter how much I vacuum. Yeah, it's amazing. And then you throw in our hair, because both Aaron and I have somewhat long hair. Aaron's hair is way longer than mine, but yeah. Always, at least twice. I have just a duster. Luckily, we don't have we have hardwood floors, so I have like a Swiffer or whatever, and I do it like two times a week. It's just amazing how much fuzz is out there. Yep. Nan R, that's life with a cat or dog, for sure. Oh, Julie is a bread freak, but since I have to watch cholesterol and everything good, I have not made any since. Oh, that's a shame. Ola says, yeah, Super Bowl is afraid of the Swiffer. She's afraid of everything. Ola says, I just dog sit my sister's dogs now, let them deal with the hard stuff while I get to borrow. I thought about that, like, becoming a like a rehomer or whatever, like not a rehomer, but like, yeah, just babysit. I don't know, what's it called? Like when they're looking for a forever home and you just kind of like hang out with them for a little bit. I thought about that, but then I would probably become too attached, Caprila, okay, I'll check that out. Squeegee, Julie, teach me your ways. What are you going to check out? Luna or Alexandra? Foster, yes, foster. I thought about that. Yeah, foster home, foster. Okay. Yeah, I've thought about that. Yeah, nanar. It's crazy how much hair they leave, and I can't ever get all of it. Plus, my hair falls out, so it's annoying. Yes, foster. Julie says, I love a good bread with crunchy crust and soft insides and with butter. Yep, I agree. Brooklyn Pisola. I fostered a dog once 8 years ago. She's still on my couch. I know, that's what I would be. I don't think I would be able to give them up. Curviel says, seriously, Caprila, seriously get a cat. You will love it, and the Shih Tzu will love it too. Oh, what did you say? Just shows. Oh. If I ever get another cat, it will be a Maine Coon. Dog-sized kitty. I guess coon is, well, I guess it's could be referred to something that's a no-no. Therapist says, Julie said something about bread, and I thought she was explaining how she liked her cats. Hey, hi, you gonna come up? Your audience is waiting for you. Superball's keeping a low profile right now. Maybe I can get her to come up. Oh, Squeegee, a bread trick. Curvy, I love cats. I'm super allergic, but feed all the strays. I name them 90s punk band names. That's nice. Hey, where you guys are staying, are you seeing cats on the beach? Caprila, is it? I know in some, we have a friend who goes to Jamaica, and there's always cats where they stay. Seems like cats and resorts sort of go hand in hand. I'm wondering if you have any cats hanging out where you guys are staying. So yes, it's Alexandra. Check her out. She is, I know I've mentioned her before. We have her cookbook, and it's a no-knead bread. It's a 3-seed, no-knead bread, and Aaron cooks the crap out of it. It's so good. It is just like the best bread ever. And my mom used to make bread, and this blows it away. Julie, therapist, just to be clear, it's not butter. Butter. Yeah, Julie, I agree, man. Nothing is better than like fresh bread. Let it sit obviously for 5 or 10 minutes. I can never wait that long, but cut into it, throw some butter on it. That is the best. Tons of cats here. There you go. So you may be allergic, but you're getting your cat fix, your little furry friend fix. So did you say 80s punk band? Oh, 90s punk bands. Okay. Yeah, they keep the roosters away, I guess. Well, it's really probably rats and mice. I'm thinking that's probably more. I don't think tourists. I think a tourist would rather see 10 cats than two rats or mice. Nanar says, oh my God, therapist, don't we all like our cars soft on the inside and crusty out? You gonna come up? Hi. You wanna come up yet? Come here. Well, she's getting closer. She's right below me. You wanna come up? Kiddo? Yo. Kitto catto. What are you doing? What come up? Hey. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Maybe she'll come up before the end of the stream. All right, so I know they're like a half hour delayed, so if they did come back at 4:30, it would be 5 o'clock our time. So I should change this chat. Or I'm sorry, this court is on lunch. There we go. Court is at lunch and will return shortly. Yes, it will, and don't call me shortly. Ken Rosenberg says, a buddy of mine was just at a resort-type place in the UAE that had an uncertain number of cats. Hola. Everyone just visualized Super Bowl appearing. We will make it. Oh, Julie. Nope, there's, yep, Julie, sorry. Didn't mean to pull that up. Hola, we make it happen with our mind powers. Yes. Brain is sending Super Bowl vibes, says Nan R. Capri Law, I have Nirvana, Sublime, Pearl Jammy, and Gwen Catfani right now. That's funny. Oh, there she is. She's made an appearance. Come here, dude. Come on. Come on. Your audience is waiting. Oh, there she is. There she is. All right. There she is. She's made her presence known. Oh, that's probably really bright. She's in the sun. That's a good girl. She can never resist the sun. That's a good girl. Yeah. Kitty, kitty, kitty. At least she's made it upstairs. Or to the top level. Sorry. Yes, Ken Rosenberg, all is right in the world. And yes. Hola, well done, Nan. Hey, Mona, they're not even back yet. No, they are not. Did you have a chance to go? Did you? Oh, you did. Okay, we are on our way home. So disappointed Morella wasn't there. So you were actually in the courtroom? Curvio says, yay, Super Bowl, the SCART tech is gone. You are safe. She was totally checking out where he sat, though. It's so funny. Therapist, ever wonder how many random people's pictures you're in the background of? I do. Not for a while, or I haven't in a while, but yes, I have thought that. That's a good girl. Yeah. Go get yourself some sun. Yeah, that's a good girl. That's a good girl. Hey, Mona, we're in the car. I'm not driving, but it would be too loud, I think, to talk. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, Nan R was thinking about that yesterday. Interesting. Right, they should be coming in soon, I'm thinking. Because remember, they're on a half-hour delay. So if they did, in fact, return at 1:30 their time, 4:30 our time, then we won't get to see it until 5. So hey, Mona, tell us what did you see, if you can. Drop in the chat what you saw, what your impressions. Marie Ebersbacher, what'd you think about her? The jury makeup. right, I think, didn't you say that was the reason you were going to go, is to see what the jury looks like? Eyeball the jury. Therapist, another random thought. I don't guess baby butterflies exist. No, they do not. They are caterpillars. Curvio, 30-minute delay, then not late per se. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Ken Rosenberg, I was wondering how many of those posts were spouses where spouses were accidentally in each other's childhood pictures are real. Oh. Oh, speaking of baby butterflies, I saw a moth, and then I saw this other moth was kind of attached to it. So I'm like, what's going on? I thought it was and I tried to pick it up, but I think they were mating. So I let them be. Don't caterpillars turn into butterflies? Isn't that the way it works? Curvio says, Caprila, my friend has 2 cats, but like 17 ferals she takes care of outside. She has gotten all of them fixed except one male. He tore her up when she grabbed him, so she said he can keep his balls. That's funny. That's where you need some sort of crate or something. Oh, a Super Ball. All right, let me show you Super Ball again. She's chilling here. Chilling in the sun, getting a little suntan. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Oh, here, now she's looking up. There. Looking up at her audience. Yeah, it's a good girl. Seems like she has recovered. She has rebounded. Our little Super Ball has rebounded. That's a good thing about her. She does rebound pretty quickly. When people are here, boom, she's gone. But she definitely rebounds pretty quickly. Therapist, says, hi, Super Ball. I'll give her a little pet for you. Now I got fur up my nose. Ken, caterpillars and butterflies is digging way too far back into my education. And yes, Taylor, Super Ball bounced back. Yes. Hola, there are baby frogs instead. Wouldn't those be tadpoles? Julie says, I remember the caterpillars from monarchs crawling away onto our building in the 90s. Very cool to watch them go up the buildings and create their cocoons. Then one day they slowly they emerge. Yeah, it's cool. Missy Russell, yes. Did Comcast come out already? Yes, they were out 10:30 to 12:30, and we seem to be heading in the right direction. So thank you for asking. We seem to be heading in the right direction. Irish Amy says, hey, Super Ball, hope you're feeling more relaxed now. She is. Therapist, the recovered codependent in me wants to prove to myself I could make Super Ball love me. Aw, I know. You would try. I think if somebody's here, well, she doesn't, she'll go underneath the covers and she won't come out while people are here. Although the last time people were here, she came out a little bit, but she still doesn't come out to meet them. But she did leave the room at least, which was an improvement. And we don't have people over, so it's not like if every weekend somebody was coming over, she might get used to it. But we don't have people coming over that often. Curvio says, so what did the text say? Sorry, I am an IT nerd, but guessing they found an issue and fixed it. Oh, I see movement. Yes, they basically talked to us about our router, and I think we're going to be in good shape. Fingers crossed. We're heading in the right direction. It wasn't anything like flip a switch or all the connection, all the feed coming in was good on their end. So it has to do with their with the modem and the router and how much of it is going, how much we're allowing it to go to different devices. Just shows to go, yeah, Squeegee was afraid the bot might get us while Comcast was there. Well, I saw the camera move. All right, now they are officially late. Irish Amy, now I need to Google pics of froglets. Aren't they tadpoles? What's a froglet? I thought it was just tadpoles. Curviel says, awesome, glad you got someone knowledgeable that actually took the time to look into it completely. Oh yeah, no, this guy, he's the fixer. We call him the fixer. He traveled about 2 hours to come to us. Willow Johnson stopped in to show support. Go KC. Go home. Thank you for stopping in, Willow. Appreciate it. Yeah, what's a froglet? Aren't they tadpoles? That's what I grew up with. Tadpoles. Oh, wait, here. Hola. Froglets often still have a bit of the tadpole tail. Okay. I've seen those. I grew up, we had a pond, ponds all over the place. And we had lots of frog eggs that grew into tadpoles that grew into frogs. So I've never heard of a froglet. Hey, Mona, it takes more than 10 minutes to catch an elevator in that building. Wow. Oh, they're back. They're back.
On oath, and the defense may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Heavenbacher.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
One of the items on the chart that you prepared is the first item where it says cash, and then the second item under the cash is LGI consulting accounts. You see that?
Yes.
And the figures you put down there under estate and divorce were solely based on the amount of money, excuse me, in that account, correct?
That's correct.
Did you determine, well, first of all, do you know what LGI stands for?
I don't.
Would it refresh your memory, Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella, the 3 children of Fabio?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And it says consulting account. Did you know what that company did?
It was for consulting income. I know that it received income from the app, and it also received other income in 15 and 16, the years of tax returns that I had.
When you say the app, what do you mean the app?
The funds that were received from the
Scissor Boy?
Scissor Boy, that's the name of it. The minimal income that came from that was deposited in that account.
Did you investigate as to what Scissor Boy meant or what it did?
I just understood it to be an app.
An app that was created by Fabio or someone else? Did you know?
It was created by Fabio and one other person, and I understood there to be a dispute after Fabio's death. That person, I understood, told Monica one thing.
Okay, but in any event, whatever this company did for the amount of money that it was in the account, did you know if there was a contract between LGI and Wella or Cody or Procter & Gamble that was paying money to LGI?
Objection irrelevant.
Well, do you know the source of the money that was in LGI consulting accounts?
I understood it to be consulting income.
Okay, but that's all you knew about it?
No, I was dividing the cash. I wasn't valuing a business.
Well, you were dividing it in half, but this was supposed to be a chart that compared divorce with death. Is that right?
Correct. So I'm dividing the asset.
And you assumed that once Fabio died, there would be no further income coming into that account?
I did not. I'm simply dividing the cash here.
Okay, but if in fact that was some kind of app or company or whatever that was generating income as a result of Fabio, then
there would be a difference between his death and getting a divorce. Is that right?
As it relates to the app, we talked about that a little bit earlier, and I disregarded the settlement amount of $25,000 because I didn't know what the offset might be for any community income, but it seems an asset that is settled for $25,000 likely wasn't worth much.
Okay, when you say settled, in other words, the company that was Scissor Boy settled with the estate for $25,000 to cover any future income that might have been coming their way otherwise.
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you determine what the $25,000 was for?
As I said, I disregarded both sides of that transaction.
But $25,000 was paid into the estate. Is that right?
Yes, and I disregarded it.
Well, but it was money that went to the estate, either to Monica or Fabio's heirs. It went to somebody, right?
I understood it to go to Monica, but I did not include it in the $1.5 million.
Okay. Now, did you know whether, well, let me ask you this. If you had investigated and determined that there was additional money that would have come into LGI had Fabio lived, you would have included that in the divorce side of the chart, correct?
It calls for speculation and assumes facts, not an evidence.
So I'll leave it with this. Then you had no idea whether or not money would have continued to come into LGI or not as a result of Fabio's death or anything else. You had no idea. Fair statement?
That's not correct.
Okay. Why is it not correct?
That account is a DBA for Monica Sementilli.
Okay.
And so I assumed that Monica would be the one operating that account, operating that business, although I attributed no value to the business and did not equalize it, in essence, having her repay that.
But in looking at the income tax, it was income tax that was included in their joint income tax return, right?
It's community income.
Okay, so it wasn't just for hers. Fabio and her paid jointly income tax on whatever came into that account, correct?
Again, objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Did you attempt at all to discuss Scissor Boy with Mr. Rubin?
I did not discuss Scissor Boy with Mr. Rubin.
Or this person, Grant, you said was in charge of Scissor Boy? Is that what you said? Some person?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence, and states the evidence.
I did not discuss Grant with Mr. Rubin.
Okay. So the extent, again, of your consideration of LGI was just what was in the account at the time of Fabio's death. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
You disregarded the $25,000.
That's one of the things.
Okay. Didn't you put those figures up there under LGI?
Yes, but this is a division of assets.
Okay.
On the income side, in terms of what would then after this come in, I assumed those monies would go to Monica.
But you assumed that without any further investigation as to whether or not that was true or not.
I assumed that based on the fact that the DBA is for Monica Sementilli.
Understood. But as far as what the source was of that income, or how it got there, or whether it would continue or not, you didn't conduct any investigation into that, did you?
Fabio had a full-time job. Monica did not. I assumed that the consulting income was hers.
And again, that was your assumption, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why you put it up there in your chart, right?
No, that's not correct.
All right. Correct me.
This is a division of the asset.
Right.
This is just dividing just the cash asset. So whatever was in that account being divided if there's a death versus if there's a divorce. It has nothing to do with what happens after the date it's divided. So on any of these, none of it matters what happens after the fact. The investment accounts, the cash accounts, nothing matters after the day it's divided.
Including your calculations of divorce. You had no idea of knowing whether divorce would involve litigation, or how long it would take, or if the house would increase in value or not, anything of that nature. You couldn't figure out. You were limited to that one date of his death, right?
Well, I can break down two of those. I did not consider attorney's fees and what that would cost in the divorce. And I used the value of the house when it was sold for the death, and I used that same value for the divorce as the buyout date.
Okay. And you also included in under the benefits to Monica under death, that 6 months of salary that his company paid after he died, correct?
That's correct.
And you included health and eye insurance, all the health care insurance as well, correct? That they paid for.
That's correct.
And the car forgiveness of the loan, is that right?
No.
Okay, let me skip that. The vacation pay.
I included that in the death benefits.
And in the pension as well, correct?
I included the pension in the death benefits.
All right, let me start with the salary. You had no information that Monica, at the time of Fabio's death, knew that Cody was going to pay 6 months' salary to her after his death, correct?
That's correct. I did not know. I don't know that Monica knew that that would be paid.
But because it was paid, you included it in the death benefits.
That's correct.
As well as all the insurance, is that right?
The insurance payments may have been discussed, but I don't have a document that shows that.
When you say the car, there was a car forgiveness, what do you mean by that?
The company forgave the car, but there's no attribution of any value under death or divorce in the schedule.
What do you mean forgave the car?
There was a car note, a $9,000 car note.
That the company had put up?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's zero value under death and divorce attributed in the schedule.
And again, you didn't know whether Monica Sementilli knew there was going to be a car forgiveness or not?
Correct, and it's zero.
Okay.
Here.
And the same would apply to the vacation pay. You had no way of knowing if she was aware they were going to pay his vacation pay as a result of his death.
Well, I think that's pretty common knowledge that those things get paid out when you leave a job, or I assume when you pass away.
Okay, so you made several assumptions in this case, as you had to, based on what you were asked to do. Is that correct?
Well, I made assumptions on certain things, yes.
Okay. Was there were those benefits taxable? In other words, the increased salary, any health care, pension, vacation, was that taxable?
Anything that was taxable, I included the net amount after tax.
Okay, so that was taken off your figures up there, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, when it came to the house calculations, you used just the amount of the sale, not considering whether the house would go up in value or not if there were divorce proceedings during the course of divorce proceedings and so forth. Is that right?
I assumed that the buyout would have occurred at the same time as the sale. That's correct.
Now, I believe on your chart, you indicated under the house that as community property, each side would, Monica and the estate of Fabio would have been entitled to 50% of the net proceeds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But then under death, you indicated that Monica would receive all of the proceeds of the sale, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not the house in fact was sold?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you got your figures from, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much of that Monica received?
I believe she received half of it.
And the other half went to Fabio's estate, is that correct?
Yes.
So even though there was a death, obviously, the killing of Fabio, the money, the value of the house, net proceeds were split between the two sides, correct?
Yes.
You know why? If she was entitled to 100% of the benefit?
I object. That assumes facts, not an evidence, and also misstates the evidence.
That's overruled.
I believe that my understanding is that if she's found not guilty, she will receive the balance of the estate.
So it's your understanding that she was given half of it before the results of any trial or any proceeding, and then would have to give it back if she were convicted? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I was told that she will receive the balance of the estate, so the other half, if she's found not guilty.
Well, but do you know why she was given half to begin with when that determination had not yet been made?
I don't.
Who gave you the information regarding this issue involving the house and half, and then giving half back if she's convicted and so forth?
Again, that assumes facts, not an evidence.
Excuse me. There's no evidence of that.
Can you tell us, was that sustained, did you say?
I said there's no evidence of that.
Did you have a source of information concerning what happened to the house to include in your chart?
When you say what happened to the house, which...
No, how did you get the information to put up those figures involving the house, the sale, what the costs were, what the mortgage was, net proceeds, so forth?
I have a document.
And the document was prepared by who?
I would have to look. I think it's some kind of escrow document, but I would have to look to know for sure.
You don't know the source of that?
Not off the top of my head, but I have a document.
And was that from the escrow company or the estate? I'm sorry, can you find that document and answer that question if you
yes.
can? If it's handy.
It is from the escrow company.
But where did you get the information concerning that Monica would have to give back 50% of the money that she got from the proceeds of the sale?
So there's no evidence of that at all. You're the only one saying that.
Well, the witness just said it
She
as...
did not say that if there was a conviction, the defendant would have to give back half. She didn't say that. She said if there was an acquittal, the defendant would get the other half.
Okay. And since the judge is the one who said that, I assume that's what your understanding was. Is that correct? What the judge just said?
Yes. My understanding is that if she's acquitted, she will receive the other half.
But no understanding as to what would happen if she was convicted?
No, I have no understanding.
And no understanding as to why, before the results of any legal proceedings, she got 50% and 50%, it was divided that way. You don't know why.
I do not.
You just took the figures as they were. Is that right?
I'm calculating the amounts that are due under both scenarios, not what she received or what she hasn't received so far. This has nothing to do with the amounts and how they've been distributed thus far. This is just the total amount due.
Okay. And again, looking at your chart up there, based on the difference that you have on the right side, which is the difference between death and divorce that Monica would have received, again, you made no effort to determine anything about the stock options, when they were due, when they weren't due, and so forth. Correct?
That's not correct.
Well, you certainly didn't know that you certainly used the figure of 2024 as the amount that Monica would receive in death without ever knowing whether or not the options were worth that, for instance, back in 2017, 18, 19, 20, or any of those years before 2024. You didn't know those figures, did you?
That's correct.
So you just assume what the price was in 2024 is what she would have received, would have been her benefit due to the death of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I take it you were given two choices in your assignment. That is, what the financial realities would be or were as a result of his death, and what they would have been, based on your calculation, since it didn't occur, if there had been a divorce, right?
Correct. I was to compare those two scenarios.
Okay. And the amounts that you included as a result of death were based on figures that you had before you, for the most part, correct?
Correct. Documentation, and to the extent we had or could get documentation. So there are figures, like I testified earlier, there are figures that are not included because I could not get documentation.
Okay. And as far as the divorce, since no divorce ever occurred, that was based on your speculation after investigation and research and what you thought were the proper figures, correct?
I would not characterize it as speculation.
All right. Well, how would you characterize it?
Well, I think what is reflected here on the divorce side is my experience. This is what we do in characterizing assets and dividing them in family law. I excluded the things that I believe were based on speculation. We talked a little bit about them, but I didn't include the things that I believed were speculative.
But you have to agree that things such as alimony and so forth are very subjective figures. Is that correct?
Correct. That's why it's not on here.
Not even included at all in there, in that chart.
Correct, but Miss
Silverman
and I discussed it so that it was at least the court or the jury is at least aware of the amounts, at least in a general sense. But it is not included on here.
Was that your decision or Miss Silverman's or what?
That was my decision.
Not to include alimony as to one of the benefits of a divorce.
Not to include it on the schedule and to discuss it so that the information was provided, but to be very clear about what we know and what is an assumption or what is speculation.
Fair enough. Now, have you ever been asked before in the course of your employment and your job to do a death versus divorce assessment?
Objection irrelevant.
I have not.
So this is the first time you have been asked to assess and come up with figures in a death versus divorce scenario, correct?
I have never put them on a schedule and compared them. That's correct.
Okay. But you were not given any other options other than death or divorce, correct?
Well,
in your calculation.
I was asked to compare the financial benefit, whether there was a financial benefit of between divorce and a murder or a death. And so I came up with quantifying the amounts received if there's a death versus what we would do in a community property balance sheet in a family law matter. So I wouldn't characterize it as I was given a choice to do this. This was the analysis that I came up with based on the instructions that I was given. This is what we're looking for. This is what we want to understand. And so in order to understand that, this is the analysis that I did.
You want to understand if there was any motive for her to kill her husband to get benefits that she wouldn't have gotten as part of a divorce, right? That was the end question you were being asked, correct?
Well, I think the question was any benefit. I don't think motive was the initial question.
So let me ask you this. There was a third option for Monica Sementilli, wasn't there?
I imagine there were lots of options for...
Well, I'm talking about staying married.
Sure.
So, were you asked at all to consider what the financial reality would be had she simply stayed married to Fabio Sementilli?
I was not.
And you understand, had she done so, then she would be getting entitled to half of his salary, whatever increases there were, correct? While they were married?
They would have joint income. Everything would be as it had been.
Right. And the health benefits would have been the same, vacation pay, trips, lifestyle, all those things would have remained the same, as far as you know, had she stayed married. Is that right?
As far as I know, I didn't do that analysis.
And the house, in all likelihood, would have increased in value, correct, as far as you know?
Between...
It's irrelevant.
Actually, it would call for speculation.
And thank you, Honor. And certainly the options may very well have continued to increase if they had stayed married, correct?
Yes.
So isn't it true that, first of all, Mr. Rubin from the estate had told you, when you were inquiring about the facts of this case, that in his opinion Fabio Sementilli was worth much more alive than dead? Isn't that right?
That assumes facts, not evidence.
We call for hearsay.
Okay. And in fact, based on your investigation and so forth, the reality is that things would have been far better financially for Monica Sementilli had she simply stayed married to Fabio Sementilli with no divorce and no murder. Is that a fair statement?
There's no way to answer that question.
You can't answer that question?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts in all of your testimony. Agreed?
No.
But that you're not willing to answer that question.
Well, most people would say you're better off to stay married. I don't know what would have happened.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honor.
Briefly.
You made a point when you were asked on cross-examination with respect to tax returns, the defendant's tax returns for 2016 and 2017. You emphasized what the defendant had reported in terms of income. What's the point that you're trying to make in terms of reported income?
Objection. That's all right.
Sustained.
When you said you were asked about the defendant's tax returns and what she had reported for income. What's the issue with respect to what's reported as income versus what actually may be income?
The amounts that are reported on their tax returns reflect business expenses that, in my experience, require a little more due diligence, require some analysis. For example, they deducted $11,000 in 2015 for rent expense and $12,300 in 2016 for rent expense. And in my experience, when you have a Schedule C consulting business, that's probably some house expenses from home.
I'm going to object. This is all speculation.
I don't allow this.
So it's what you're basically saying is that just because you report something as income doesn't mean and use it as a deduction doesn't necessarily mean it's a true business deduction.
Right. All I'm saying is that I used in my calculations just the reported amounts, and there's clearly some additional analysis that would really have to be done if we were really doing an income available for support analysis and the real support calculations. I took everything that was reported as expenses at face value.
Regardless of whether or not they appeared to be accurate or not.
That's correct.
All right. And when you take certain perks, do they get added back in some manner as expenses that increase income?
Yes. Yes. And when we do that, when accountants do that, forensic accountants do that, typically it has a heavier effect on.
This is all speculation, no foundation.
I'm allowed this.
It has a greater effect on support calculations because it gets added back as non-taxable income because they're not paying taxes on it. And so whenever a perquisite is perk or personal expense is added back like that, it has a bigger effect on support.
It lowers the amount of support, correct?
It lowers the amount being received if the person receiving it is the one who is receiving, or it has the perk. If it's the other way around, then it increases support.
Okay. And you also were asked on cross-examination about using a formula, and you said, no, it's a presumption, and then you also mentioned Gavron warnings. What is a Gavron warning?
Sorry about that. Gavron refers to a case. A lot of family law uses references to case law, and Gavron was a case back in the late 1980s, a lot of old case law in family law. Back in the 1980s, where it was a 25-year marriage, but the court had indicated that the spouse should go out and look for work because a long-term marriage is not a, I believe the quote was something like, is not tantamount to Social Security. And just that California essentially has a goal that people should be self-supporting. And so whenever we hear Gavron warning, that's someone who is the supported spouse being asked to go out and try and get work, look for work. So they're not being imputed income. The court isn't saying, I'm going to give income, I'm going to pretend you were receiving income, which lowers your support. But the court is saying you should start looking for work, because if you don't, then you could be imputed income, which means that essentially the court says, I'm going to pretend you make $40,000 a year or some amount when I'm doing the calculation, even though you don't. So, and that could happen, down the road.
So when you said that it would, in your opinion, your expert opinion, it'd be highly unlikely that the defendant would receive alimony for life based on Gavron, that was, again, why you used this 3 to 5 year term that you expected based on the factors of this particular case that it might be awarded.
I think that's mixing up a few things, some things that I said. I wasn't saying it's based on Gavron. I'm saying that I would expect that someone who's 44 and in great or good health, who had a consulting business, who I would expect the court would likely make a Gavron warning and expect that a vocational rehab would be done. They would try to expect that she would either go back to school or do something that would make her self-supporting at some point, rather than I couldn't imagine that it would be lifetime support, but I used 5 years because it seemed to be just what I would expect. I mean, 5 years would be enough time to go back to school or find a different training, something. Just at 44, that's what I would expect.
Well, if you were also told that the defendant used to do manicures, makeup, run a salon, going back to school might not be necessary, but it might also factor into a court's decision in terms of the length of spousal support, correct?
Correct, and it may actually, the court may extend the first part of support at a higher amount so that she could build up clientele or, something like that.
The temporary support versus the permanent that you talked about earlier?
Correct.
All right. And you were asked questions about, well, what if, in this case, Fabio Sementilli continued to receive salary increases? To the contrary point, what if Fabio Sementilli decided that, he was going to take a step back, move his family back to Canada and take a job with a company that was maybe a couple steps down in income level from where he was at? Would that also impact the amount of support?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
It's for the expert opinion. You may answer.
It would affect support. It would decrease support if his income went down, as long as the court did not believe that he was doing it to decrease support.
And you were asked whether or not you were an attorney, and you've told us that you're a forensic accountant. You're hired by lawyers to do these sorts of calculations, correct?
That's correct.
That's your entire career, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
For courts in these situations.
That's correct.
With respect to what counsel was asking you about, I think it's on line 16, the P&G stock options, that's based on when the estate of Fabio chose or exercised those vested stock options. That was the value, correct?
Objection call for conclusion of funding.
So we're ruling that ground.
That's correct.
Based on hearsay, Your Honor, argumentative.
It's leading, but I'm not going to do it for you, counsel.
And in terms of stock options, are those generally issued by companies such as P&G as awarded as compensation in the belief that the value of the company will continue to increase?
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What's the point of stock options being issued by a company
Objection.
as a forensic accountant?
No foundation speculation.
Sustained.
Do you deal with stock options in various estates that you are asked to analyze on a regular basis?
I do.
And what is the point of a company issuing stock options?
They are a form of compensation issued to employees to effectively give employees skin in the game. As the value of the stock goes up, so goes the value of the whole company. And so typically stock options are issued, they're issued at the current stock price. So if the value goes up over the next 12 months, then the employees share in that increase in value.
And that would be, it's up to the individual who holds the stock options, whether it be the earner or upon death, the person who inherits those stock options, to determine when to exercise options after they vest, correct?
That's correct. They make that decision.
And that would be, as you were asked about before, speculation as to all the different factors that might go into such a decision.
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Levine.
Just briefly, Your Honor. As far as the calculation of women working and so forth, I'm not trying to be too sexist, but I guess what you're saying is if a woman gets divorced, there's no reason why she shouldn't go out there and get a job and try to support herself to the best of her ability, correct?
Either the woman or the man, whoever's being supported.
But you're not trying to say that in any way is it likely that she could earn the living that Fabio Sementilli was earning at his job?
Well, I think that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
And in terms of calculations of alimony and so forth, most of it's based on what the salary is of the male, if it's a divorce involving Fabio Sementilli, his salary, potential for increase and so forth. That's a key factor in determining what the alimony will be. Isn't that right?
That is a key factor.
But you can consider if she was bringing home $40,000 a year, you can take that into account if you're a judge or jury in a divorce case and figuring out what proper alimony figure would be, right?
You must consider her whatever compensation she receives, and there are no juries in family law.
Oh, excuse me, I haven't been in family law, thankfully.
It's okay.
This idea of Fabio moving back to Canada and taking a lesser job and so forth, you have no information that that was his intent, do you?
I don't.
All you knew from your investigation was that he was a rising star at the company, correct?
I don't know that either.
Well, do you know whether his income had been rising steadily with the company?
I know that it went up from 1 year, in 2 years, 16 to 17. I don't have historical information beyond that.
How much did it go up?
I believe it was about $20,000 in total package.
And the total figure then at that time was what?
Approximately $286,000, if I remember correctly.
Do you have any reason to believe that it would not continue to go up if he stayed?
This has all been asked.
I'm going to ask you to wait until the question is done. Finish your question, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that that figure would not continue to increase had he remained with the company? Finally, if I can ask you this again. The scissor boy figure. You're talking about whether or not the figures on regarding scissor boy and the accounting figure when it was taking deductions and so forth were proper deductions or not. Is that right? That you're looking, that's what you were not sure of, whether the deductions and so forth, office deductions, working at home, whatever they were correct or not. Is that a fair statement?
No, that's not correct.
What is correct?
Those deductions were not related to scissor boy.
It's LGI.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any information that there was any other source of income for LGI other than scissor boy?
Yes.
What?
Well, the tax returns reflect gross income, I believe, over 80. Well, I better look because I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's in excess of $50,000, I think, in both years that I have.
Okay, I'll accept that. Do you know the source of that income, what it was for? Was it from Scissor Boy, or do you know?
My understanding is part of it was from Scissor Boy, not all of it.
Did you look into whether or not there was a contract between Scissor Boy and Cody for a yearly payment for an app or anything else that Fabio Sementilli was involved with?
Objection of relevance.
I'm sorry, you're looking at something. If that's fine, did you find what you were looking for?
No, I was going to answer your earlier question, but I don't. $63,000 in 2015 and $54,886 in 2016.
And those are the amounts that went into LGI.
Gross income.
And that was a joint tax return signed by both Fabio Sementilli and Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes, they filed jointly.
And that would mean they were both responsible for the figures and information contained in the return, correct?
Objection of relevance.
They both sign it under penalty of perjury.
Thank you. And then again, one last question. One last question, I think. Through all your years of working in this field of forensic accounting and so forth, this is the first time you've been asked to create a chart such as this involving death versus divorce. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything for other people?
Just one question. You've never testified in a murder case like this before, correct?
That
With
is-
financial gain as a motive?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Anything further other things? Is there anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
We can have Ms. Sementilli back on the stand, please.
Yes.
Council table?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Sementilli, please retake the stand. You're still under oath.
The Eagles.
And the people may continue with their direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When we broke off last Friday, I believe we were talking about the 1 month mass for Fabio and a conversation you had with the defendant and Marco in your garage back in February of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Now, in April of 2017, at some point in time, did the defendant come again to Toronto?
Yes.
And did you see her again during this trip?
Yes.
And was there more conversations with her about money and collecting Fabio's life insurance?
Yes, we were together for Easter. I believe it was around the Easter time at my sister Laurie's house, and that's all we talked about was how the family was doing financially, and yes, she was still struggling with finances.
Okay. And did you also go out for dinner with her?
Yes.
Joanna, what's the people's next in order? Is it 107?
Be 127.
127. Thank you. I have a photograph dated April 13th, 2017. May it be marked as people's 127.
What does it contain?
I'm sorry?
What does it contain?
4 individuals, including the defendant and this witness. Showing you Exhibit 127. Is this a photograph that was taken when the defendant came to Toronto and you had dinner?
Yes, I had done her hair that day, and then we went out. We went out for dinner with her sister sitting to my right, and her cousin sitting next to her.
Now, at some point in May, prior to the memorial that Wella had, where they tented the parking lot, did you come to Los Angeles?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about a potential job offer?
Yes. A family friend of Fabio's, Ernie Valorano, had an idea. My brother had sketched a lot of brush ideas, professional brush styles and shapes. He had also consulted with me a few times about how to
It actually is non-responsive.
At some point, did the defendant tell you that Ernie Valorano wanted to give her a job in Los Angeles?
Yes, he wanted to start the business and have her, myself, and Grant Larson was on the call. Her brother-in-law.
At some point in May as well, while you were in LA, did you go shopping with the defendant for a new home?
Overruled.
Yes, we did. We went to go see a home. She was quite excited about it with a real estate agent and I believe one of the daughters.
And was this home in the LA area because the defendant told you that she planned on staying in Los Angeles?
Yes, she was going to stay in Los Angeles. It was in the LA area.
And what was the price range of that home that you went with the defendant with her real estate agent to?
I think it was listed in the high 800s.
And while you were in town, did you stay at the Sementilli home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was there a particular time while you were there where Monica went out to buy a new vehicle?
Yes, Isabella was in a car accident, and she went. One day, she said she was going to go and get a new vehicle for Isabella, and we had a meeting that afternoon.
When you said a meeting, what do you mean a meeting with who?
Some work colleagues of Fabio were coming to the house to describe an event they wanted to put together for Fabio in July of 2017. So we were going to. Anyway, she.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Sorry.
I must sustain that. We've gone through this.
At some point in time, was the defendant supposed to come back to the house for this meeting?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she arrived back at the house, did she make any statements about purchasing a new vehicle?
Yes, she did. She had left and got back late, and she had taken a long time. She bought a new vehicle. She came home and she explained what kind of tactics she used to buy this vehicle. But what...
Character evidence irrelevant.
What did she say?
She said that she was tired of being her chaperone. She had to go get her a new car, and she couldn't afford it, but she got it. And she did her best. She told them she was a widow. She told them that she's suffering financially and her poor daughter needs a car. And she did a really good job at the dealership. And she finally got a good deal.
And were you at the house alone when she came back and said this, or were there other individuals there?
Her daughter, Isabella, was there.
Were there also individuals from Mela there?
Yes, they were outside waiting for a meeting to start.
Did you attend a memorial in Toronto the weekend of May 28th and 29th of 2017 that was put on by Mela for Fabio?
Yes.
And did you attend that event along with Salmo Cherry?
Yes, we did. I did, with him.
And did the defendant attend that event?
No.
Did she tell you why she was not going to make that event?
Overruled.
That was the weekend she was going to walk the golf course at Myrtle Beach by herself.
Okay. Did you offer to go with her to Myrtle Beach?
I did.
What was her response when you offered to go with her?
No, it's something I want to do, something Fabio always wanted to do, so I'm going to do it. I want to walk the golf course by myself.
So you did not go with her?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about trips that she was taking to Las Vegas during that year in March and May?
Yes, she did.
Did the defendant tell you who she was going with to Las Vegas in March and May?
To Las Vegas, she said she was going with her friends Sheila and Faye.
Did you offer to come and stay with the girls while she went with her girlfriends to Las Vegas?
Yes.
And who did come down to stay, if anyone, with the girls to your knowledge?
I'm not certain.
Okay. At some point on the evening of June 14th, 2017, did you receive a phone call that advised you about the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
Who made that call to you?
Deborah Obad.
And when Deborah Obad called you to tell you about the defendant's arrest, were you surprised? Did Deborah Obad tell you that the defendant was arrested along with her lover?
Yes, she did. She had mentioned that Monica and her lover were arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli, and I remember blacking out, and I fainted. I was told.
Did Ms. Obed also tell you that she knew that the defendant had been having an affair for some time?
Objection, relevance, calls for hearsay.
I have nothing further.
Professor Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sementilli.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Sementilli, it was not until after Monica was arrested in June of 2017 that you first learned that Monica was having an affair, correct?
Correct.
It was the first time you learned that the man she was having an affair with had been identified through his DNA at the scene of Fabio's killing, correct?
Object that since facts not in evidence and calls for
Sustain it, that's fine.
Your understanding from the conversations you had after Monica's arrest, well, first let me ask you this. The conversations you had that formed your understanding of Monica's arrest, why she had been taken into custody, those came from who?
Can you repeat that?
Who did you get your information from where you formed an understanding of why Monica had been arrested?
At the beginning, it was Deborah Obed, and then it started to reflect on some of the things that had happened in the previous 6 months before her arrest, since my brother's death. And then Detective Tellis and Detective Gable. And also I came to about 12 to 14 pretrials here in LA and sat in the audience.
But you, Ms. Sementilli, the first understanding you had came directly from a recorded conversation you had with Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
As well, yes.
You called Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
He called me.
You didn't call him?
I might have called him the week after, but I did speak to Detective Parshall shortly after. He did call me.
And you questioned Detective Parshall as to whether Monica was really involved, correct?
I wanted to be sure she was involved, yes.
Okay. And you didn't know at the time you called him whether she was involved, correct?
I was told she was arrested, and they had done a 6 months investigation on her.
Uh-huh.
So I knew she was arrested and involved.
According to the police, correct?
Yes, authority.
Okay. And it was in that conversation with Detective Parshall that he refused to share evidence with you, but told you his strong opinions about the case, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you recall having the conversation with Detective Parshall?
Yes, I had a conversation with him.
And in that conversation, do you recall him telling you about his strong opinions about whether Monica was involved or not?
I don't remember them being strong. I remember he was telling me with sympathetic and, very sweetly telling me that they have her and Rob Baker arrested.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of your call with Detective Parshall?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, please. Tilly, would it be fair to say that Detective Parshall told you in your conversation with him also that he couldn't tell you any of the specifics of the evidence, but that he was the detective assigned to the case, and he was telling you that he was pretty certain that Monica was involved?
Your Honor, I reject that. Multiple questions in one. It's also hearsay.
To stay on those grounds.
Ms. Sementilli, I'll come back to that. You had known, you had not been ever interviewed by the police in this case at the point Monica was arrested, correct?
Up until the point, no.
Up until that day, you had never been interviewed as a witness in this case?
No.
In fact, you were never interviewed as a witness in this case until 3.5 years after Fabio was killed, correct?
I don't recall that far out. It was probably in the first year that I was interviewed.
Who interviewed you in that first year?
Detective Tellis.
And when did he interview you?
I'm going to say when Marco Laurenti came for the grand jury. I'm going to say we visited Detective Tellis' office. I don't know if it was a standard interview, but we had conversation with him in his office.
About the facts of your experience?
About everything I had experienced in the 6 months leading to her arrest.
Okay, and did Detective Tellis take notes when you were talking about the case?
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. And did you meet with anybody else when you were here in August of 2017?
Detective Gable, his partner.
Okay, Detective Gable. And did you answer questions for him?
They were together. Okay. I believe they were together.
Okay. Any other police that you met with in August of 2017?
I'm not sure. I came so many times to pre-trials that I might be getting the dates off, but those are the only two detectives that I visited.
Okay. And did you visit with the prosecutor, Ms. Silverman, when you came with Marco for the grand jury?
Yes, Marco did. I was with Marco.
And you met Ms. Silverman?
No, I believe Marco did.
So you didn't meet Ms. Silverman when you came down in August of 2000?
I don't think I was supposed to be there, no.
You don't think you were supposed to be there?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. When did you meet Ms. Silverman for the first time?
I came down to some preliminary trials and I introduced myself.
And did you ever meet with her in her office?
Most recently, before the trial was supposed to start last year.
Okay.
And then when Baker testified his guilt.
Okay. When was that? July?
July, yes, of last year.
And any other meetings you've had with Ms. Silverman since then?
I might have met her about 4 or 5 times every time I came to preliminary trial.
Okay. And do you know when those times were?
No.
Okay. And you met with her before this trial?
No, I'm a witness. I wasn't coming out to see her. I've been in my condo till now.
You haven't talked to her at all since you've gotten here?
No,
Not at all?
no. The morning before we came, when was it, Friday? We had a chat on Friday
Where were you when you had this chat?
at her office.
Okay. And did you talk about your testimony about the case?
We went over notes for the case.
Okay, went over notes for the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And you talked to her also earlier today?
No, in the elevator I said hello.
You didn't talk to her in the hallway?
She was pretty occupied, just other than how's your weekend been?
She didn't show you a list of things on a piece of paper?
We went over my notes again, yes.
Oh, you went over your notes again?
Yes.
I see, okay. And that was before you came in to testify today?
Correct, yeah.
And the interview you had in March of 2021, you were interviewed by Detective Roberts. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Mitzi Roberts.
Yes. You were interviewed by her?
On the phone, I had a conversation with her.
Okay, a fairly lengthy conversation?
I believe so. I don't recall right now, but what was it regarding? I'm wondering. I don't remember specifics.
Well, was it regarding this case?
Oh, yes, of course,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
And you told her what you believed were important facts that you had?
Always, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you told her about Monica on the day you arrived in January 25, 2017. You told her about claiming that Monica gave you some tour of the house?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her that Monica, as you testified here, told you that the safe at the house had been broken?
Yes.
You gave her those facts?
Yes.
Made it clear?
I would object. Ask and answer twice now.
Calls for speculation.
Ms. Sementilli, you have strong feelings about Monica Sementilli, don't you?
I do.
You have made, it would be fair to say, incredible efforts, you personally, to support the prosecution of Monica Sementilli in any way you can offer, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That's argumentative.
It's vague.
You have worked quite a bit to assist the prosecution in this case, correct?
Same objection.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I worked quite a bit. Sorry, can you repeat that again?
You have made efforts, you personally have made a number of efforts to support the prosecution of Monica Sementilli in this case, correct?
Yeah.
You're on a break.
Again, he changed it. Sustained.
Ms. Sementilli, even before you were ever interviewed by Detective Roberts in March of 2021, which was 3.5 years after Fabio was killed, you made a series of appearances on a television show called 48 Hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went on camera a number of times, correct?
Yes.
And you gave photographs and other memorabilia to 48 Hours, which 48 Hours licensed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't get paid for any of that, those pictures or anything, correct?
No.
But you spent a lot of time and energy on coming to film you and talking about this case, correct?
Not a lot of time.
How much time did you spend on the 48 Hours TV show?
We probably did a 45-minute to an hour interview talking about my brother.
Okay. And when was that?
In the beginning, when I came here to one of the preliminary hearings.
Okay. And you've spoken to representatives from that show a number of times since then?
Just pleasantries. Nothing like an interview.
When you say pleasantries?
Yeah. How are you? How was your flight? How was your trip? When are you leaving? When are you coming? Is it cold? How's everybody in the family?
So one time you were filmed,
Mm-hmm.
and no conversations about the case other than how was your flight, pleasantries.
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that when you first spoke with Detective Parshall in this case, you made clear to Detective Parshall that Fabio was a happy man, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You made clear to Detective Parshall that Monica you viewed her as a loving wife.
Yes.
You told him that at the time.
Yes.
And that's how you viewed Monica at the time, correct?
Yes.
And this was 5 months after Fabio had been killed, correct?
Yes.
And you, in fact, made clear when you appeared on the television show that you saw the relationship between Monica and Fabio, you said, as a love story.
I don't recall saying that.
You described them having a loving relationship. Would that be fair
Yes.
to say? And you never said anything at all about any conflict that you observed in their marriage, correct?
Correct.
Happy and loving.
Yes.
And Ms. Sementilli, at the time that Fabio was killed in January of 2017, you had actually spent quite a bit of time with Fabio and Monica, holidays, family events, trips to Canada, your trips here, correct?
Yes.
And you had a definite opportunity to observe them together, correct?
Yes.
In your direct testimony, Ms. Sementilli, the prosecutor asked you a series of questions about when Fabio and Monica were first married. Do you recall that?
No.
The prosecutor asked you if Fabio and Monica got married in 1997.
Yes, that's.
And she asked you if that was after Fabio divorced his wife, Banda?
Yes.
Okay. But am I correct that Fabio was already separated from Vanda and living with his mom at the time he ever started going out with Monica?
No, you're not correct.
Okay. When did Fabio start going out with Monica?
That I noticed?
Yes.
I'm going to say early 93, 94. No, early 93.
And when was Fabio, at some point Fabio, when he separated from Vonda, moved in with his mom?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall the dates.
Okay. And when Monica and Fabio got together, would it be fair to say that Monica's family really embraced Fabio?
No, unfortunately, they didn't like Fabio.
So they never embraced
They
him?
never approved of Fabio.
Really?
Yes.
They never invited him to be at family events?
Eventually, yes.
And when was this eventually?
When she was talking serious about marriage, perhaps. My brother and her spent more time together, but in the beginning it wasn't easy for my brother because he had a child, and they disapproved.
Okay. But at some point they embraced Fabio, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
They loved Fabio?
Yes, very much so.
And they welcomed him into the family at
Yes.
some point.
Mhm.
And this was sometime after they first got together, but before they got married?
Correct.
Okay. And so at the time that Fabio and Monica were married, it was the case that Monica's family had demonstrated love and welcoming for Fabio, correct?
It's irrelevant.
All that. So
Can you repeat that?
Monica's family loved and embraced and welcomed Fabio at the time they got married
Yes.
into the family.
Yes.
Council, let me interrupt. We're going to take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition still applies.
All right. So this judge is he likes his recesses. Boom. Sorry to interrupt. At least he let her finish. I thought he wasn't even going to let her finish. All right, so I think we have a surprise for you guys. Hey Mona is going to call in after today's session, and she was there in the court. She was in the courtroom today, so we're going to have Hey Mona give us a call, but after today's session. So stick around for that. That'll be pretty cool. All right, so coming out of the break, it was the cross of Marie Ebersbacher. And they talked about Scissors Boy app, which was created by Fabio. And I tried to look it up, and I don't think I found it. They talked about the $9,000 car note that was forgiven. That was from Mela, right? I think, or P&G. They had a car. And kind of the only interesting thing I picked out of all of this was that there was, if Monica gets acquitted, she gets half. She gets half. Oh. Let's see. All right, cool. Let's see. Yeah, the only thing that came out of note to me was that that app that was created, and then if Monica gets acquitted, she does get half. So she's fighting for that money as well. And there was some snark about, there's a lot of moving parts in your testimony, wouldn't you agree? And she was like, no. Then we have Mela, sister of Fabio. She just came on. She was on Friday, and then they brought in Marie, and now they've brought back in Mela. So Mela was still under direct, and she's like, Easter time, as Monica said, she was still struggling financially. So I think that was around April. So this happened in mid-January. So February, March, April-ish. Not sure when Easter was that year. But don't forget, she was getting his salary. She was getting Fabio's salary still. So April 13th, 2017, there's a photo of them going to dinner with Monica's sister and her cousins. Then they mention, then Ernie Villarano comes up, and he wanted to give Monica a job in LA. So she had a chance to work. She went shopping for a new home. The price was listed in the high 800s. Then there was a memorial May 28th through the 29th. And that was in Toronto, and Monica did not attend because she said she was going to go walk a golf course. She was going to go walk a golf course in Myrtle Beach, and we heard all about that. That's where she ended up hooking up with Mr. Baker there. Marilla offered to go with her, but Monica said, nope, I want to walk it by herself. This is Fabio always wanted to go here. So I'm going to walk it by myself in honor of him. And yet she hooks up with Baker. And Deborah Obad called when Monica was arrested with Baker. That's how she found out Monica was arrested, was Deborah Obad. Yeah, I would love to hear from Deborah. I would guess she'd be on defense because she is a friend of Monica's. I would think she would be defense. So then Cross came up, which we're currently going through. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, you guys. It's starting to get to me. Ugh. So let's see. The first time the affair was after the arrest the first time she heard about the affair was after the arrest in June. She has strong feelings about Monica. Yeah. Has made efforts to support the prosecution. Yeah. Then they talk about the 48 Hours show. And I did watch that. Aaron and I did watch that. It's pretty interesting. She didn't really say anything negative about Monica, I don't think. It was mostly about what a wonderful guy Fabio was and how cool he was. She didn't get paid for the items. She gave 48 Hours some items. Fabio was separated and living with his mom when he dated Monica. She's like, no, you're not correct. She thinks that they got together in 93, but so she wasn't sure when Fabio got divorced from Vanda. Monica's family never approved of Fabio or embraced him, but then she said eventually he was invited to Monica's family events. It wasn't easy in the beginning. Family eventually loved him, but because he had Luigi, they disapproved of him in the beginning. So, all right, so that's where we stand right now. Taylor says, I want to hear from Deborah too. Can we not get witness lists like other trials? We could try. I mean, some of them are easy to find. Others are like difficult. So, Julie BME, I can hardly wait for Deborah testimony. Agreed. Lily Wayne, did they give a reason for calling Morella again? I think she was in the middle of her testimony, and then they brought up this the accounting forensic accountant. I think maybe it was to show, that what Monica was going to get if she deleted Fabio versus just divorcing him. Although I know, 5-minute break, Squeegee run around and in the outside, get some oxygen. Hey, Groovy Cheryl, good to see you. You were lurking, watching TV. Thank you for popping in. Hisma, the numbers make us sleepy. I know. Oh, I gotta wake up. I can't wait for Mona to call in. That's gonna be fun. Just shows to go, yeah. Code word, swinging. Totally. Irish Amy, numbers and I have a hostile relationship. Ola, I just do not understand why Baker is going to protect her. Does he think he'll get conjugal visits? I don't know. He says that he's not, though. Like in the thing I read, he says that he's not doing this to give her a gift. So Drunky the Bear, Deborah is the next door neighbor, and her name is Deborah Obad. So she's the next door neighbor that Monica went over to after this event, the day of. She went over there. She's calling everybody. She's calling the law enforcement. She's calling family members. She's very much entrenched in all of this. So we've been hearing a lot about Deborah Obad. Just shows to go, yeah. The other half from the sale of the home, maybe everything. Maybe everything. Everything's tied up right now, don't forget. Law enforcement has tied it up. They haven't released it to the insurance company. So maybe it's everything. So if she's acquitted, she should get his life insurance. She should get that. She should get that money. Right? Drunky the Bear. Oh, bad. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mona, she even called the executives. Yeah, she was literally calling everybody. She was calling them on behalf of Monica. She was calling, finding out where the money was. Everybody went over to her house the day of, like when all the executives found out. They went over there, like at 5, 6 o'clock, whenever it was, and everybody was at Deborah's house. And Deborah's into everything. Lily Wayne. Therapist, no way she gets acquitted. I know. We'll see. Julie BME, Mrs. Kravitz. Totally. Drunky the Bear. I think that Baker was going to serve life no matter what, so he figures he'll have money on his books for his stay with Monica out of prison. Yeah. Irish Amy, right? She's like a shadowy big boss. Totally. Just shows to go, yeah. Home tours of the Red Rum scene. That's right. Was she a part of that? I mean, I know Monica was giving it. I don't know if Deborah, I'm sure, was there. Lily Wayne, it depends on Fabio's will, I would think. He didn't have one. Fabio did not have a will. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure he didn't have a will. Yeah, I don't think he had a will. He just had this life insurance breakdown of who would get what, who the beneficiaries were. I'm pretty sure he did not have a will. Yes, Groovy Cheryl. So we on break now. When I left, the TV is on the blonde lady. That blonde lady is Fabio's sister. Her name is Mela Sementilli. And yes, they're on their afternoon break. So it's like 3:30 out there. Yeah, Lily Wayne, bad news, no will. And yes, Irish Amy is saying yes, they are on a break. Julie says, I'm willing to bet she made sure he had no will. Interesting. Oh, okay, Taylor, I was looking on X for any tweets about the trial. I found Fabio's profile, Fab Style. Well, that's good. Let me see if I can find that. Fab Style. Fab Style. Let's see. Let me do at Fab Style. I got a Fab Style 2. I don't see Fab Style. Oh, there's Fab Style. Okay, at Fab Style. There's only one follower? Is this right? Fab Style? It doesn't look like... that doesn't look right. I'm at Fab Style, but there's only 0 following and only 1 person following. All right, that doesn't seem right. Oh, underscore. That's what I forgot. Sorry. Sorry. at fab_style. Okay. There it is. Okay. Now I'm cooking. There he is. 288 following 1,000 followers. Aw. Professional hairdresser for 25 years. I took care of customers in my chair, and now I take care of PhDs behind the chair. Hairdressing at heart forever. Aw. January 20th, January 22nd. He's got Facebook as well. Here's his Facebook post. January 22nd was his last post on Facebook. Seems like it was his last post. He posted on X January 20th, 22nd. Yeah, that stinks. Yeah, he has 1,000 followers. He's following 288, and he has 1,000 followers. Ken Rosenberg says she'll get the entire share of the community property. The separate property is divided between her and the children. I think it's a third to her and the remaining to split. Oh, I swear I don't make many typos outside of here. That's funny, Ken. I swear I don't make as many typos outside of here. Taylor says he liked watching YouTube videos. Yeah, we showed a couple of the videos he was in. A couple days, well, let's see, day 4 or 5, 3 or 4. Well, we're on day 10. Yeah, I think it was day 5 or 6 I played. I found a couple of his videos that we played. I know, Groovy Cheryl, how sad. There's no note about his demise. Yeah, like how does that work? I guess you would have to be able to get into his account. If you can't get into his account, you know, how would you be able to post for him? I suppose you could tag him. I'm sure people have tagged him. Yep, Kathy Smith. I love how the judge almost stops mid-sentence when it's break time. He does. And he literally said, sorry, excuse me, I hate to cut you off, you know, something like that. Oh, we have a jury for Rose Petal. We got a jury that starts tomorrow. Dang it. Also, then when they come back, like they come back and they're like, boom. Like there's no like the judge coming in, you know, people come. I mean, they just like they start and stop. Let's see. Taylor, if you go to media, it shows all the videos he'd like, cars, dogs, etc. I guess his accounts were linked through Google or something. Yeah. Yes, Groovy Cheryl, been watching Evelyn. Yep, Megan Boswell. We were trying to get caught up on that, but we'll eventually swing back to that one. But this Rose Petal trial, I want to get on the do that one from the beginning. Oh, I see them. we're getting a delivery of food right now because I wasn't able to go shopping over the weekend. So we have Kroger delivering some food right now, and I think I see him. I think he's lost. She was younger than that. Just goes to show you. Just shows to go you. She was about 13. She was born in November of 2018, and 2019 Thanksgiving was kind of like the last Christmas. Yeah. All right, Rose Petal is all right, so this is a let's see. Hold on a sec. All right, so what are we going to watch tomorrow, Rose Petal or Megan? I think we're going to start fresh with Rose Petal. He's a concert pianist. It's really messy. It's definitely, what is his name? I don't even know his name. It's been so long. We did like a little primer for him, but it was last month or something. God, what is his name? Give me a second. Oh my God, I don't remember his name. That's bad. Zachary Hughes, that's his name. Zachary Hughes. All right, here's a quick, he's 29. He faces M charges in connections with the deletion of Christina Parcell. She was a technician at a vet's hospital in South Carolina. She was discovered brutally stabbed in her home in October 13th, 2021. Now, he's a concert pianist. He went to Juilliard in New York City. So she's a daughter. I'm sorry, she has a young daughter. She's got a 9-year-old. But here's where it gets weird, right? So she was found lying on the floor. Cocaine was allegedly discovered nearby. There was rose petals were sprinkled all around her body. That's why they're calling it the rose petal. But then she was involved with these two guys. She had a kid. She had this 9-year-old with this other guy. Then she was dating another guy. Okay. Yeah, I have all this like pre-trial stuff I wanted to show. I can't do a child trial right now. I know. We're going to finish it at some point. I don't know because we're so far behind right now. We missed Saturday. We missed today. You know, it's just so hard to follow. I mean, it's so hard to like just be so far behind, you know. Whereas we have a chance to be up to date, or at least maybe a day behind. Because don't forget, these guys are going to be out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So we'll have a chance to really zone in on the rose petal. Yep, Julie trying to stay on top of Boswell. That's slowly slipping away from me, unfortunately. Like I said, we missed yesterday, we missed Saturday and today, so that one's slowly slipping away. Oh, Lily Wayne, you have no idea. We're doing Maya. Maya Kowalski's got a hearing in appeals. They want to like they want a new trial. They want to throw out the verdict, so that's Wednesday. Jules is going to be going to that, so that's Wednesday. So we're definitely going to cover that. Donna Adelson has a pretrial, and Tanika asked us if we were covering it, and we just can't. We just have too many. We have too many trials going on. Ken Rosenberg says, I mentioned this last week, but y'all, I want to my first adoption day at the courthouse this morning, and if you want to go to court for good tears. And
Sementilli, the defendant, is present. All counsel are present, jury and alternatives are present. Ms. Sementilli, you're still under oath, and you may continue with the cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Ms. Sementilli. Hello. So earlier when we first spoke, I had asked you if you recalled in that recorded conversation you first had with Detective Parshall, whether you had, after informing Detective Parshall that Monica, from your perspective, was a loving wife, whether Detective Parshall then shared with you his very strong opinions about the case, that he couldn't share evidence with you, any evidence with you, but that he wanted you to know there was no doubt in his mind that Monica knew what was going on. And you said, I think in response, I don't recall that, and I asked you if looking at the transcript would refresh your recollection. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you page 7 and 8 from your June 20 recorded conversation with Detective Porchal. Could you read that and see if it refreshes your recollection, starting at this looks like 31? On to the next page.
May I, Your Honor?
Chance to read that?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Am I correct that you tell Detective Porchal that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I know you want us to wait, but no foundation.
I don't know.
If it's for refreshing recollection,
Did that refresh your
she doesn't get to
recollection?
tell her what it says.
I understand that.
Did that refresh your recollection, looking at that from the transcript?
It was just one line. You told me to read line 31, right?
No. Starting at line 31, I said, and to the next page.
How much of next page?
The first 2 paragraphs.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, it sounds familiar.
So that refreshes your recollection as to what you said and what Detective Porchal said, correct?
That one line in the next page?
Yes, the next paragraph in the next page.
Yes.
And you told Detective Porchal that Monica was a loving wife, correct?
All of us.
At one point I did, yes.
And he told you very specifically, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that she knew what was going on, that she participated in this. He told you that, correct?
Yes.
And that, of course, had an impact on you, did it?
Yes.
Ms. Sementilli, you testified earlier to the prosecution counsel's questions. You said something about Monica not asking you not to call the police. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, when she talked to you about that, she made clear to you that was because Detective Porchal had asked her not to have family members calling and leaving messages. Is that true?
I don't know about that.
You don't recall that?
That Porchal told her that? No, I don't know that.
No, that she told you that.
No, she didn't tell it me like that.
And am I correct that when you had this conversation, it was May of 2017?
I don't remember the date.
Okay. Would it be fair to say sometime after Easter?
Again, I don't remember the date.
Okay.
It might have been even earlier than that because we all wanted answers.
Okay. But you had never once tried to call Detective Parshall before that conversation, correct?
I was reprimanded that my son did.
Okay. But before the conversation where you say you were reprimanded because your son did, you had never, since the date that Fabio had been killed, tried to call law enforcement, specifically the LAPD, correct?
No, no.
Okay. Ms. Sementilli, you shared with us a specific event before Fabio was killed, a story you told us about January 17 coming down to Los Angeles for a business trip, which was the last time you saw Fabio. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
And you went into quite a bit of detail about that experience for you was something unusual that occurred with Fabio and Monica the last time you saw them, before Fabio was killed.
Correct.
You testified that you were bringing this hairdresser, Anthony Quinteri, who had worked with you and Fabio for a very short time, I think you said?
Correct.
And that the two of you had a business proposal. We wanted to run something by him, correct?
Yes.
And that you told us that right before you all were supposed to get there, Fabio had called you and tried to cancel.
Yes.
And he told you it was not a good day.
Yes.
And you told him you were on your way and you were coming anyway.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said when you got there, things were unusual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they were unusual for two different reasons, correct? You said, the first thing you said was that there was no dinner ever served by Monica.
No, I didn't say that. So there was no welcome, no spread. She eventually did throw something together, but that's not the usual self, the usual welcome that I usually get. That's what I meant.
So when you testified, there was no dinner served?
No, there was no spread. There wasn't your usual welcome.
Okay, so there was dinner served.
At some point, she did get some food ready, but it's not the usual.
Okay. But it would be defined as dinner.
It was food, dinner time.
Okay. And you said, so what was unusual on that first reason was she served dinner, but it wasn't the usual production or spread, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was a second reason, correct?
Sorry, what reason, in what respect? Sorry, the second reason?
Well, you described for everyone
Why she was different or why it was different? I'm not sure.
why it was different, yes. You said this was a particularly unusual occurrence that you were sharing with us.
Yes.
And this was the last time you saw Fabio, and it was unusual, and you described two different things. You described no dinner, and you described that Fabio was not his normal gregarious self. He was working with his golf clubs and was not as welcoming as normal.
Correct. Those are the two reasons that was different that night.
Those were the two reasons.
But you
Correct?
said no dinner.
Well, that was one of the things you
I
described.
said there was no spread, there was no welcome, my brother was different, yes. But I didn't go into eventually. We stayed a little longer because I thought we were going to go to a restaurant, but then she made pasta with butter and garlic. That's not an Italian meal, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a spread. And it's not called dinner, because usually dinner is a little bit more rounded.
Ms. Sementilli, when you testified before this jury last Friday, you said you were served no food.
No, there was no spread.
And then the second reason that you're describing, you said that Fabio was not his normal welcoming self.
Yes.
Not as gregarious, not his normal gregarious self.
Mm-hmm.
Objection, Your Honor.
And that.
I'm sorry? Cumulative.
And that that made you concerned.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him about it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And am I correct when you said, Ms. Sementilli, that Antonio Quinteri is who you brought to Fabio's home? Antonio Quinteri, I think you described, had only worked for a short time for you and Fabio?
$4 years, 3.5 to 4 years.
Okay. Is it correct, Mrs. Sementilli, that you were aware when you brought Anthony Quinteri to the Sementilli home that your brother Fabio disliked Anthony Quinteri for a very specific reason?
Not at that time.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
So you weren't aware that when Anthony Quinteri worked for you and Fabio, when he left, he took a number of your salon's clients, which upset Fabio greatly?
Yes, but that had passed because Fabio was vice president of P&G here in LA, and Antonio was an account holder. And in fact, a few times I asked Fabio how he's getting along with Antonio, and he says, Morella, let that just be behind us now. And so there was no disgruntled anymore. It was fine. Our relationship was fine with Antonio.
And that was the incident that you said was unusual that you saw with Fabio and Monica prior to his death, correct?
I'm not sure what incident you're talking about.
This unusual occurrence you say happened at Fabio and Monica's home.
Unusual. Is this including Antonio Quinteri? I'm not sure.
Yes.
No.
You used the word unusual.
My brother was unusual. It wasn't his normal self.
Okay. Ms. Sementilli, you testified about flying into LA after you learned that Fabio had been killed, correct?
Yes.
And Fabio was killed on the 23rd of Monday, and you flew in that Wednesday, the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you flew into town and went straight to the house, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Fabio had been killed at the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said to us that you were very, very concerned about the safety of Monica and the girls being at the house. Is that true?
Yes.
And when you flew in to LA, you went straight to the house, and in fact, you stayed at the house for the next 6-7 days, correct?
No, I didn't stay there.
You didn't sleep in Monica's room?
No.
You didn't tell the police back in March of 2021 that for your entire stay you remained at the house and slept in Monica's room?
No, I stayed with Monica after, when I went back, when it was just me going back and forth.
Well, you told the police, did you not, that at the wake, at the viewing after you organized a viewing at the funeral home, and then you were there receiving about 80 people at the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told the police that you had stayed with Monica, that entire stay you stayed in her bedroom.
I
heard a comment. I didn't hear a question.
Understood. You stayed in Monica's bedroom that week, correct?
I didn't stay the entire stay. I might have stayed one night, but I went into the bedroom to get a battery a cell phone charger. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, you referenced to the detective, you told the detective that you stayed your entire stay at Monica's home.
I don't recall. We were at a hotel, so I might have confused which stay specifically. I was with Monica in her room after the murder.
Okay. So there was another stay where you came to the house and stayed in Monica's room?
Many times, yes.
Many times?
Yes.
And when was the next time?
I went back, I believe it was in end of February, then again in I think in March, and again in May, a few times after that.
Okay. And those times you stayed at the house, but not this time?
No. We were in a hotel with my mom and my sister, I'm pretty sure. So I might have.
Ms. Sementilli, isn't it true that during your trip to California for the January 29th event, from the time you got here until the time you left back to Toronto, you slept at the Sementilli home?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you said you don't recall that, or you definitely recall not sleeping there?
I definitely recall not sleeping there because Wella had put us up in a hotel, and I remember my sister, my mom, and I consoling each other in a hotel room.
So if you told Detective Roberts, quote, during the trip to California for the January 29th wake, you slept in Monica's room the entire stay, that would have been untrue.
I did not stay with Monica during that stay.
So that statement to the detective would have been untrue?
That would be untrue or misunderstood. I didn't get my dates right.
Okay. When you were at the home, when you first came, you described a number of family members being at the home, correct?
Correct.
And there were you there during the day that week you flew in on Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there every day?
Most of the days.
Okay. At the home?
Yes.
Where Fabio had been killed?
Yes.
Okay. And you never left the house because you felt unsafe. Is that fair to say?
No, there was 20 people at one time. No, I didn't.
Okay. And you never directed or arranged for your nieces or Monica to stay somewhere else, correct?
No, it wasn't something that I thought of.
Okay. You clearly understood at that time from, did you watch news reports of the events with Fabio?
I don't think I did understand either.
Were you watching the news about any reporting about Fabio's death?
Here in LA, we don't get the news in Canada, but
Here
when
in
I was
LA.
here, I came to the pre-trials, and sometimes I would watch the news.
Okay, I apologize for not being clear. I mean that first week after he was killed, when you were at the Sementilli home with 20 people.
Yes, we did watch the news at the house.
Okay. And you were talking to Monica, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall talking to Monica while you were here?
In specifically for what was I talking to her about?
About this horrible killing of your brother.
Yes, of
Okay.
course, yes.
Okay. And your understanding, am I correct, was that the operating theory, the police at that time believed this was some kind of burglary gone wrong?
Objection calls for speculation. Also hearsay.
This witness's understanding, it's overruled.
Yes,
That was your understanding.
yes.
And you also understood that the police had reassured Monica and the girls that burglars usually don't come back.
And calls for speculation.
That does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Prosecution counsel asked you last Friday, Ms. Sementilli, did Monica ever say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house? And you answered no in your testimony. Is that correct?
What was the answer in reference to?
The prosecutor's question, did Monica say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house? And you answered no. Was that your testimony?
Yes.
She never said anything about moving.
Eventually she did, yes.
Okay. So eventually she did, but you were wondering when the prosecutor asked you this question, you were speaking about what time period?
The beginning.
The beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, Monica did tell you that she wanted to move and sell the house, correct?
She did, yes.
And in fact, you went and looked at a number of homes with Monica, correct?
Correct.
And they weren't all listed at $800,000, correct?
I only went to see one home.
Okay. But you looked around for Monica and knew she had a real estate agent?
No, I didn't do any of that.
You didn't? You
No.
didn't contact Monica by text and tell her that she should look for a house in a particular neighborhood near Pierce College?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. And you didn't actually meet her to look at other houses other than this one you say?
Nope, just the one.
Okay. And you, in fact, were aware, were you not, that Monica was using the same real estate agent to sell her house that she was going to be using to get a new house. Is that correct?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You didn't have any discussions with
No,
Monica about
no.
that? Okay. After Fabio was killed, Ms. Sementilli, would it be fair to say that you played a very active role in wanting to honor your brother?
Yes.
And in fact, you spent a great deal of time and effort in putting together these plaqued photographs. You were getting a series of plaqued photographs to use in tribute to him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You actually sent Monica a couple of posters that you had made of Fabio, blown up photographs of Fabio for her to be able to use as part of tributes to him, correct?
Yes.
And you actually worked very hard that Sunday after you arrived to put on this viewing and at the funeral home and then organize the reception back at the house, correct?
That wasn't me.
You didn't communicate with Wella about that?
No.
Okay. Who did you see communicating with Wella about that?
Sustain.
I don't recall.
Do you know?
There's nothing to strike.
Do you know, Ms. Sementilli, how that event was organized?
No.
Did you attend that event?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that there were about 80 people there,
Yes.
and most of the people there were gathered outside by the pool,
Correct.
and there was food set up outside,
Yes.
and were people gathered around where Fabio had been killed?
Yes.
There were tables and chairs set up out there, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you described for us being out there, and at some point during that memorial, that gathering, you met someone who was introduced to you as Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was Monica who introduced you, correct?
Yes.
And you had first seen them outside with a number of people gathered outside, correct?
I had seen them together,
Okay.
sitting down, looking at each other.
And then you, accompanied with Deborah Obad, you walked inside with Robert Baker and Monica, correct?
Correct.
And then you had not been introduced to him yet, correct?
No.
And then the four of you went into their living room, correct?
Correct.
And you said Robert Baker sat down on an ottoman and you sat down right beside Monica on the couch, correct?
Correct.
And that's the point at which you were introduced to Robert Baker.
Yes.
And you testified that you, at some point, whispered into Monica's ear that people are watching. And what did you whisper?
Who is this guy? People are watching, and he probably should go.
You said that as well.
Well.
What did you say in Italian? You said it was in Italian?
Yes, I said in Italian.
What did you say in Italian?
Who is this guy? Oh, sorry.
You want the English translation, I take it, because we are not going to hear the Italian words.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm
English
correct in that, yes?
English translation.
Thank you.
I said, who is this guy? Everybody is watching. It's probably best he go, in Italian.
And then Monica said to him, you should probably go.
She introduced me to him.
Uh-huh.
And then after, he gave me condolences, and then over to Deborah, and then back to Monica, and she said, it's probably better you go.
And then he left.
And then he got up.
Okay. And when he left, you saw Monica's mother at some point say something to him as he was leaving.
Correct.
And did he respond at all?
No.
Okay. And your understanding about her saying that when you spoke to Deborah Obad was that his mom was worried that men like Baker would prey on Monica. Is that right?
I didn't overhear any of that.
Deborah Obad never had a conversation with you about why Mena, Monica's mom, said that to Baker?
Objection, Your Honor, double hearsay.
A moment. Let's sustain that.
You didn't have any understanding about why Mena said that to Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never asked anybody about it?
No.
You just didn't think anything of it?
Well, I did. I says, what's going on? And then she wasn't talking to me. She was not saying anything after that.
Ms. Sementilli, you described for the prosecutor being in Monica's closet at one point with your sons and Monica and Luigi. Do you recall that?
I wasn't in the closet with my sons and my nephews. No.
You were not there?
No. I was in the closet with my mom and my sister.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're referencing, the clothing?
Well, yes. You testified that there was some incident where you said Monica was giving away Fabio's things, right?
Yes, she was.
But as you testified, Luigi had requested a few of Fabio's things. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And was that at the same time period where you were in the closet with Monica?
No.
You were never in the closet with Luigi?
Not at that time, no.
But you were in the closet when a watch was located that you asked Monica if it would be okay to give to the firstborn, which was your son Anthony, correct?
My nephew Anthony.
Your nephew Anthony.
Yes.
Correct?
She gave it to my nephew Anthony. I don't recall conversation about it.
Well, you specifically asked Monica if Anthony, because he was the firstborn, could have the watch, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you recall Anthony getting the watch?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sementilli, you described in your testimony earlier that one of Monica's neighbors brought over at some point the surveillance footage that had been located at the neighbor's house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that Monica, when she returned home from the police impound, was upset because she had not seen the video. Is that right?
She was upset that we saw the video.
Before she saw it?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware at that time that it was Monica who had first told the police the night Fabio was killed that they might find video like that at this neighbor's home?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence, and
Sustained.
calls for speculation.
Were you aware, did you have an understanding that it was Monica who informed the police that they might find this video at the neighbors who brought it?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Sementilli, you claimed when the prosecutor was asking you about the conversations you had with Monica after Fabio was killed, that your communications with Monica were almost all about life insurance. Do you recall that?
Almost all about life insurance. A majority of them, yes.
Okay. And you were, during this entire period, texting frequently with Monica, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you that the prosecution had gathered over 500 communications between you and Monica between the time Fabio was killed and when Monica was arrested, would that sound about right?
500. I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review those communications?
Yes.
And while we're gathering those, am I correct that there wasn't a single communication between you and Ms. Sementilli in those communications?
Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah.
The reviewing is going to be done after court. We're not going to sit here while counsel and the witness confer on 500 communications.
That's fine.
Okay, so you can ask your question without showing her the matter right now.
Okay. Am I correct that there's not a single time in however many communications there were between you and Monica after Fabio died and before she was arrested, there's not one text where Monica ever complains to you or makes any reference to life insurance?
What's your question? I'm sorry, it was all broken up. What was the question again?
Is it true that in all of the communications you had with Monica between the time Fabio died and when she was arrested, she never complained once or even referenced life insurance to you in these communications?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Let me take our adjournment this time. Counsel, you can meet with the witness after 4 hours. Excuse me, so I can talk to the jury. Excuse me a second. We're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admission advisor will discuss this case among yourselves or if anyone else or former expressing opinions of the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9. I want to see counsel here at 8:30.
All right, so that concludes day 10. That was very quick. Mona, before you call in, let me just quickly go over what we just heard. We are going to have a call in from Hey Mona. She was there in the courtroom today, so stick around. Let me just get through this recap real quick, and then we'll have her call in. So they talked to Morelli. This meeting at the house was unusual because there was no welcome, there was no spread of food. Eventually, Monica threw something together. She told, now here's kind of a big thing, I guess. She told law enforcement that she didn't stay at the house. I'm sorry, she's saying now that she didn't stay at the house at all, but she did tell law enforcement that she actually slept, I think in Monica's bedroom too, or slept there. She remembers consoling her sister and mom at the hotel. Yeah, she slept in Monica's room the entire time would be untrue. So that was kind of the only thing that really kind of came out of that. They kind of go over again, Baker being there. That was kind of odd that Baker's at this, he's at this memorial. Poor taste for sure. They talk again about, who is this guy? Everybody's watching. It's probably better that he goes. They talk about Monica's mom, saying F you. And then they talked about the surveillance video. So, all right. Hey, Mona, if you want to give a call, I am ready. Let's see if... we'll see what Hey Mona tells us about the being in the court. I'm excited. Can I ask what the jury looks like? What can I ask?
I guess men and women. I wouldn't be too specific.
Yeah. All right. All right. So while we wait for Mona to call in, and she's saying okay, so she's ready to call in. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay. We're a little tired because we had to get up really early to make sure we were there. Well, I wanted to be there when it started
Uh-huh.
to like check out what the scene is like.
Sure, sure. Let me just make sure that everybody can hear you. Guys, can you hear Mona? I'm just...
Hi, Dreama. She can hear me.
Okay, she's saying hello. All right. All right, I think you're good. Okay. All right, cool. So you wanted to get there early, and why were they delayed? Because they I know they're a half hour.
I'll tell you, but first I have to give a major thanks to my sweet, handsome husband who does not like true crime and got up early to drive me downtown because I don't enjoy that drive.
Aw, well, thank you.
And he has a rehearsal tonight, so he's pretty wiped out. That was,
Well, give him big thanks from us and hugs and handshakes or whatever else that he needs.
I definitely will. So we wanted. I have never, since I was in Miss Shipley's 5th grade, ever walked into a courtroom.
Okay.
So I'm in my 60s, so that was like 50 some years ago.
Right.
And that was just to learn social studies about the justice system. And it blew my mind how it seemed so inequitable to me. It was bankruptcy court.
Okay.
In Baltimore.
Okay. Interesting, right?
And I'm like, why do the rich people get what they want and the poor people that need it don't get it?
I know. Yeah.
So this was my first time inside a room in an active trial, and everybody was super nice in that entire building. I have to say that everybody that works there, and the male defense lawyer was in the lobby when we came into the building, for security. And I went, good morning. And he was very pleasant, but he was kind of looking at me like, do I know her?
Right.
From life, because he didn't know I was going to go up there. And the elevators are terrible there, so that's a lot of why everybody's late.
Okay.
And wants to get out.
Gotcha.
It's the 9th floor, and people don't want to climb that high.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to do that. Those are steps I would not want to do.
I wouldn't mind it, but I like to work out.
Right. All right. So so you got the elevators. Did your husband go in with you as well? Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was sitting right. He was very curious to see what was going on too. And let's say I don't even know. I took some notes, but I don't even know what I'm allowed to.
I know.
Say.
I know.
So I'm hesitant, but I will just say that the people in the courtroom, or the sheriffs or whoever they are the nicest people. Very small courtroom. Beth Silverman came over and asked us if we were pressed, because only we were there at first as spectators. There are no spectators.
Really? Yeah.
Probably because the ASAP Rocky trial is going on right there.
Ah, okay.
On the same floor.
Wow. Okay.
But she was super nice and super friendly, and told us about her car accident.
Yeah. Well, what happened? Because I didn't hear it.
She said my car was totaled, and we're like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? And she said, I went to urgent care because my boss made me, and I won't lie, my back and neck hurt a little bit, but I got a job to do, is basically.
Right.
Everybody was really, it's so different when they're just hanging out and chatting for the first, 40 minutes or so, waiting.
Right. I was going to ask you about the gallery. So there was nobody there? It was just you and your husband?
There was a whole back row of press.
Okay.
Now, it's just, let me see if I took notes. I estimated how many people I thought could fit in there.
Okay.
Let's see. I wrote I kept writing the jury wrong because I didn't understand the seating on the wall. So I think I finally got it right.
Okay.
There was, I'm sitting here going, there's one press woman coughing without covering her mouth, sniffling.
Right.
I can't stand that. But I'm a nurse, and that drives me bazonkers.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Especially with, stuff going around right now. I mean, everybody's getting sick.
It's
And
flu season.
Yeah.
It's everything season.
Yeah.
It just seemed weird to just not even cover your mouth or turn your face. It was like a straight up.
Right. Just general social etiquette, just cover. Same with the sneeze, just cover yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, or put a mask on if you're a sniffly cougher.
Right. Right.
I almost gave her one that I had in my pocket.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So
let's see.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. I'm trying to think. The first row, there's like 3 prosecutors
Okay.
in the front desk, and then to the left of them are 4 defense attorneys, and then behind them are 3 each of the other lawyers that work for them.
Okay.
So we don't even see them, the way the shots they have in this courtroom. I was surprised. It's just filled with attorneys. Then it says law enforcement is saved for the first bench or 2, and there are 0.
Okay. Huh.
So then I sat close to the jury so I could see what I wanted to.
Sure.
And then they make you move to the police place when the jury's coming in and out, because they don't come in from a separate door. They're just hanging out in the hallway.
Oh, wow.
They don't have a room. I was really surprised.
So when they're on breaks, they don't go back to the room. They just go to the hallway?
There is no room. They go out in the hallway. They're just, a couple of them just like laid on a bench exhaustedly. And then other ones just waited. We waited for a ridiculous amount of time for the elevators, and then we were allowed to go back through the security area and go down the stairs eventually, because it was and the juror said it always is like this.
All right,
and
everybody.
he said that's why we get a long lunch, because of the elevators.
Right. You get that extra 15 minutes just to wait and ride the elevators.
Yeah,
it sounds like
it's 30 minutes per wait, I think, to go up or down.
Wow. So a lot of people are asking. Sorry.
What are they asking? I'm sorry.
No,
I'll
no.
read it.
I was just going to say a lot of people are asking about the jury makeup. I guess we can kind of talk about that.
I think I could say that there, in the actual jury, there are, all the seats are taken, 12 jurors and 6 alternates, and so nobody has died of boredom yet.
And how are they responding to some of the testimony?
It's really interesting to see who's paying attention and who's checked out.
Okay.
I will say that.
Okay.
There is one juror that flat out was sleeping the second he came in.
Oh, my.
I mean, they.
Wow.
And there was one person behind him that kind of like nudged him as if this is not unusual.
Wow. You would think that Judge Cohen would say something to him.
I was shocked that that he didn't, to be honest, or that somebody didn't, or say this isn't going to work and let's have an alternate. You know, because they're obviously not hearing what's going on.
Right? Are they just bored, or are they actually tired because they were working a triple shift or something?
I think it wasn't from boredom, because it was basically the minute that person sat down, they just went to sleep. And there was another one, much younger, that was just not interested, and just almost their head was almost in their lap with disinterest.
Okay. So how about, let's see, male, female ratio and or ages?
For the gender, there are 8 males and 4 females, and somebody might be a non-gender, so it might be a they.
Gotcha.
3 females and 8 males.
Okay.
And then there's 3 and 3 in the alternates, and their seats are numbered. So I'm assuming, I felt terrible for the poor attentive juror in seat 6 the alternate, because he's not going to be in that jury.
Right. Oh, wow. And how about like age? Is it a wide range, young to old? Or?
Surprisingly, there were quite a few young people, like younger than I would think. So let me see if I wrote down numbers of that.
So 8 males. Let's see. Can we deduce anything from 8 males? Like how would a male handle this versus a female? Probably, well, a lot differently, right?
There was quite a difference in racial background with the people and age, and there's one that is so attentive to everything, like their head is like a ping pong watching everything going on. And
well, that's good.
Yeah, there are quite a few people that are very attentive.
Now, how does it work in California with foremen? For people, do they does the judge pick them, or do the jury do they pick it themselves?
I actually don't know, but I would be shocked if they didn't vote on it themselves. I don't think it's that strict of a judge is going to tell you this. And the judge was very personable when you're in his courtroom.
No, I never slept.
Oh, Mart, I'm on the. We're talking right now.
Thank you.
I mean,
tell him big thank
they're
yous.
saying thank you. He can't hear because I have ear things in. It's so cute. He's like, oh, while he's getting ready. I think he tried to take a nap.
Aw. Well, tell him big thanks from us.
Everybody says thank you, Marty, for taking me to court. I mean, husband.
Good. Everybody needs a chauffeur.
He's very sweet. We've been married for about 142 years.
And all of them great.
Okay.
Ken asked, how did it differ from what you expected? Yeah, that's a great question. And will it impact how you view and listen to trials online?
What differed for me was how few spectators there were. I was very surprised that this one woman came in at one point, and I was just shocked there's nobody just hanging out there. And it's just like any office. Everybody's chilling and chatting, and I was surprised the judge was there without his robe hanging out at the desk. I just always assumed, I misassumed that there's a juror room, which there apparently isn't. I guess until you deliberate.
Right.
And I assumed the judges they come out from their chamber with their robe on, and everybody's just chatting like you would in any office, super friendly.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I mean, we watch a lot of trials, and the majority of the time the judge will say, okay, go back to the jury room, so we know that there is a room that they go to. But here I'm trying to think, I guess he doesn't say you can go back to the jury room. He just dismisses them, and then they can just go hang out in the hallway and do whatever
they just say take a break. So they're going into the same public bathrooms that we're using, and they're sitting in the same benches along this long hallway outside all of these courtrooms. There's just these poor people that have the juror badge just waiting for each, whatever they're told in every of the trials.
Right. So OnlyFan asks about donuts. Any donuts?
There were I could smell them and see big boxes of donuts in on this table when you walk outside the courtroom.
Okay. Oh, just randomly sitting on a table?
You could I didn't look in the boxes, but I could smell them, and it seemed I don't know. It seemed odd that they were just publicly available, but I guess there's no jury room. It's like this teeny little sort of hallway thing when you go out the first door.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Jules has been to many trials, and she has said, well, at the Sarah Boone, she was using the restroom, and there's, there's jurors in there. There's Sarah's, the women that were not Owens and her main people, but she had a couple other, I guess, assistants or whatever. And she said, yeah, she was getting the dirt from them. You know, she was talking to them about who's going to testify when and how long is this going to go. So Jules is like right in there talking to them. So.
Oh, I have to, that's so cool. I watched that. I think that's maybe the trial I found your channel on.
Oh, okay.
Because I wanted a trial that was showing it without commentating
Sure.
or commenting during it.
Sure.
You know, while they're. And then I saw Jules do that great interview with Owen outside the courtroom at the end. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. That was. We were there. That was me filming, and Jules was there with the questions. That was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, and then your little house, and I saw all that stuff.
Oh, cool. Oh, awesome.
It was fun. But I might have. I don't know. It might have been something before that, but I just don't remember.
Yeah.
How I even found your channel. But you guys are doing a great job, and you have such a nice chat group.
Well, thank you. And I say it's people like, well, our chat is only as good as the people that are there, and you're one of them, you know, and talking with you is so wonderful. I'm so happy that you called in.
Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, are there any other questions? I know I wrote down that I thought how many people could fit in that courtroom, but now I can't find because I was like, hey, when Austin and Baker are there, I would think people would come by the droves to watch that.
Yeah, I would think so too.
They're not going to have room, and I don't know, depending on the butt size on those benches, I don't know how many people on the 2 rows, plus having to leave this whole first row of spectator that's the longest for when the jury comes in and out, so it'll be quite interesting.
Yeah. Okay, we have 2 questions and then 1 statement. So Lily Wayne asks, a lot of chances of someone talking to someone they're not supposed to be talking to. Maybe that's why they asked Mirella not to talk in the hallway. Or, I'm sorry, they asked about her talking in the hallway. Because somebody could overhear, right? Somebody could overhear them.
You could, and I tried to, believe me.
Yeah.
I could hear all the attorneys talking to each other and that first witness, and we got to see the motion, which is what delayed everything this morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you know
thanks.
How he doesn't ever show motions? He's like, anything we need to address, and the prosecution made a motion to put on that boring finance lady.
Yeah.
And
Marie.
to defer Mirella coming back until Friday. And the defense objected, and the judge said something, and I didn't know she was coming back. I thought it was going to be Friday, or I would have definitely sat in the courtroom just to see how Monica was.
Sure.
Because everything's so close, because it's so small.
Sure. All right, let's see. We have a question from Nan R. And let's see. Do the jurors have a room to eat lunch, and do they bring their own lunch, or are they given lunch? And then she says, I'm hungry.
They have no room to eat lunch. 2 of them stayed and just laid on a bench.
Wow.
And most, my husband was like, I would totally brown bag it.
Yeah.
Because of these elevators, this is terrible.
Yeah.
And the jurors would talk to you, but just like any person you're standing waiting for an elevator with.
Sure.
So it was nothing inappropriate. But they go out, and when you're downtown, it takes a while to get to a place. So I feel badly for it's they're dragging this trial out.
Yeah.
It seems like it should be a 2-week trial, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, looking back at my notes, the most, let's see, they have the most witnesses they've had in a day is 3, and they've done that a few times. Oh, I'm sorry, day 3, they actually had they had 5 witnesses on day 3, but almost every other day they have 2 or 3 witnesses. I mean, it's just, and everybody...
One. The day that Luigi was on, that was a good day.
Yeah. He was, where's Luigi? He was day 6. So it was Elise. Yeah, that was a good one. Elise, Luigi, and then Sal, the GM. That was a pretty good one. That was day 6.
Yeah, all of it. It's amazing to me watching this trial how much money is in hair products. There's so many wealthy people that are, they all seem so put together and well-traveled, and jet setters.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like, what is happening?
Yeah, the pretty people. All right, so Groovy Cheryl says, does the judge admonish the jury to not to talk to people in the hallways, TV? I'm pretty sure he does, but what did you hear?
I only heard the normal admonishment.
Yeah.
You know, and he's kind of says it so quickly, but it's like, let me remind you, don't talk about this, don't look it up, don't talk to anybody about this, don't let anybody talk to you about it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So OnlyFans says, how are the defense attorneys and how's your take on the heifer Monica? Yeah. What was her demeanor?
Okay.
Yeah. What's her demeanor?
Now, I noticed this watching on Friday. Did you notice, Chris, the difference in her previous? It seems like she's uncomfortable and worn down to me just looking at her fatigue level and her facial grimacing and trying to pay attention kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
She was chill, and that place is chill. She just comes through this little door and plunks right down. You know, there's just one sheriff there. It doesn't seem like super guarded or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get to see her be taken out of handcuffs or anything, because that's, you know, that would have been interesting to watch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then the defense attorney of hers.
Yeah.
She sits on the different side of the table, staring directly at the jury when she's not on questioning anybody.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like her job.
Sure. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure she is. Yeah, absolutely looking at the jury. You know, anything that they're reacting to. I think her name is Blair Burke. I have written down Blair Burke. Is her?
Yeah, I don't even remember the gray guy who did. I thought he did a very good job today, actually, when I was there.
Okay.
On defense.
So is that Leonard Levine? I have his name. I have a name.
Yes,
Leonard
that's
Levine.
him,
Okay.
Levine. Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah. So Blair Burke and Leonard Levine. Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of other attorneys there for them.
Yeah, there was like a younger woman with dark hair. She did one cross. I don't know.
There were 3 or 4 behind them,
Okay.
and then another one at the table with them. So they have quite. I don't know if they're clerks or you know what I mean, or whatever. But
Yeah.
they seem everybody's very attorney dressed and.
Right. Sure. Yeah, yeah. All right, Groovy Cheryl has. What is the jury's take on the defense lady on Monica, or we'll ask this. How is the jury reacting to Monica's defense lawyers when they get up?
They pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know, except for the 2 that don't.
Right.
They seem very considerate and attentive.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it was dry, they did seem to pay more attention to the defense attorney than the prosecution.
Really? Okay. Interesting. Yes.
Yeah, they sort of more heads were turning, and there's like 3 people that really watch everything the whole time, and only a few that are taking notes.
Right. God bless
But
them.
they do have the pads and the
Right.
utensils. Like there's this little kind of Tupperware of pencils and pens
Okay.
that they ask for if they want one.
Okay. Oh, and just shows to go. Yeah, says and the Brit. Yes, the British gentleman that was there the other day. Did you see him?
Oh, that would have been great. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Yeah, he was good because he was just so different and so proper, and just really a pleasure. Everybody else has kind of been droning on and irritating us, if you will. But he was just like a nice a blast of fresh air.
Oh, I'm a sucker for an English or Australian accent anytime.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, I think most Americans seem to be. Okay, all right. Let's see. I don't want to keep you too much longer. Do you have anything else you want to add that we haven't talked about?
Let me look quickly. Oh, just like little things that I noticed because I'd never been inside a courtroom. I thought the sign on the wall that says everything 1 to 6 about what the jurors are supposed to do was interesting because it's like I'm assuming for voir dire more than anything, but it's just there. The seal looks so much darker in person, so much less shiny and giant. I thought it was it's so different just being there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's awesome.
The press sits at the end.
Okay.
You know, there's a whole lot of them. And I thought it was interesting, maybe because I'm a boomer, that one of them came in jeans. I just thought you're supposed to dress kind of nicer for your job in a courtroom.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that kind of went out with Steve Jobs. I think he sort of put that all on its head, you know, wearing jeans and a black shirt, you know, he was doing that in like the 90s, you know.
Oh yeah, with his turtleneck.
Yep, exactly.
The thing that was super surprising to me in my observations, you see the big screen behind the witness. They do show that, but it's very clear in person.
Okay.
And there was one to my right, which is to the side of the jurors, and some of the jurors had a really hard time craning their necks trying to see. They don't have their own screens, so they couldn't really see everything they wanted to.
Wow.
As far as the, you know, that piece of paper with all the accounting that we watched for an hour. Two.
The breakdown. The death versus divorce benefit breakdown. Yeah.
And I'll just say one thing that I found amusing that I pointed out to my husband was you can see I was behind the lectern or podium or whatever they call it.
Okay.
What is it?
Lectern, yeah.
So when the prosecution was up, it was exactly what you would think, like just pages of small print. And she was doing her checkoff. And when the defense attorney, the male defense attorney came up, he had just big, giant handwritten, like little notations to himself because he obviously needed to see it. And then he dropped some stuff and picked it up. So it was just funny to see little personality differences in how people approach their jobs.
Absolutely. So do you think you'll be going back again? And I know it might be hard to kind of figure out when, but are you planning on going back maybe for closing or verdict watch?
I would love to go back on a day that would be interesting. And I am super interested in seeing the felons come in.
Yeah, we all are.
Because they have to be handcuffed and come from somewhere. I'd be shocked if they weren't.
Yeah, no, they'll be in their oranges. You know, they're not going to be dressed up. They'll be.
I know, but I want to see some shackles and handcuffs.
Right. I'm trying to think. Well, we watched Henry Segura, and there was there were two felons that testified, and I don't remember if they were, because the jury is out, and then they bring them in, and they're actually sitting in the stand, and then the jury comes out. So I don't think they actually see them come shuffling in with the shackles.
You know, didn't they come in like that for Charlie Adelson's trial? Katie and Luis.
Yeah,
they were definitely in handcuffs.
Yeah. Were they sitting? I don't quite remember. We watched that, but I don't quite remember. Were they seated already?
I want to believe, but it could be my imagination that they were trying to raise their hand in handcuffs and it wasn't working for the swearing in. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, we'll find out.
Ruby Cheryl's fun. Now I'm reading some of this stuff.
Okay.
I want to hear what Irish Amy's mom has to say.
Oh. Where is that? I don't see that one. Let's see.
No, she just seems like a super cool person because Irish Amy's really funny and she was saying some of her mom's she was repeating some of her mom's sayings the other day, and I liked them, even though I can't remember them.
Gotcha. Now, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Groovy Cheryl says, does the judge let you take pictures?
You know what? When you walk into that building, because I did a little Instagram story on going on my field trip today.
Nice.
And the first thing when you walk into the building, and I used to work for the government, and I respect their rules, and it says no pictures or photography or anything in this building, and it says it before you even get to security.
Yeah.
So of course I wanted to take a picture of that, but I refrained.
Right. Well, how was security? How was getting through security?
Well, security, it was a little crowded, and it's just like in the airport. But
Right.
then I kept beeping, and I didn't know if it was like my clogs or whatever, but they eventually just said, "Oh, it's probably your zipper. Go on in."
Wow. Okay.
So it wasn't, I guess, I always say that's that perfect, now I'll say late middle age as a joke, but my friend and I always said it's that invisible female middle age. You can kind of make your way through security without you.
Right. Yeah. You're not a security threat.
No, but I couldn't believe they just went, "Oh, you're okay." But they were so nice in explaining the phone locking system upstairs.
Nice.
Just the most helpful, pleasant people that
Right.
worked there.
So you were
everywhere.
You were able to bring. Yeah, I found that too with the Sarah Boone and also Ashley Benefield. I found Sarah Boone. I felt they were a little bit nicer, but yeah.
Was Ashley Benefield before Sarah Boone? Because that's where I might have found you. I don't.
Yes.
I know I watched both of those.
Yes, she was
With your
before.
channel.
She was in August, I believe. I'm pretty sure she was August, and we went to her sentencing. We were streaming her trial, but I wasn't on talking because that was before we did that. And then Sarah Boone's sentencing was like the 12th of December, and then Ashley was the 3rd, and one was in Orlando, one was in Tampa. So it's only like a 2-hour drive. So that's why Jules and I went to both. But Sarah Boone's, I felt that Orlando's security, they were much nicer, and I don't want to throw shade on Bradenton or that, but they just seemed a little less talkative, like I'm a talkative person. I'm always like, plus I have all my gear and they're like, "Hey, what's this? What's that?" And you strike up a conversation and it's, "Oh, I'm a producer, I'm a rapper, or I'm a videographer." Like it's really like these security guards, you forget that, they're usually young, they're in their 20s and they're doing their thing too on top of the security. So I just found that the Sarah folks, those guards were a lot cooler, a lot easier to talk to. Ashley, they were a little bit more buttoned up and a little bit, who are you with? I'm like, I had my press pass and all that stuff, and they were, I don't know, it was just different. They were a little bit more buttoned up. So that's why I was wondering, in LA, I would think they'd be maybe a little bit looser and cool, but you felt that too?
I have found that even in the airport that it's very easy for me to get through security, and I've been patted down in DC, and I'm like, whoa. It's not like LA where they're like, "Oh, go ahead."
Right,
so
right.
You could be onto something there. But I was just surprised at how happy everyone seemed to be on a Monday morning at their workplace.
Right. Right, and it wasn't like it was Philadelphia where everybody was like floating on cloud 9 after the Super Bowl. So
there were people complaining about how they felt from all the partying the day before, but they weren't from any of the professionals in the courtroom with me.
Right.
But you definitely hear a little bit about that, such as when you're traipsing down 9 stories because the elevator won't ever come.
Right. Ugh, I would wait. I mean, that's how many elevators did they have? Did they only have like 2 or 3 elevators?
They have so many, and one of them, it says employees only. So the prosecution just comes through, swipe, everybody fills in, and they don't even let the defense go down. I just thought that was kind of like, to make them wait isn't very cool.
Right. Well, they shouldn't ride together.
They gave up and went down the stairs.
Oh my gosh. Well, they shouldn't ride together. They should definitely ride separately, right? I mean, they shouldn't ride together.
Who cares? They should let them in with their pass so the elevator opens up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I just because I'm a very suspicious person in general, if there were 2, 4, 6, 8 or 10 elevators, I suspect only 1 or 2 were working. I just don't believe that they were all functioning. I think it's a ruse.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. All right, so let's see. So if you do go back, I'm going to try and find a witness list, because sometimes these trials are like, sometimes it's easy to find the documents, and other times it's just nearly impossible, or you have to go on Pacer and you got to pay for it, and it's not always there. So I will try, after we hang up, I'll try and find a witness list so we can at least see.
Oh, I will definitely plan on going, and
Yeah.
I'm very interested when the defense starts.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just want to see any case in chief start would be interesting to me.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So you always can, call back in if you're going to, even if you're going to be there like all day. I'm not sure if you're planning on doing that, but if you want to call in during lunchtime or whatever.
Oh, I would probably go all day if it's a good one.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Well, yeah. Please call back in, and this was much appreciated for you taking the time out.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
And I will also tell the chat that it seems like you are allowed to bring snacks and coffee, not just water, which surprised me.
Okay. Excuse me. That's
Don't hold me to it though.
right.
Because it wasn't, it wasn't the two people that were observers, it was everyone else.
Gotcha. And they told you to turn your phones off, obviously, right, when you got there?
No, you have to put them in a bag and lock it up like a little Faraday bag that you keep with you.
Oh, wow. You couldn't even bring it in. Wow. Okay.
They know that you can bring it with you, but it's
Right.
this really, I've never seen this before because I don't go to those kind of clubs,
Mhm.
but it has a little button on
Okay.
it that they snap, and then you have to hit this thing in the lobby behind security to unrelease it, and then you just, on the honor system, put the bag back when you leave.
Wow.
And when I didn't seal mine, oh, you're welcome, everybody.
Yeah.
Lily and Dreama, and Julie, and just shows to go. Yeah, I love the names on YouTube.
Right.
So when I didn't close the bag right away, one of the prosecutors that I'm not familiar with, she came over and she was, hey, you can't do that. And she told the security person or something, and they're like, I said, I'm pretty sure I can just close it. And I did. It's just like, if you put a security tag on something, if you ever worked in a clothing store, it'll snap by itself, but
Right.
you have to use the magnet to open it.
Right. Interesting. All right, Groovy Cheryl saying, get yourself a press pass tonight. Easier said than done.
I might be, I'm not going to do that, but I know I could talk my way into something
Yeah.
if I wanted to. I just was checking it out, and a friend of mine, Dawn DeQuisto, she probably has a press pass, and I don't know. I could talk to a few other YouTube people that I'm familiar with.
Okay. Well, it seems like you were okay, at least today. Maybe when the felons speak and or closing arguments and or verdict watch, it might get a little bit more crowded then.
I doubt it that it would be crowded for verdict watch in Los Angeles without us knowing they were coming back.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just like it's driving here and parking downtown is the biggest hassle. It's just like no other town except maybe New York and San Francisco.
Yeah.
As far as driving.
So there's no parking at the court. You have to park elsewhere and then walk.
Yeah, you have to park, and it's confusing. The courthouse says no juror parking, no public parking, but it seemed to have a big parking lot.
Huh. Okay.
And then you just sort of drive in circles and ask your, Google Maps, hey, man. And then you're like taking 18 pictures to try to find your way back.
You do that too? I thought I was the only one that does that.
I have to. I lost my car once many years ago in D.C. After a night out, and they didn't have remote, there was nothing. So we just marched through the streets looking for an old car with a 455 engine. I don't even know how we actually found it. I just remember walking a lot looking for it.
Right. That's funny. Yeah, I when I go, like when I fly or whatever, I always take a picture of where I parked because, 2 or 3, 4 or 5 days later, you don't remember, so.
Right, or maybe an hour.
Or even an hour, exactly.
You're thinking
exactly. Yeah.
About other things, for sure.
Totally.
Yes, I will let you know. If you find a list or anything, you could text it to me or whatever.
Absolutely.
And then I could make some plans. And then I'm sure there's other people in LA on this chat. Maybe we can all meet up for something fun, a fun day of sitting in court on the hard bench.
Absolutely. Yeah. Chat, you heard that. If there's anybody else in LA that wants to connect, please let us know.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
That would
just
be...
have the Trial Channel Observer Day.
I love it. Take over the court.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Well, Mona, thank you so much. I will let you go, and you'll be in our chat tomorrow, I'm assuming, right?
Oh, yeah, because we only have one more day. Oh, no, I have plans every Tuesday, but I will in the afternoon.
Okay.
While you guys are suffering because it's East Coast time and later.
Okay. Yeah, they're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday. So a big break.
I know.
A big break. That's a big break.
That's just crazy, man. I'm happy for the jurors, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciate you too, and the chat. Everybody's super cool.
Fantastic. All right. Well, have a lovely evening, and tell your husband thank you again for all of us.
I will.
Okay.
I will. He'll like it. I'll tell him to listen to this.
Cool.
Later.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. All right. How cool was that? We have a courtroom insider, Mona. Hey, Mona is our courtroom insider. That was a lot of fun. So, all right, guys. Let me see. I'll come back here. All right, so that was very cool. Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Marty. Thank you for doing that. That was really cool. And I'll try and find a witness list. Like I said, sometimes it's really easy to find court documents, and other times it's just impossible. So, yes, everybody's saying thank you. Wear Trial TV Live shirts. I know. We have a store, but there's some issues going on with it, so we'll try and get that sorted out soon. So, yes, hey Mona. My pleasure, and also from Mona's Mister. Awesome. All right, guys, with that, we are going to say goodbye. Tomorrow, we are going to be, we're going to pick up on that rose petal. We're going to do rose petal, which is Zachary Hughes. And I'm going to do a little pre-trial prep. I'm going to do some pre-trial prep, so we'll kind of get you up to speed on that before they actually start. But that's going to be a really interesting one, too. And Megan Boswell, I just feel like we're so far behind. We're 2 days behind. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with her. I mean, we will eventually pick back up on it. But right now, I really want to do that rose petal one. So thank you to Aaron. Thank you to all of our mods, OnlyFan and Julie and Therapist Hellcat, Widespread Panic. Brat, welcome back, Brat. Great to have you back in the chat. Brat is back in the chat. Rachel B., I think you popped in for a little while as well. Jules and Florida PI Sam. I don't think you guys were in the chat today, but thank you for being mods with us. And thank you, Hey Mona, for calling in. That was our first call in, so that was cool. And with that, we will pick up on day 11 tomorrow, so we're not going to miss that. And then they go dark, and they're out, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday. So we'll have a chance to really dive deep into that rose petal trial. Looking forward to that. So thank you, chat. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. And we will see you tomorrow for the rose petal, day 1, and then we'll continue on with Monica Sementilli, day 11. So, all right, have a good night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.